Chapter 251 Spiritual Communication. Seeing that the 9-section jade had completely given up resistance, Chuan Yi reduced the force of the restraint. The next moment, Chuan Yi's body was reconstructed in the herb garden. First it was the feet, then the thighs, torso, head, and finally the hands. The dark flame rope that bound the 9-section jade became Chuan Yi's hands. Chuan Yi pinched the snake's neck with his hands wearing the fiery sun gauntlet. After revealing his true form, Chuan Yi's body felt two opposite forces of heaven and earth washing over Chuan Yi's body. Generally speaking, under the conflict of two energies, ordinary soul masters may not be able to hold on for long before their bodies are torn apart. However, for Chuan Yi, who has the fire immune attribute, he only feels the extremely cold breath at this moment. This extremely cold breath continuously flows into Chuan Yi's body, as if it is going to freeze Chuan Yi's soul. In response to this situation, Chuan Yi skillfully controls another hot breath flowing in his body to expel the cold air from his body. When the cold air is completely dissipated, Chuan Yi's body and the outside reached a dynamic balance. To resist the cold, the soul power inside the body started to operate automatically. While absorbing the hot breath, the extremely cold breath was blocked outside the body. In addition to the automatic operation of the soul power in the body, the crystal red dragon horn lit up automatically. Red, white, red, white. Red and white reflected each other, and the scene was like breathing. The red dragon horn seemed to be greedily absorbing the hot breath emitted by the spring water. The double absorption of the body and soul bone made the fire element in this space rush into Chuan Yi's body frantically. Although there was no meditation, Chuan Yi's cultivation was growing at an astonishing speed. Just as Chuan Yi was immersed in the pleasure of growing cultivation, a slight vibration came from his palm. He looked down and found that the body of the 9-section jade was shaking violently. Chuan Yi thought it was trying to break free, so he immediately increased his strength. However, Chuan Yi soon found that the 9-section jade was just shaking, not resisting. It's afraid. At this time, Chuan Yi realized that the 9-section jade was afraid of him. No, more accurately, it was afraid of the true dragon breath emitted by the red dragon horn. Dragons naturally have blood suppression on snakes, not to mention that this is the soul bone from a 90,000-year-old true dragon, which has absolute suppression on the 9-section jade. Realizing this, Chuan Yi tried to loosen his fingers. When he loosened his fingers, Chuan Yi's mental power kept locking it, and everything was under his control. However, when Chuan Yi opened his palm completely, he found that the little snake actually surrendered obediently in his palm and licked his hard hand nail affectionately with its little tongue. Seeing the obedient appearance of the little jade snake, Chuan Yi stroked the little snake with his other hand. The little snake felt Chuan Yi's kindness and became extremely excited. It danced the snake dance happily in Chuan Yi's large palm. Seeing this scene, Chuan Yi laughed unhappily. After all, it is an unintelligent beast that can only act on its body's instincts. The 9-section jade was impressed by the dragon power emanating from Chuan Yi and completely turned to Chuan Yi. This made Chuan Yi, who wanted to punish it, laugh and cry. Chuan Yi stared at the little snake and said with a headache, "I wanted you to call Douluo in, but now do you want me to call him in?" Chuan Yi grabbed the 9-section jade. In addition to wanting to punish him slightly, he also wanted to use it to call Douluo down the mountain. Just when Chuan Yi was having a headache about this, a strange mental wave was received by the red dragon horn, and then a vague voice poured into Chuan Yi's mind. "Master, Master, Master." "What?" Chuan Yi's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop the surprise in his heart. He immediately moved his eyes to the mental wave and asked in a low voice, "Is it you?" "Master, Master, Master." The little snake didn't seem to understand Chuan Yi's words, but just kept repeating the word Master. The red dragon horn seemed to be able to capture the little snake's mental fluctuations and transform them into a language that Chuan Yi could understand, and directly transmit them into his mind. This pure way of mental communication made Chuan Yi feel very novel. At this time, an idea suddenly flashed through Chuan Yi's mind. Since the red dragon horn can receive mental fluctuations, can it also transmit his mental fluctuations? Chuan Yi immediately tried to focus his attention on the red dragon horn, and then mobilized his mental power to convey his thoughts. Chuan Yi didn't know the specific method of mental communication, so he could only repeat in his mind, "Stop, stop, stop." After trying several times, Chuan Yi was surprised to find that his mental power was transformed into special mental fluctuations after passing through the red dragon horn and transmitted to the outside world. When the mental fluctuations swept across the 9-section jade, it magically stopped twisting. Seeing this, Chuan Yi finally discovered the hidden ability of the red dragon horn. Mental communication. After Chuan Yi's simple test, he could convey simple commands to the 9-section jade. On the contrary, he could also receive the emotional fluctuations of the 9-section jade. Chuan Yi didn't know whether this ability was effective for all animals and soul beasts, but the discovery of this ability helped Chuan Yi a lot. He used his mind to convey an order to 9-section jade, calling Douluo. The next moment, a green flash shot out from Chuan Yi's palm and climbed towards the top of the COL. Looking at the 9-section jade going away, Chuan Yi's heart gradually became excited. He took this opportunity to turn his body into flames again and merge with the surrounding environment. Outside the COL, 9-section jade quickly rushed to Douluo's simple residence. In a simple cave, a skinny old man with dark green hair sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. The old man had scattered hair and wore a simple grey robe. He looked like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Who could imagine that such an old man would be a titled Douluo standing at the top of the continent? At this moment, Douluo seemed to be meditating and practicing, but in fact, he was on high alert to deal with the backlash of the poison in the near future. Just when Douluo was about to deal with the backlash in the best condition, a familiar breath rushed towards him. He opened his eyes and whispered, "It seems that there are guests." Douluo knew very well that the 9-section jade would never disturb him at this time. He looked deeply at the spring where the water was. Location. Thinking whether the guest this time is a soul beast or a human. However, no matter what the visitor is, he must quickly resolve this hidden danger. Less than half an hour left before the backlash occurs at 3 o'clock in the morning. Douluo got up and walked out of the cave, just in time to meet 9-section jade. 9-section jade saw Douluo skillfully climb onto Douluo's shoulders. Douluo's whole body was full of momentum, his feet flew fast, and his figure floated dozens of meters like a ghost. In a few breaths, Douluo flew to the top of the mountain. Douluo looked down with a sharp gaze, and a huge mental power covered the bottom. However, his mental exploration did not find any abnormal breath. He jumped down from the top of the mountain, and quickly came to his medicine garden and explored everywhere. Just when he wanted to catch the intruder quickly, a voice echoed in the valley. "Senior Poison Douluo, long time no see." Chapter 252 Meeting Douluo again. The voice echoing in the valley was erratic. Even though Douluo was vigilantly exploring the surroundings, he could not find the source. Moreover, this familiar voice evoked Douluo's memory. Douluo had a deep memory of this voice. Although Chuan Yi's voice was less childish than a few years ago, he recognized that it was the voice of the kid back then. His expression suddenly became weird, and a smile appeared on his stiff face. He said loudly in a joking tone, "The fish that had the honor of escaping from my hands dared to fall into the trap? What, did you bring helpers today?" What Douluo was most wary of was the powerful background behind Chuan Yi. For this reason, in the past few years, Douluo strengthened the strength of the outer circle of poison formation. He even used the poisonous grass around the spring to increase the strength of the poison formation. After his strengthening, as long as the soul power level has not reached the titled Douluo realm, stepping into the poison array will surely lead to death. Even if the soul power reaches the titled Douluo realm, if you accidentally step into it, you will be attacked by the fierce poison and your state will be low. Chuan Yi heard the meaning of Douluo's test, and then he replied, "Senior, don't worry, there are only 2 of us here. Today, I am here to negotiate with you." "Negotiate? You dare to negotiate with me alone? Boy, I advise you not to be too arrogant." Douluo laughed in anger. He could hear the sincerity in Chuan Yi's tone. However, it was this sincerity that angered Douluo's dignity as a titled Douluo. Chuan Yi replied calmly, "Since I dare to come here alone, it means that I have enough confidence." Douluo was shocked when he heard Chuan Yi's confident tone. If it were someone else, Douluo would only think that this was nonsense. However, Chuan Yi had escaped from under his nose. During this process, he did not even see the other party's name, appearance, soul power level, or even martial soul. Being able to do this, it is enough to show that the other party is not a simple person. Such a person, since he dared to come alone, it means that he is ready. Douluo quickly calmed down his inner excitement and replied calmly, "Since you have the confidence, why not show your true form and let me see your true face?" After the voice fell, the whole space fell into a strange silence. Douluo waited for Chuan Yi's reaction. Just when he thought Chuan Yi would refuse, a red flame lit up in front of him. Then, from the direction of the flame, Chuan Yi's voice sounded. Okay, I agree to your request. Chuan Yi immediately released the body of the fire spirit, and the flame quickly changed from a ball to a human shape. Then, sparks flew, revealing Chuan Yi's body. Douluo's eyes fixed, and he saw a tall and strong man appear in his field of vision. The terrifying body that could not be covered by clothes, and the terrifying momentum comparable to that of a giant dragon, made Douluo feel a strong sense of crisis. All his senses were strongly alerting him that the man in front of him was an extremely dangerous person. Douluo quickly entered the combat state. As long as the opponent made a slight move, he would launch a thundering attack. Just when the scene was about to enter a dangerous situation, something unexpected happened. The 9-section jade lying on Douluo's shoulder shot from his shoulder to Chuan Yi. The sudden action of the 9-section jade made Douluo fall into a brief confusion. When he reacted and wanted to stop the 9-section jade, it had already flown to Chuan Yi. In this emergency, Douluo was in a hurry and quickly shouted to Chuan Yi, "Be careful." Douluo never thought that he would do such a thing, but the next moment, the 9-section jade actually jumped to Chuan Yi's shoulder. Douluo saw Zhifei rubbing against Kun Yi intimately, and his brain went into a state of shutdown. Kun Yi did not expect Zhifei's sudden action. After all, he just asked Zhifei to call Douluo, and he did not arrange anything afterwards. However, what surprised Kun Yi more than it was Douluo's reaction just now. It was obviously a reminder to him. Kun Yi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seems that the senior still has a certain good impression of me. Douluo's face was slightly red at this time, and the embarrassment made him feel embarrassed. He was angry and said, "Who has a good impression of you?" Although Zhifei's action was unexpected, it broke the stiff atmosphere. Let the two no longer fall into a tense state. Douluo's green pupils quickly swept over Chuan Yi, and he was shocked by Chuan Yi's immature face. He glanced at Chuan Yi and exclaimed, "Hand armor martial spirit, you are from the Iron Fist family." Douluo lived in Tiandu City and had heard a little about the Iron Fist family. At the same time, he also knew that the hand armor martial spirit was a unique martial spirit of the direct members of the Chuan family. Therefore, after seeing the hand armor, he naturally thought of the Chuan family. Chuan Yi said, "So, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chuan Yi. Today I came to negotiate with the senior with sincerity." Douluo's brain was in chaos. As far as he knew, only Chuan Li and Chuan Yu, two men in the Chuan family, had hand armor martial spirits. Looking at Chuan Yi's immature face, a surprising guess emerged in his heart. He asked, "Are you Chuan Yu's son?" Chuan Yi nodded and replied, "Yes." Chuan Yi's answer made Douluo unable to stop his inner shock. Chuan Yu is of the same generation as his son, which means that Chuan Yi is of the same generation as his granddaughter. What a little monster! Douluo secretly said in shock. After the atmosphere eased, Douluo asked unhappily, "When did you incite 9-section jadeite to rebel?" Chuan Yi tapped the green snake with his finger and said, "So it's called 9-section jadeite. Incite? It's better to say that it obeys the instinct of animals. It felt my powerful strength, so it chose to abandon the dark and join the light and throw itself into my arms." Douluo's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and Chuan Yi's words were stirring up anger. However, Douluo still suppressed his anger and said, "Humph, little robber, while I'm in a good mood now, quickly tell me the content of the negotiation." Although the words were strong, Douluo felt anxious in his heart. Time was passing bit by bit, and there was not much time before he exploded. "I thought it was something that could be easily dealt with, but now the situation is gradually out of his control." Chuan Yi's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, what bothered him the most was that the location chosen by Chuan Yi was too unfavorable to him. There was not only a medicinal garden here, but also that terrible hot spring. The importance of this space to him was self-evident. And now, Chuan Yi chose to appear here, which was to seize his weakness, making him dare not act rashly. Therefore, he felt headache and difficulty with Chuan Yi. This was not an ordinary opponent. Douluo gradually raised Chuan Yi's position to a position similar to his in his heart. Chapter 253 Negotiation Success. Seeing Douluo quickly adjust his mentality, Chuan Yi also felt difficult with Douluo. Obviously, the other party was guarding against his right arm soul bone skill, the angry hell. However, it was precisely because of this soul skill that Douluo was forced to remain calm. Seeing that Douluo finally had the heart to listen to him, Chuan Yi put forward his intention. Senior Douluo, I have only one purpose for coming here today, that is, I want to manage this precious land with you. Jointly manage. Douluo seemed to have heard a fairy tale, and absurd emotions flashed through his heart. Chuan Yi was explaining his content on his own. He continued, according to my understanding, Senior Douluo is most interested in the medicinal garden around the spring. But I value the spring behind me more. Therefore, in essence, our interests do not conflict, so cooperative management is the best solution for us. My suggestion is that you manage the medicinal garden and I use the spring. How about this proposal? It is beneficial to both of us. Even now, Chuan Yi can feel the extremely hot heaven and earth vitality, which is rapidly transformed into the feeling of cultivation. Usually, the cultivation that can only be improved after a whole day of cultivation is like riding a rocket at this moment, rapidly improving. Such a precious land, he must get it. Therefore, Chuan Yi proposed a win-win cooperation plan. However, Douluo was not interested in this. He snorted coldly, "Humph, it's good for both sides. I think it's only good for you. This precious land is obviously my territory. You, an intruder, do nothing but want to occupy it." Douluo's eyes became colder and colder, and his patience was on the verge of limit. Chuan Yi's proposal seemed fair, but it was a robber's agreement. I live well at home, and you, an intruder, want to live in my house and take my things for free. No one can tolerate it, let alone the arrogant titled Douluo. Faced with such a situation, Chuan Yi was of course prepared. He glanced at Douluo's green hair and pupils, his thin face and his majesty that had not changed much compared to 3 or 4 years ago. He was thinking deeply. He replied, "What the senior said makes sense, so I brought a condition that the senior is interested in." "What condition?" Chuan Yi said, "If I'm not mistaken, the senior's body is poisoned." Chuan Yi's words were like a sharp sword, piercing the most sensitive part of Douluo's heart. Ever since Chuan Yi escaped, Douluo has been secretly worried that the secret would be exposed. Now, Chuan Yi pointed this out, which made Douluo a little depressed. All his weaknesses were mastered by Chuan Yi, but he couldn't do anything with Chuan Yi. Method. However, even in an unfavorable situation, Douluo's face remained calm, and he replied calmly, "In terms of using poison, I am the best in the world." "Poisoned? Do you know who you are talking to?" When saying this, Douluo's eyes were filled with absolute confidence. Douluo, who used poison as his name and dominated the world with poison, said this, which was indeed convincing. If he hadn't done enough homework, Chuan Yi would have been almost fooled by Douluo. Chuan Yi raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth, and calmly gave Douluo the final blow. He said, "In terms of using poison, Senior is indeed the best in the world. It is hard to imagine who can poison Senior. However, if the poison was from Senior's own martial soul, could Senior still solve it? The best poison in the world must be very difficult to solve, otherwise, after so many years, Senior's cultivation would not be stagnant like it is now." In Chuan Yi's expectation, Douluo's strength must be stronger than 4 years ago. Even though it is the most difficult to break through the level of titled Douluo, Douluo has countless natural treasures to assist him in his practice. Therefore, Chuan Yi conservatively estimated that Douluo could break through at least 2 levels in 4 years. However, it is now discovered that Douluo's strength has not changed significantly. This made Chuan Yi more resolute in his inner guess. Douluo fell into silence. In fact, from the moment he saw Chuan Yi reveal his true identity, he knew that Chuan Yi must have absolute confidence to do so. Chuan Yi's few words completely turned the situation in Chuan Yi's direction. And Douluo had no way. If he wanted to deal with Chuan Yi, he was not sure of a one-shot kill. Even if he wanted to destroy this place, the first thing to be destroyed would be his cherished medicinal garden. And the spring water that Chuan Yi valued would continue to gush out of the ground. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" Douluo's tightly closed mouth opened again. This also meant that Douluo began to accept Chuan Yi's proposal. Seeing Douluo's helplessness and compromise, Chuan Yi was a little unhappy. Threat and coercion were not his original intention. Out of compensation psychology, he softened his tone and said, "I said before that I came with sincerity this time. Therefore, my condition is to provide the senior with ideas and clues to solve the toxin." Douluo replied with a smile, "Do you know how long I have studied to solve this problem?" He pointed to the medicine garden beside him and said, "Here, the most precious medicinal materials in the world are gathered. Any one of them is a priceless treasure, but even so, I have no way to deal with my own poison. You are a young boy, and you want to negotiate with me without any evidence. Isn't it too much? The arrogant Douluo had no interest in the ideas and clues proposed by Chuan Yi. Because he didn't believe that Chuan Yi could come up with any meaningful plan. This made Douluo's suppressed anger reach the limit of explosion again. Looking at Douluo's angry expression, Chuan Yi was under increasing pressure. However, Chuan Yi remained calm on the surface and replied calmly, "Indeed, I have no insights into poison and medical skills, but as the saying goes, I can provide a new way. According to my inference, if the senior studies according to the methods and clues I provided, there is more than a 50% chance that the poison can be solved." Seeing Chuan Yi's firm expression, Douluo couldn't help but feel a little hope in his heart. If Chuan Yi can really come up with an effective solution, then not only he, but also his granddaughter can get rid of the curse of poison. For his granddaughter, Douluo decided to believe Chuan Yi once and for all. Moreover, if at that time, if Chuan Yi's method doesn't work, he can turn his face immediately. In general, this is not a bad condition for him. Douluo leaned his hands on his back and said coldly, "Okay, I agree to your conditions. However, let me be frank. If I find out that you are lying to me, I will not let you go easily." Seeing Douluo agree, Chuan Yi's joy surged in his heart, and he immediately replied, "Okay, senior, don't worry, the conditions I proposed will not disappoint you. However, for the sake of being conservative, let's swear by our own martial spirits first." Douluo saw Chuan Yi, who was impeccable, and he raised his right hand helplessly and swore by his martial spirit. The two of them finished the oath, which also meant that the negotiation was successfully concluded. Chapter 254, Settling in the Treasure Land. In Douluo continent, swearing by martial spirits is solemn and sacred. Although it is not absolute, it can be used as an insurance. Moreover, if Douluo turns his face and refuses to recognize him at that time, he can also destroy this medicinal garden. Even if the negotiation is successful, Chuan Yi will not relax his vigilance. What conditions, what negotiations? Everything is derived from his own strength. If Chuan Yi's strength had not reached Douluo's realm, everything that happened now would not exist. Chuan Yi has always remembered the oppression that Douluo brought to Chuan Yi. Therefore, since then, he has attached more importance to the improvement of strength. Now, with the assistance of the spring water, Chuan Yi's strength will increase at a more terrifying speed. After swearing, Douluo put down his hand. He said to Chuan Yi, "Okay, can you tell me about your plan now?" After Chuan Yi confirmed that Douluo's oath was fine, he answered, "My plan is very simple. After my research on the green phosphorus snake martial soul, I found that this martial soul may have some advantages in the use of poison. It has a certain talent, but it does not have a part that can store toxins like other poisonous martial spirits. Because of this, the senior will be corroded by his own toxins. For this situation, my suggestion is also very simple. The senior can store all the toxins of the martial spirit in the soul bone." "You mean, use the soul bone as an organ to store venom?" This plan was beyond Douluo's expectations. Douluo's mind turned quickly, thinking about the feasibility of this plan. After thinking for a moment, Douluo's eyes lit up with hope. He found that this plan is indeed very feasible. Although his body has long been integrated with the body, there is a risk of backlash if he wants to completely remove the toxins. However, his granddaughter, Douluo, is still very young, and the toxins are not strong. There is a greater chance of removing the toxins. Soul bone, why didn't I think of such a method?" he shouted in annoyance. If he had discovered it earlier, he could have prepared the soul bone before Douluo obtained the soul ring. However, he soon looked at Chuan Yi with a strange look and said, "You are studying the green phosphorus snake so seriously, are you not doing it to deal with me?" Douluo knew that he had coerced Chuan Yi, and he couldn't help but doubt Chuan Yi's original intention of research. "Senior, you can try to use my method to force the poison into the soul bone." A titled Douluo, "You don't even have a soul bone, right?" Chuan Yi directly changed the subject. Douluo didn't continue to pursue it. Douluo, who found the direction, wanted to try it now, but when he thought of Chuan Yi here again, this gave him a headache. It won't be long before his backlash will break out. If Chuan Yi stays here, who knows what will happen? "Boy, how long will you stay?" Douluo asked calmly. Chuan Yi answered bluntly, Senior, from now on, we are the CO operators of this place. It is my freedom to leave at any time. Douluo was very upset, but seeing that Chuan Yi provided him with useful information, he had nothing to say. He snorted coldly, then turned around and wanted to leave. However, Chuan Yi stopped Douluo at this time and said, If you are worried that I will attack you by surprise, I can leave today. Chuan Yi's words were obviously aimed at Douluo's physical attack in the middle of the night. Douluo stopped after walking a few steps. He turned around and said angrily, Have you monitored me? Douluo did not believe that Chuan Yi could determine the secret of his attack based on the encounter 4 years ago. Only if he had observed his condition afterwards, he would be so sure. However, how could this be possible? Although Chuan Yi's elementalization was magical, it was not flawless. Out of the special environment of the medicine garden, it was impossible for Douluo to have no idea about it. Seeing Douluo's unbelievable expression, Chuan Yi turned his head to his shoulder, shrugged, and said, It told me everything. On his shoulder was the 9-section emerald. Douluo glanced at the rebellious 9-section emerald and asked, It can't speak, how did it tell you? Chuan Yi smiled faintly and said, This is my special method. I can communicate with it mentally. When it ordered the 9-section jade before, it told Chuan Yi that it was generally forbidden to approach Douluo at this time. It was this information that made Chuan Yi know that Douluo had not solved the poisoning problem, and it was also it that made Chuan Yi change his original strategy and negotiate with Douluo. In a sense, the 9-section jade eased the direct conflict between Chuan Yi and Douluo. Douluo glanced at the 9-section jade and cursed it in his heart, Traitor, beast. After that, he said to Chuan Yi, Since you already know, I won't hide it. My body will attack due to the backlash of toxins in the middle of the night. However, this does not affect my battle. Besides, if you leave here, the threat to me will be greatly reduced. I advise you not to think about dangerous things. Douluo warned Chuan Yi seriously. Douluo had no doubt about the spiritual communication that Chuan Yi mentioned. There are countless soul skills in Douluo continent, and it is not surprising that there are soul skills that can communicate with beasts. According to his speculation, this should be a special skill brought by the spiritual head soul bone. Chuan Yi's terrifying strength cannot be explained without soul bones. Therefore, Douluo deduced that the rebellion of the 9-section jade was caused by Chuan Yi's head soul bone skills. Although Douluo warned him severely, it did not have any deterrent effect on Chuan Yi. He said nonchalantly, I know. I also have to practice, so I won't send you out. I really don't know if your ability to irritate people is innate, or is it cultivated because of soul skills. Forget it, I'm leaving. Remember not to mess up the medicine garden. Douluo had lived in seclusion for many years, and he could not stand up to Chuan Yi in terms of language, so he could only leave angrily. Chuan Yi finally relaxed after Douluo left. Although there was no physical conflict during the whole process, he felt exhausted at the moment. Psychological calculations were not Chuan Yi's specialty. However, in the face of a problem that cannot be solved by force, communication is a necessary means. In order to achieve his goal, he pushed himself. Chuan Yi stretched out his hand and put the 9-section jade in his palm, and took out a piece of dried meat from the heart of the fiery sun and put it in front of the 9-section jade. Eat it. This is the dried meat of the 90,000-year-old red-scaled evil dragon. It's your reward. The more Chuan Yi looked at the 9-section jade, the more he thought it looked cute. Today, it helped him a lot, and he must reward it well. The 9-section jade spit out its tongue and licked the dried meat. The next moment, the 9-section jade quickly bit the dried meat like a kitten that smelled fishy smell, and swallowed the dried meat that was almost as big as it into its stomach. Chapter 255 Red Dragonhorn and Blazing Yang Chuan. After swallowing the dried meat, the 9-section jade expanded its stomach until the little snake that was still alive and kicking just now became weak and powerless. Finally, it fell asleep directly in Chuan Yi's hand. After all, it is dragon meat of 90,000 years old, and the energy contained in it is not something that 9-section jade can easily digest. Chuan Yi put the sleeping 9-section jade under the fragrant Douluo fairy product emitting pink light. According to Chuan Yi's understanding, this is a poison-proof fairy grass. Within the range of the light shield, it can be immune to all toxins. At the same time, it has a certain mitigating effect on the erosion of the extremely hot and extremely cold heaven and earth vitality around the spring. After doing all this, Chuan Yi took a look at the various rare and exotic plants in the medicine garden. Compared to the first time, Chuan Yi has a better understanding of these plants, and it is precisely because of this understanding that he knows the value of the treasure land more clearly. The efficacy of the most common herbs here can be compared to 10,000-year-old medicinal materials. Although Chuan Yi is jealous, he is helpless because he is not proficient in pharmacology. The books and information he has collected over the years can only understand a small part of the knowledge. Over the years, Chuan Yi has been interested in finding relevant talents, but he has found very little. Most of the famous doctors on the mainland are soul masters with healing abilities. There may be people who specialize in pharmacology, but they are not as famous as soul masters. This made it difficult for him to collect talents. However, now, Chuan Yi found that Douluo has the possibility of becoming a researcher. As the saying goes, poison and medicine are inseparable. Medicine and poison techniques have the same roots and both require an understanding of the human body, medicinal materials, and other factors. Even at certain times, poison techniques are used to treat patients. Vice versa. However, Douluo lacks research methods and experience, which makes him guard the treasure mountain in vain. Chuan Yi came here with full preparation. His ultimate goal is not just this piece of land. Douluo is also one of his targets. Recalling 4 years ago, Douluo forced him to join his family. The memory of that time would appear in Chuan Yi's mind from time to time. Chuan Yi is not a petty person. He only asks to return the original amount received. For this reason, he came here with full preparation. Forcing the poison into the soul bone is just a prelude. He still has some backup plans and a lot of time to slowly communicate with Douluo. Chuan Yi took a look at the medicine garden, took off all his clothes, and put them into the heart of the scorching sun. Chuan Yi was naked, wearing only the scorching sun gauntlets on his hands. He didn't stop for long, and walked forward quickly, jumping into the red spring water. Plop! Chuan Yi drew a beautiful arc in the air, and without splashing much water, he went deep under the spring water. Entering the red pool, the ultimate fire attribute of heaven and earth vitality rushed into Chuan Yi's body crazily. The spring water blocked the invasion of cold air, and the warm current that penetrated into the heart traveled through Chuan Yi's body. The majestic pure energy quickly filled Chuan Yi's meridians. Since Chuan Yi's martial soul was not in the stage of evolution this time, all this energy filled Chuan Yi's meridians. In order to absorb energy, Chuan Yi immediately circulated his soul power and began to meditate. The pure spring water energy only needs to circulate once before it is absorbed by the body and then transformed into pure fire attribute soul power. Chuan Yi's martial soul was nurtured and evolved in the spring water. Therefore, absorbing spring water energy has a unique advantage. The two are of the same origin in a sense. Therefore, Chuan Yi has less time to adapt and digest than others. With this spring water, Chuan Yi can occupy an absolute advantage in the tug-of-war with Douluo. Now, Chuan Yi's cultivation speed is 3 times that of his Yanmei cultivation. This speed is the cultivation speed of Chuan Yi before he opened the red dragon horn. What if he opened the red dragon horn? Chuan Yi opened his eyes and swam quickly to the bottom of the spring. Chuan Yi, who swims all year round, shot into the bottom in an extremely labor-saving posture. This is to guard against Douluo. With the strength of a titled Douluo, he can still stay on the surface of the spring for a short time. For safety reasons, he must go deeper. After swimming to a depth of about 100 meters, Chuan Yi's body reached its limit. Chuan Yi looked down and felt that the spring water was unfathomable. After swimming to a depth of about 100 meters, Chuan Yi felt the strong water pressure squeezing his body in all directions. However, this level of water pressure cannot have much impact on Chuan Yi's body. Here, the physical limit that Chuan Yi felt actually refers to the meridian limit. The deeper you go, the more violent and concentrated the energy of the spring water will be. If you continue to go deeper, Chuan Yi's absorption speed will not keep up with the speed of energy influx, and finally, his meridians will be burst. Let's practice here. Chuan Yi focused his consciousness on head. The next moment, under the input of Chuan Yi's soul power, 2 small red bags bulged on his forehead. Then the 2 bags quickly extended and turned into 2 sharp horns. The vermilion bags seemed somewhat transparent in the red spring water. However, when Chuan Yi wanted to feel the speed of cultivation brought by the red dragon horn, his red dragon horn actually emitted a brilliant white light. The next moment, without Chuan Yi urging the suction of the red dragon horn, it actually consciously launched the maximum suction. The vast energy at the bottom of the spring water rushed into the red dragon horn frantically. Under the terrifying suction of the red dragon horn, Chuan Yi's body began to absorb no energy. The sudden action of the red dragon horn puzzled Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi focused his attention on the red dragon horn, trying to find out the cause of the change. The blazing white red dragon horn absorbed a huge amount of extremely hot energy in a very short time. This made the temperature of the red dragon horn rise at a very fast speed. If Chuan Yi did not have the fire immunity attribute, the temperature of the red dragon horn would have burned Chuan Yi directly. Chuan Yi's red dragon horn has the function of storing fire element energy. In order to deal with Douluo, Chuan Yi stored a huge amount of energy in half a year of hard practice. However, the storage capacity of the red dragon horn has a limit. According to Chuan Yi's calculation, the red dragon horn can roughly store enough energy to release 2 red dragon advents. The red dragon advent here refers to the complete form, which is the red dragon advent that has truly reached the titled Douluo level. The complete form of the red dragon is 100 meters tall, and its strength is no different from that of a real red-scaled evil dragon. The red dragon advent that Chuan Yi used in the Star Do Great Forest before was not the true power of this soul skill. Chuan Yi has accumulated enough energy to use the complete form of the red dragon once in half a year of practice. However, now, the energy absorbed by the red dragon horn in a short period of time is close to the limit. Chuan Yi doesn't know what will happen if this limit is exceeded. Chuan Yi immediately activated his mental power, trying to take the red dragon horn back into his body, but his attempt failed. He immediately activated his soul power, absorbed the energy accumulated in the red dragon horn into his body, and digested it quickly. While absorbing, Chuan Yi quickly swam upwards. However, the speed at which Chuan Yi's body digested energy could not match the suction of the red dragon horn. When he swam halfway, the red dragon horn had reached its limit. Chapter 256, External Soul Bone, Second Evolution. In the critical moment, Chuan Yi's movements did not change at all. He swam upwards quickly, and at the same time, he was ready to activate the 6th soul skill at any time. If there was a slight sign of losing control, he would activate the red dragons coming to the world to consume energy. However, when the soul power reached its limit, nothing happened that worried Chuan Yi. After the storage energy of the red dragon horn reached its limit, Chuan Yi only felt an itch in the skull area connected to the dragon horn. This was an itch that went deep into the bone marrow. With Chuan Yi's willpower, this itch was not a big problem for him. At the same time, Chuan Yi discovered that after the red dragon horn's reserves reached the limit, the red dragon horn actually took the extra energy as nutrients and absorbed it by itself. And the itch that Chuan Yi felt was a sign that the red dragon horn was growing. Chuan Yi stopped swimming and stayed at 50 meters. He reached out and touched the red dragon horn with his fingernails. Through the touch, he found that the red dragon horn seemed to be thicker. No, not like, the red dragon horn did become thicker, and this change is still ongoing. The red dragon horn is still releasing terrifying suction, and the absorbed energy is obviously used as nutrients for growth. Chuan Yi finally understood the reason for the red dragon horn's mutation. Evolution. The current situation is very similar to the evolution of Chuan Yi's martial soul. The instinct of evolution drives the red dragon horn to spontaneously enter the evolution process. Realizing this, Chuan Yi decided to stay here and wait for the external soul bone to complete the transformation. Then, Chuan Yi was 50 meters away, paying attention to the changes in the soul bone. When Chuan Yi dived into the spring water, Douluo at the foot of the mountain was also experiencing his test. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. The pricking sensation on the solace of Douluo's feet and the top of his head came as expected. The intense pain caused Douluo's body to spasm uncontrollably. Usually, at this time, Douluo would usually hide here and quietly endure the pain. The duration of the pain was about half an hour. As long as you endure this half an hour, it will be fine. However, the present is different from the past. Today, Douluo's safe fortress has a foreign guest living in it. This made Douluo feel uneasy. Although, in terms of intuitive feeling, Douluo believed in Chuan Yi, but rationally he dared not relax. This made him, while enduring the pain, also alert to the situation outside the cave entrance. Half an hour passed. Nothing happened. Douluo stood up, dressed up, and walked out of the cave. It was dark outside. Douluo looked at the bright moon, and a stiff smile appeared on his lips. His eyes flickered, and at this moment he felt more relaxed than ever before. This was because he saw hope. And the one who brought hope was the little robber he hated. Realizing this, Douluo immediately retracted his smile. He laughed and snorted coldly. He flew to the top of the mountain, landed around the herb garden, and checked the surrounding situation. In the quiet space, there were only Douluo and the sleeping 9-section Jade. Where did this kid go? Douluo looked around and found no trace of Chuan Yi. He walked to the front of the Yuxiang Kilo Xianpin and pinched the sleeping 9-section Jade with his fingers. After more than half an hour, the 9-section Jade's bulging belly had become thinner. Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes looked at it with a little coldness. In the end, Douluo chose to let this little traitor go. He shook the 9-section Jade with his fingers and asked, "Where is your new master?" The 9-section Jade was sleeping soundly, and was suddenly awakened by a huge force. Ka! The 9-section Jade opened its mouth angrily and showed its sharp fangs to Douluo. However, when it found out that the other party was Douluo, it was stunned for a moment. It hurriedly closed its mouth and showed a well-behaved expression. Douluo released a trace of murderous intent to the 9-section Jade, and then let it go. In the crisis of life and death, the 9-section Jade respected its instincts and rushed to Chuan Yi's side at the moment of landing. However, it found that Chuan Yi's mental fluctuations came from under the dangerous spring. Douluo, who followed behind, saw the 9-section Jade stopped by the spring and looked at the spring. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "Is it in here?" "No, it's impossible. This spring can't even keep me for a long time." Douluo stood on the shore and looked into the spring. Through the boiling spring, he saw a shadow. Not only that, he also found that the temperature of the red spring was a little higher than usual. This kid is really in there. How did he do it? Douluo was extremely shocked and found it difficult to accept for a while. Chuan Yi, who was in the spring, discovered Douluo through the perspective of the fire element. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Anyway, Douluo could not come in, so he focused more on the red dragon horn. More than half an hour passed, and Chuan Yi's red dragon horn slowly grew from the initial 4 inches to 6 inches, which is about 60 centimeters. Not only that, as the length increased, the root of the forehead was also expanding. The area of the itching sensation was constantly expanding, even exceeding the area of the root of the dragon horn. With the root of the dragon horn as the center, the itching sensation spread to the surrounding areas. The entire forehead, around the eyes, and even the face under the eye sockets began to itch. Chuan Yi, who felt something strange, could not help but touch the skin around his eyes with his hands. However, what Chuan Yi did not expect was that he found that the itchy part felt like touching something hard. He rubbed it back and forth with his fingertips and found that Chuan Yi's skin around the red dragon horn had become uneven and scaly. From the outside, the area around Chuan Yi's eye sockets was covered with crystal red dragon scales. Moreover, the itching was still progressing deeper into his face. These dragon scales were like exquisite eye masks, covering the upper part of his face. Chuan Yi, who noticed this, immediately realized that the evolution direction of the red dragon horn seemed to be moving towards a deeper dragonization. In the first evolution, the red dragon horn absorbed Chuan Yi's extreme fire attribute energy. Logically, the second time, even if it came to the spring water, it would not bring such a huge change. Could it be that there are some unknown factors in this spring water that affect the red dragon horn? Chuan Yi had such doubts in his heart. Time passed slowly, and the evolution process of the red dragon horn lasted until dawn. At this time, Chuan Yi only felt a sharp stinging pain in his entire eye socket. This pain only stayed in the eye bone at first, but gradually, the pain began to spread into the eyeball. This feeling was like someone was constantly stabbing his eyes with a needle inside the eyeball. Faced with this kind of pain, even a strong man like Chuan Yi could not help but close his eyes. This kind of pain lasted for 2 or 3 hours. During this period, Chuan Yi no longer had the extra energy to pay attention to the evolution of his soul bone. The evolution of the soul bone lasted for more than 4 hours. The red dragon horn finally stopped absorbing the energy of the spring water, and the pain on Chuan Yi's face had dissipated. Suddenly, a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened, and the dazzling golden light penetrated the dragon scale mask covering the upper half of his face. Chapter 257 The Scene in the Pupils. When he opened his eyes, the world in Chuan Yi's mind was completely different from before he closed his eyes. The clear red spring water flashed countless flowing crystal light spots in Chuan Yi's eyes at this moment. The dense light spots, like flowing sand, covered Chuan Yi's entire field of vision. Chuan Yi was not unfamiliar with these light spots. When he used a microscope to observe things, he often saw tiny energy particles distributed in them. However, Chuan Yi could now observe these with his naked eyes. Moreover, there was a limit to the smallest details that the human eye could recognize. If the distance between two objects is less than 0.07 mm, the human eye cannot distinguish them. For example, when people go to the beach to look at the sand, the color of the sand is the same. However, when people put a pile of sand under a microscope, they can find that the color, size, and shape of each grain of sand are different. At this moment, in Chuan Yi's eyes, the whole world has changed dramatically. A huge amount of visual information poured into Chuan Yi's brain through his eyes. There is so much information that the average person's brain cannot even digest and understand it. However, Chuan Yi can quickly distinguish every tiny detail in it. And the reason why Chuan Yi can do this is because Chuan Yi's own mental power has increased by more than 100 times compared to before the evolution of the soul bone. The red dragon horn that originally stayed on the forehead invaded Chuan Yi's eye bone and eyes. In this process, Chuan Yi's mental power increased significantly. With the support of huge mental power, Chuan Yi can easily process visual information. Chuan Yi looked around in the water and found that there were roughly two types of substances in the spring water. One is the red fire element light spots representing the fiery heat. The other is small particles similar to biological cells. In his observation, Chuan Yi found that his red dragon horn would absorb these two types of substances at the same time when it played the automatic absorption function. This substance may be the reason for the evolution of the soul bone. Chuan Yi secretly speculated. Although Chuan Yi's external soul bone has completed the evolution, it is still absorbing energy. However, these energies nourish the red dragon horns, eye bones, and pupils. After a brief observation, Chuan Yi controlled his pupils and changed his vision to its original state. Returning to the familiar vision, Chuan Yi found that everything in his vision became very slow. Not only that, Chuan Yi raised his head and could see two energy bodies standing by the spring through the spring water. One was a human figure emitting a strong green light. The other was a tiny emerald snake-shaped light coiled on the ground. This was the energy in Douluo and 9-section jade. Chuan Yi's eyes could actually see through the body and see the flow of soul power inside the body. Through comparison, Chuan Yi found that the energy stored in Douluo's body was more than 10 times that of Chuan Yi. Here, Chuan Yi did not add up the energy stored in the red dragon horns. If the energy stored in the red dragon horns was added together, Chuan Yi's energy reserves would be twice as much as Douluo's. You should know that according to the energy reserves before evolution, Chuan Yi was lower than Douluo's. I can actually see the other party's soul power running. What a convenient ability. This ability can let Chuan Yi roughly understand the difference in strength between the enemy and us. And this is still the basic ability of this pair of eyes. Chuan Yi's eyes still have more potential, waiting for Chuan Yi to explore. Seeing that the time is almost up, Chuan Yi retracted the external soul bone and swam upward. The two dragon horns retracted inward, the scales on the upper half of Chuan Yi's face also disappeared into the skin, and Chuan Yi's cold golden dragon pupils also returned to their original appearance. After retracting the soul bone, Chuan Yi's eyes felt uncomfortable. The originally clear world suddenly became blurred as if wrapped in a thin cloth. Compared with before the evolution, Chuan Yi's farsightedness, nearsightedness, and dynamic vision have improved significantly, but compared with the dragon pupil, it is a world of difference. Of course, Chuan Yi can't see his specific appearance now, so he doesn't know that his pupils have become dragon pupils. Around the spring, Douluo stared at the water surface with his eyes fixed. He had been standing here for several hours, just to determine how long Chuan Yi could stay in there. Gradually, the sun had risen, and the dim space became brighter. Douluo stood on the shore like a pine tree, waiting. Finally, a black shadow swam up quickly under the water. Douluo stared with his eyes, thinking in his heart, here it comes. The next moment, a huge figure jumped out of the water. The hot red water splashed around. A strong and perfect body appeared naked from the water splash. The water splash was not big, but it still splashed to the shore. Douluo and Jijifei dodged backwards nimbly. Although it was just a few drops of water, it was not easy for them to bear. When they retreated, Chuan Yi just landed where Douluo and Jijifei were standing. Chuan Yi shook the water drops on his hair and greeted Douluo with a smile. Good morning. Douluo looked at Chuan Yi in disbelief and asked in surprise, what kind of monster are you? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Douluo would never believe that someone could stay in Chuan Shui for so long. Chuan Yi showed his confident white teeth and answered cheerfully, I am who I am, not a monster. Douluo looked directly into Chuan Yi's eyes, which were shining brightly. His sharp gaze made Douluo's eyes sting slightly. Through his eyes, Douluo found that Chuan Yi's mental power was countless times stronger than yesterday. Not only that, the aura emanating from Chuan Yi was several times stronger. If Chuan Yi was still nervous and alert yesterday, Chuan Yi was now full of confidence and relaxation. On the contrary, he became a little restrained and nervous when facing Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi keenly discovered Douluo's emotional changes. This change was caused by the change in the strength of the two. Chuan Yi now felt a sense of comfort. The improvement of strength gave Chuan Yi more confidence and room to spare when facing Douluo. After shaking off the hot water drops on his body, Chuan Yi put on his clothes leisurely. After putting on his clothes, Chuan Yi invited Douluo and said, "Senior, if you haven't had breakfast yet, why don't you try my cooking skills? I have a knack for making barbecue. And, this time I brought a lot of high-quality soul beast meat, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Hearing this, Douluo's face was slightly complicated. After a moment of silence, he showed a relieved expression on his face. The stiff expression relaxed, and he replied, "Then let me taste your cooking skills." Hearing Douluo's acceptance, Chuan Yi smiled happily and said, "Okay, senior, wait a moment, I will roast the meat now." As he said, Chuan Yi took out a huge iron pot from the heart of the sundae. He also took out the red-scaled evil dragon meat to entertain Douluo. Chuan Yi put the iron pot into the hot red spring water. In just a moment, the bottom of the iron pot was burned red. Chuan Yi directly put the dragon meat into the iron pot. Squeak! In an instant, the fat of the meat released a rich meaty aroma under the action of high temperature. Douluo stood behind Chuan Yi and looked at Chuan Yi with a complicated expression. Chapter 258 Trust. As a poison attribute soul master, usually there are few soul masters willing to deal with him. Even if there are, they are mostly afraid of him. Especially as his strength grows, the number of times he interacts with people drops sharply. However, Douluo's personal character is not afraid of loneliness. He is the kind of person who can live well alone. But now, there is a person who breaks into his space unscrupulously, and invites him to have a meal together. Douluo knows very well what it means to have a meal with a poison attribute soul master. It represents trust. Douluo stood behind Chuan Yi and looked at him quietly. After a while, Douluo walked to the side of Chuan Yi and said, "What material is this iron pot made of? I have never seen a metal that can last so long in the spring water." Chuan Yi replied, "Haha, this iron pot is a top-grade iron pot specially forged for this spring water. Senior, do you know the master craftsman Lu Gao? It was specially forged by me for the Master General Lu Gao." Chuan Yi's face was full of pride. This iron pot was forged by Lu Gao using soul-guided metals. These soul-guided metals not only have extremely strong strength, but also have extremely high heat resistance. Moreover, it has the special effect of absorbing and storing heat energy. When the iron pot absorbs enough heat energy, Chuan Yi can also release the heat energy by inputting soul power. This is also one of Lu Gao's experimental products. Douluo snorted, "Even the iron pot is ready. It seems that you are determined to get it before you come?" Chuan Yi smiled awkwardly and did not answer. Because the temperature was too high, Chuan Yi frequently turned the meat. A quarter of an hour later, the charred meat was placed on the dining table he brought with him. Douluo sat on a chair, looking at the plate bigger than a bathtub and the huge barbecue, and his eyes twitched slightly. Chuan Yi warmly invited Douluo to enjoy it, and then turned around again to prepare his own portion. Douluo looked at the mountain of barbecue and secretly wondered, what's wrong with this guy? Could it be that everyone in their family eats this much? However, as expected of a fire attribute soul master, the temperature of the barbecue is well controlled. Douluo swallowed his saliva, picked up the cutlery, cut off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Even without seasoning, the perfect heat and excellent meat quality alone made him completely addicted. Douluo closed his eyes and savored the food carefully. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Chuan Yi asked curiously. Douluo did not answer, but asked Chuan Yi, "Is this meat old?" Douluo's perception was amazing. With just one bite, he found that his tired body had recovered a little. This means that the energy contained in soul beast meat is very amazing. Chuan Yi replied, "Of course, this is my treasured collection. I won't take it out for ordinary people." Then, Chuan Yi lifted his portion of barbecue to the table. Chuan Yi sat opposite Douluo. Douluo saw that Chuan Yi's portion was twice as big as his, and directly covered his body. Is this guy a humanoid soul beast? Can a human stomach really bear such a large amount of food? As soon as Chuan Yi sat down, he saw Zhifei looking at the food on the plate with a drooling expression. Chuan Yi chuckled, then cut off a finger-sized piece of meat and placed it in front of it. Said, "You only need to eat this much. You can't absorb more." Zhifei bowed slightly to Chuan Yi, then swallowed the meat. After doing this, Chuan Yi began to enjoy his food. 1 bite, 2 bites, Chuan Yi continuously put the meat into his mouth. Although Chuan Yi had more food, he ate faster than Douluo. Douluo suddenly felt competitive when he saw this. Then, Douluo sped up his eating speed. However, Douluo still overestimated himself and underestimated the amount of barbecue. Speeding up, Douluo felt fuller after eating 3/4 of the barbecue. Douluo's stomach was already on the verge of reaching its limit. He felt that his stomach was full of meat and he could not eat any more. On the other hand, Chuan Yi had almost finished his portion. However, after eating so much, Douluo found that Chuan Yi's belly did not show any signs of swelling. Douluo had to admire Chuan Yi's terrifying appetite. In fact, what Douluo did not know was that when Chuan Yi was eating, he would stimulate his internal organs to help him digest food quickly. When the digestion speed exceeded the speed of food entering, Chuan Yi can eat food far beyond the physical limit. Breakfast lasted for nearly an hour. Douluo held his swollen belly and said goodbye to Chuan Yi. Before leaving, he said, "Boy, I will be away for a while. During my absence, don't mess up my medicine garden." After that, he walked out of the poison array. Douluo left the medicine garden under this circumstance because he had an important thing to do. He needed to prepare a suitable soul bone for his granddaughter as soon as possible and help her force all the toxins in her body into the soul bone. These things are not easy to do and will also take a long time. This also means that he will be away for a while. Originally, he wanted to observe Chuan Yi and then make plans. However, at this time, he felt that it would be okay to leave now. Since Chuan Yi chose to believe in him, it would be okay for him to believe in him once. In the morning, Chuan Yi was the only one left in Douluo's medicine garden. Now, Chuan Yi finally had time to confirm the changes brought about by the evolution of the soul bone. Chuan Yi took out a basin of water and saw his face clearly through the reflection. Golden dragon pupils, vermilion dragon scales, sharp horns. Chuan Yi is like the little dragon man in anime and novels. After evolution, his horns doubled in length, and at the same time, the hardness is far beyond that before evolution, which can be used as a weapon. Not only that, the most important absorption and release ability of the red dragon horn has been greatly enhanced. With Chuan Yi's current mental power, Chuan Yi can create a 1 kilometer forbidden fire space with full exertion. Within this range, all fire elements will be absorbed and plundered by Chuan Yi's red dragon horns. Even if it is a fire attribute titled Douluo, if he does not try his best to gather his soul power, he cannot break free. In this case, they can't even easily activate their soul skills. Therefore, in the forbidden fire space, Chuan Yi is the absolute emperor of fire. The red dragon horn has more than doubled its storage of flame energy. With the current storage, Chuan Yi can release the full version of the red dragon advent 5 times. Not only that, Chuan Yi's red dragon horn can also condense a powerful fire energy ball by activating the ability to absorb and release at the same time. Due to the enhanced suction and release forces, Chuan Yi's speed and loss of condensing energy balls are greatly reduced. After talking about the red dragon horn, we must talk about the changes in the eye bones and pupils. Chuan Yi's mental power has increased so much this time, all because of it. Although the changes in the eye bones and pupils are caused by the red dragon horn, they are obviously different from the red dragon horn. Chapter 259 Supervision and True Vision. The most obvious difference is that the eye bones and pupils give Chuan Yi different abilities from the red dragon horn. For the convenience of distinction, Chuan Yi collectively refers to the changed eye bones and pupils as red dragon pupils. The abilities of the red dragon pupils are divided into 2 types. One is the basic ability. The dragon pupils give Chuan Yi inhuman resolution, ultra-long distance vision, and terrifying dynamic vision. With this pair of dragon pupils, Chuan Yi has extremely high operability in battle and other activities. Through experiments, Chuan Yi can easily control the red dragon pupils, easily switch to farsightedness, and magnify the microscope. At the farthest, Chuan Yi can see the lines on the wings of small flying insects hundreds of kilometers away. At the smallest, Chuan Yi can analyze the atomic structure of objects. This ability has surpassed the limit of optical microscopes and entered the field that can only be observed by electron microscopes. Chuan Yi named this ability supervision. In addition to supervision, the red dragon pupil also has a perspective that can see energy. This ability is like an X-ray machine, which can see the energy hidden inside things. Just like Chuan Yi can see the soul power in Douluo's body, this ability gives Chuan Yi the ability to see through all appearances. Chuan Yi named this ability the Eye of True Vision. From the perspective of being able to see through the soul power in Douluo's body, the upper limit of this ability is very high. Under the gaze of the red dragon pupils, Chuan Yi can see the energy fluctuations of the surrounding medicinal herb strains. From Chuan Yi's perspective, you can see the colorful energy glow of the medicinal garden. Moreover, what is even more amazing is that the tiny flowers and plants contain tremendous energy. According to the brightness of the light, Chuan Yi can even see the difference in level. More importantly, the object of the true eye is not limited to living things. He can also see through the energy inside objects. This is what Chuan Yi noticed by observing the soul guide iron pot. The heat energy stored inside the iron pot is displayed in the form of red fluorescence in his eyes. This discovery made Chuan Yi realize one thing immediately. That is the soul guide. Since the flow of energy can be seen, it is not a big problem to see through the energy structure of the soul guide. Immediately, Chuan Yi picked up the heart of the fiery sun and activated the Eye of True Vision. However, the invincible red dragon eye could not see through the energy inside after encountering the heart of the fiery Sunday. Even if Chuan Yi repeatedly took out and put in objects, his red dragon eye could not see through it. Chuan Yi did not expect that his red dragon eye would encounter such a strong opponent just after his debut. Chuan Yi input mental power and soul power into his eyes together. A faint golden flame ignited in the golden dragon's pupils, which was the manifestation of the spiritual power and soul power becoming real. A terrifying fluctuation was brewing in the flames, and the next moment, the dragon pupil shot out golden rays, shooting at the heart of the scorching sun. Golden light is not sunlight, it carries terrifying penetrating power, with both physical and mental damage. The golden rays shot into the heart of the scorching sun, but the cold metal seemed to be unaffected and easily blocked his sight. Zzz. Chuan Yi used the Eye of True Vision to the extreme, and his eyes gradually hurt because of the strong energy fluctuations. More than a minute later, tears flowed from the corners of Chuan Yi's eyes because of the pain. But the heart of the scorching sun did not change at all. Chuan Yi, who was about to reach his limit, stopped output. Chuan Yi wiped the red corners of his eyes and tears, and sighed, "This thing is really not simple." The true vision ray of the red dragon pupil is a perspective ray specially created to see through high-level items. When Chuan Yi's true vision eye encounters an object or person that cannot be seen through, the true vision ray will help him break through the surface defense and look directly at the things inside. It is a very domineering skill. However, this skill has no effect on the heart of the blazing Sunday. From this, we can see the extraordinary nature of the heart of the blazing Sunday. After seeing that the experiment was fruitless, Chuan Yi put the necklace back on his neck. The secret of the heart of the blazing sun is not something that he can pry into at his level. After testing the ability of the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi took out the soul power test crystal. Chuan Yi input soul power into it. The next moment, the light shone. Chuan Yi's soul power level was fixed at level 64. Seeing that the level increased by 2 levels overnight, Chuan Yi couldn't help but sigh, "This spring water is really my treasure land." After the external soul bone completed the second evolution, its quality increased significantly. The red dragon horn and the red dragon eye not only enhanced Chuan Yi's physical fitness and mental strength, but also improved Chuan Yi's soul power level. With Chuan Yi's current practice speed, it would take at least a year to increase by 2 levels. From this, we can see why the external soul bone was rated second on the Soul Master Dream list. After Douluo left, Chuan Yi was the only one left here. In the next month, Chuan Yi practiced, observed the flowers and plants in the herb garden, fed the 9-section jade, and studied the soul guide. He spent a very fulfilling daily life. During this period, Chuan Yi would also use his powerful flying ability to travel back and forth between the two places. After his strength increased, Chuan Yi's flying speed increased again. It only took Chuan Yi more than an hour to reach a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers. Therefore, Chuan Yi could decide to spend the night there as needed. In this month, Douluo was busy searching for a suitable soul bone. If he just found a soul bone casually, it would not take so long with Douluo's strength and status. However, if the adaptability and age of the soul bone are taken into account, even Douluo spent more than a month. In this month, he searched and studied the plan, and he didn't even return to his herb garden. However, fortunately, hard work pays off. After more than a month, Douluo finally found a suitable soul bone. Tiandu City, Douluo's villa. Grandpa, why did you suddenly call me here today? In a spacious room in the villa, a girl with the same green eyes as Douluo threw herself into Douluo's arms and said coquettishly. This girl was Douluo's granddaughter, Douyan. Today Douyan was supposed to go to school, but was suddenly called back to her residence by Douluo. This made Douyan happy but also confused. Douluo touched Douyan's short hair lovingly and replied, Yan Yan, Grandpa brought you a gift today. As he said, he took out a wooden box from the soul guide and handed it to Douyan. Douyan was not polite. While taking the wooden box, he said, Thank you, Grandpa, but what gift is so urgent? Douyan took the wooden box and opened it. She saw a soul bone with green fluorescence lying in the wooden box. Douyan's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands and said, This is a soul bone. Grandpa, is this for me? Douyan certainly knew what a soul bone was, and at the same time, she also understood how rare this soul bone was. She looked at Douluo in disbelief, and saw Douluo nodded affirmatively and said, This is the right arm bone produced by the 10,000-year-old Mandragora snake. It is my gift to you. Chapter 260 Force the poison into the bone. I will protect you, you can absorb it here directly. Douyan wanted to refuse, but when she saw Douluo's serious eyes, she did not insist. Douyan picked up the soul bone and sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb the soul bone. Douluo looked at Douyan with gentle eyes, and said in his heart, Today I will let the curse of poison end completely in Yanyan's generation. At this moment, Douluo is no longer the dreaded poison Douluo, but an old man fighting for his offspring. More than an hour passed, and Douyan successfully absorbed the soul bone. This year, Douyan is 18 years old. In terms of age, she is 3 years older than Chuan. Before absorbing the soul bone, she was a beast soul master with a soul power level of 36. Now, after absorbing the soul bone, Douyan's level jumped up and directly reached the 38th level. However, the biggest role of the soul bone is to enhance physical fitness, and it is also a mandala snake soul bone that is highly matched with the green phosphorus snake martial spirit. Its benefits to Douyan cannot be judged only by the soul power level. Douyan opened her eyes, full of joy in her eyes. Douluo hurriedly asked, Yan Yan, how is it? Douyan replied, It's better than ever before. Douyan could clearly feel the vigorous power in her body. As a beast soul master, Douyan's physical fitness is not weak among soul masters of the same level, but she is not superior among all beast soul masters. In battle, she will still rely more on the green phosphorus snake martial soul, but now Douyan thinks that she can try to use her physical fitness to fight against the enemy in the future. Moreover, the soul bone also comes with a powerful skill, which makes her even happier. She continued, Grandpa, this right arm bone also brought me a powerful soul skill. The name of the skill is Corrosion Seed, and its effect is to plant a powerful corrosive poison attribute soul power into the opponent's body. And the seeds can be detonated at any time. The corrosion seed detonated in the body will cause corrosive damage to the enemy's body while causing explosion damage. Although, its disadvantage is that it must be used to touch the opponent with the right hand. But for me who lacks melee means, it is a very suitable skill. As a control-type soul master, Douyan usually uses poison mist to control the field. Therefore, she also lacks melee means. The appearance of the right arm bone soul bone skill just makes up for her shortcomings. Douluo nodded approvingly and said, Well, not bad, this is a powerful skill. Douluo was also satisfied with the soul skill of the right arm bone, but he did not forget his original purpose. Yan Yan, let's talk about the soul skills later. Now we have another thing to deal with. Douluo's solemn expression made Douyan very nervous. She had never seen Douluo show such an expression in front of her. Therefore, she also vaguely realized the seriousness of the matter. Grandpa, what is it that makes you so nervous? Douluo said, Next, I will help you force all the toxins in your body into the soul bones. This process is not easy and may even be painful. I need you to cooperate with me to complete it. Douyan replied with a confused look, Force the toxins into the soul bones? Why do we do this? What are the benefits of doing this? Douluo directly explained the defects of the green scale snake martial soul and the harmfulness of the toxins to the body. Hearing Douluo's explanation, Douluo was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. She never thought that the toxins she was proud of would actually erode her body in turn. She hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start now." Douluo smiled with relief when he saw Douluo realize the seriousness of the problem. However, he warned, "Yan, this matter is not that simple. This poison has already spread all over your body along with the soul power. It is very difficult to force it all into the soul bone. If you are not careful, it will cause a backlash. By then, even I can't save your life." Douluo's pretty face turned pale. She is still young, and there is a bright future waiting for her. She doesn't want to die. However, if the poison is not expelled, she is like carrying a time bomb. Douluo gritted her teeth and said hard, "Grandpa, don't say anything more, let's start." Douluo looked at Douluo distressedly. It was all his fault. If he was sure, he would never scare his doting granddaughter. However, the next process will be a very difficult process for Douluo. If she is not mentally prepared, she may not be able to bear it. "Okay, you are worthy of being the granddaughter of poison Douluo. Yan, next, I will use soul pressure to force out all the toxins in your body. In this process, you need to withstand the pressure, operate soul power, and force all the toxins into the soul bone. During this period, you will not only endure the pain of oppression, but also the pain caused by the attack of toxins. Are you ready?" Douluo nodded with difficulty. After all, it was related to her safety, so she had to do it even if it was impossible. "Okay, then we will start next." Then Douluo took out a medicine bottle from his arms, took out a pill from it and handed it to Douluo, saying, "This is a detoxification pill, which can remove most of the toxins hidden in your body. However, it does not have such a strong effect on those stubborn toxins that have accumulated over the years and hidden deep in the body. Therefore, it must be combined with soul pressure on the whole body to remove all toxins in one fell swoop. This pill is a detoxification pill specially prepared by Douluo for Douluo with his own knowledge. In the past month, in addition to searching for soul bones, Douluo has put all his energy here. Although he can't make an antidote pill to solve his own toxins, it is not difficult for him to make an antidote pill that can solve Douluo's toxins." Douluo swallowed the pill and looked at Douluo with a face ready to die. "I'm ready, let's start, Grandpa." Douluo was not anxious, he quietly waited for the moment when the drug took effect. After 5 minutes, Douluo's eyes condensed and he said anxiously, "Now, Yan, focus all your attention on the operation of soul power. As long as I don't stop, you must do your best to operate soul power." The next moment, Douluo was afraid the terrifying soul pressure fell on Douluo. In just a moment, Douluo groaned, and her skin turned red due to the strong pressure. Douluo raised the soul pressure level to level 40. General soul masters cannot even withstand soul pressure lower than his soul level. Even if Douluo is a beast soul master with strong physical fitness, it is not easy to be oppressed by soul pressure beyond her own soul level. If she had not just absorbed the soul bone and strengthened her physical fitness, she might have fallen down directly. Chapter 261 A Promise. Douluo immediately shouted, "Quick, operate the soul power." "Yes." After Douluo answered with difficulty, she immediately operated the soul power and controlled the soul power to force all the toxins in her body into the soul bone. The toxins in her body were forced into the meridians under the pressure of Douluo's soul power. As soon as the toxins were forced out, Douluo wrapped the toxins with soul power and moved the toxins to her right arm. Douluo has been practicing poison skills since she was a child, and her body has long been infected with toxins. Although the detoxification pills have eliminated most of the toxins, there are still many toxins hidden in every corner of her body. Tick, tick. Countless beads of sweat not only soaked Douluo's clothes, but also soaked the ground. Time has lasted for more than an hour. The two of them looked like they were motionless during the whole process, but the consumption of Douluo was no less than that of a fierce battle. However, what made Douluo happy was that Douluo's hair color and pupil color actually changed. This gave him hope. He hurriedly encouraged, "Persist, Yan, it works." Douluo no longer had the strength to answer, she closed her eyes directly and put all her energy into the operation of her soul power. The most difficult part of this process is that Douluo cannot summon her martial soul and can only rely on her own body to resist. As time passed, Duguyan's body gradually became shaky. Douluo was extremely distressed, but he did not dare to relax. If he could not remove all the toxins in one fell swoop, it would be even more difficult to remove them next time. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Douluo shouted, "Wake up!" This time, Douluo mixed a hint of mental shock in his voice. This shocked the dizzy Duguyan, who used her last strength to operate her soul power. Douluo could see that Duguyan was on the verge of her limit, but the toxins in Duguyan's body had not been completely removed. The further she went, the more stubborn toxins were left, and the longer it would take to filter them. However, at this time, the detoxification pills swallowed before the start still played a powerful role. During the whole process, the drug power was transmitted to various parts of the body as the soul power operated, and the stubborn toxins became milder under the effect of the drug power. Soul power oppression and detoxification pills. The two-pronged effect was very powerful, and Duguyan's hair color changed visibly. Her hair color was a dark purple that did not exist on the mainland. This is because the poisoning caused the hair color to be infected by the toxin. Although the dark purple hair and emerald green pupils gave Duguyan a strange temperament. However, the original black hair and black pupils are more natural. Although Duguyan was also in pain, as the toxins were removed, she felt more relaxed and comfortable. Finally, after more than 2 hours of painstaking persistence, Duguyan forced all the toxins into her soul bone. Success! Douluo saw that Duguyan's hair turned into black hair, and he knew that the detoxification was successful. He hurriedly removed the soul pressure. "Be careful." I saw that Duguyan lost consciousness at the end, and her body fell forward uncontrollably. Douluo caught Duguyan and carefully wiped the sweat off her face. Usually, she always kept a cold and hard expression outside, but at this moment, she completely melted. Douluo looked at Duguyan with an infinitely gentle expression, and whispered, "Yan Yan, you've worked hard." At this moment, Douluo was relieved, grateful, and regretful. However, fortunately, everything went well, which finally put Douluo's heart at ease. At this time, the figure of Chuan Yi flashed through Douluo's mind. This time, I really owe a big favor. Although Douluo was cold, he was definitely not an ungrateful person. Chuan Yi's method saved Duguyan, which was a favor that needed to be repaid. However, when Douluo thought of Chuan Yi, he felt inexplicably unhappy. It was the first time he met such a junior who had nowhere to start. Now, with this incident, he had no way to deal with Chuan Yi. "Oh!" Douluo sighed. A week later, after repeatedly checking Duguyan's body, Douluo completely confirmed that the toxins in Duguyan's body had been cleared. In the future, when Duguyan practices poison skills, he will store the toxins in his soul bone. This way, no matter how Duguyan practices in the future, it will not affect his body. Moreover, after forcing the toxins into the soul bone, the toxicity of the soul bone skill, the seed of corrosion, was unexpectedly enhanced, greatly increasing the power of the skill. The several toxins produced by Duguyan's soul skills are mixed with the corrosive toxins in the soul bone, making it more dangerous and difficult to solve. This greatly increases the strength of Duguyan, who uses poison as a means of control. After confirming that there is no problem, Douluo returned to his medicine garden after more than a month. As soon as Douluo returned to the medicine garden, he found Chuan Yi sitting on a cabbage that looked like a red jade cabbage. In front of the herb, he stared at it in a trance. That herb was a special herb that absorbed the extremely hot energy of the spring water. The extremely hot breath around it was so hot that even he could only stay for a while. However, Chuan Yi seemed to have been sitting for a long time, which could be seen from the burnt clothes on his body. Seeing this scene, Douluo also realized the specialness of Chuan Yi. Fire immunity. Including Chuan Yi's previous diving into the spring, he had a certain guess about Chuan Yi's ability. Douluo saw that Chuan Yi had no reaction to his arrival, so he asked in confusion. "Hey, kid, what's so good about this thing?" After hearing this, Chuan Yi retracted his gaze and replied, "Nothing, just take a look." Douluo warned, "I advise you not to think too much. This thing is the most terrifying poisonous weed in this medicinal garden, it is so poisonous that even I can't stay here." Chuan Yi showed a non-committal expression and asked, "Senior seems to be in a good mood, is there anything good?" Chuan Yi saw that Douluo's expression was much better than last time, and he roughly guessed the reason in his heart. Douluo was stared at by Chuan Yi and felt embarrassed, but he still said, "Your words about forcing the poison into the bones are indeed very effective." "Oh, then according to the oath, we will be the joint operators of this treasure land in the future. Douluo was upset, but he nodded with difficulty and said, this time I owe you a favor. In addition to joint operation, I can ask Xuanyi for help without violating the principles. Boy, I rarely show kindness this time, so cherish this opportunity. Xuanyi was surprised. Douluo is much easier to deal with than he looks. He was conquered by him before he even showed his trump card. Moreover, according to Xuanyi's observation, Douluo seems to have not solved his poisoning problem. According to the oath of the two, as long as Douluo does not solve the problem, Xuanyi will not be considered to have truly completed the conditions. Chapter 262 Microscope and Research. Douluo became so easy, perhaps because he was away from home for more than a month. Combined with Xuanyi's understanding of Douluo, he guessed that the reason was probably because of his granddaughter. Douluo saw Xuanyi standing there in a daze, and said dissatisfiedly, why, this is the promise of a titled Douluo, there are few things in this world that a titled Douluo cannot accomplish. Moreover, I do what I say, as long as it does not violate my principles as a human being, I can agree to it. Xuanyi's mouth corners slowly rose, and he was very happy in his heart. He smiled and said, this is what the senior said, then I won't be polite. Douluo saw Xuanyi's not pure expression, and felt bad in his heart, but the words had been said, and he could not regret it. Boy, you have to think carefully, there is only one chance. Douluo warned uneasily. However, the next moment, Douluo saw Xuanyi took out a strange device from his storage soul guide. Then, Xuanyi said to Douluo, Senior, I have thought of something now, and I want to ask you for a favor. So fast, don't you need to think about it again? Douluo was shocked by the speed of Xuanyi's decision. Xuanyi shook his head affirmatively and said, no, I have already decided on this matter. Xuanyi didn't seem to be joking, Douluo said. Okay, tell me. The thing I want to ask you is very simple, I just want to share all the research results about the medicine garden with you. Xuanyi handed the equipment in his hand to Douluo. Research. Douluo took the equipment and said in confusion, is it just this matter? I am not being modest, in fact, I know very little about this medicine garden, and I am not a professional pharmacist or doctor. Most of my research is around poison. Do you want to make this request even so? Xuanyi said, of course, but there is a key point in my request. The research results mentioned here not only refer to the past and present, but also the future. Xuanyi knew that next, Douluo would focus on solving his own problems. During this process, Douluo had to study medicinal materials. These information are all very valuable treasures, and Xuanyi can't miss them. Future, you are really greedy. Douluo understood that Xuanyi was going to treat him as his researcher. Moreover, the deadline was a lifetime. However, this did not violate his principles after all, and he could only nod and agree, okay, I promise. Xuanyi nodded with satisfaction. There are two things that Xuanyi values most, that is, strength and knowledge. In terms of strength, Xuanyi himself does not need Douluo's help. The only thing left is knowledge. Therefore, Xuanyi used this only promise to collect knowledge. Especially about the knowledge of herbs, he is very lacking, and now Douluo can just supplement this knowledge. After Douluo agreed, he raised his hand to observe the object in his hand and asked curiously, what is this? Xuanyi replied, this is a gift from me to the senior to help the senior with research. Its name is microscope, and it is a research tool I specially prepared for my seniors. With it, I am sure it will be of great benefit to my research. Microscope? How to use this thing? Douluo flipped it back and forth and found that its main body was a metal cylinder, but he didn't know what it was used for. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone needing the help of instruments to study medicinal materials. Xuanyi smiled and said, come, I'll tell you how to use this instrument. After Xuanyi reached out for the microscope, he took out a small piece of transparent glass. Then, Xuanyi took out a small piece of dried meat in front of Douluo. Then, Xuanyi stretched out his fingers, condensed his soul power into a knife, and cut off a thin slice of meat. Douluo, who was watching Xuanyi, was shocked by Xuanyi's meticulous soul power control. This is pure soul power control. After the soul power leaves the body, it can be condensed into a sharp blade. This kind of operation is not something that everyone can do. This is different from soul skills. It requires personal tireless practice to reach such a level. Through this move, Douluo knew that Chuan Yi was not the type to be forced to grow. Under Douluo's surprised eyes, Chuan Yi cut the meat slices into appropriate sizes and put them between the two lenses. Then, he put the lens with the meat slices at the bottom of the microscope. Chuan Yi aimed his eyes at the eyepiece and began to adjust the angle. After adjusting, Chuan Yi motioned Douluo to come to him to observe. "Come, senior, observe it yourself, and you will know what it can do." Douluo walked to Chuan Yi, imitated Chuan Yi's movements, and aimed his eyes at the eyepiece. When he saw the scene on the other side of the lens, even a strong man of Douluo's level made a sound of surprise. What is this?" A pattern with dense and complex structures in the eyepiece appeared in front of him. Chuan Yi explained on the side, "This is the piece of meat just now, but this is the scene after being magnified hundreds of times by a microscope." Douluo no longer listened to Chuan Yi's words. He stayed there at this time, observing attentively. After a long time, he slowly raised his eyes and said in surprise, "Microscope, it really lives up to its name. I didn't expect that the meat we usually eat would be so complicated after being magnified." Douluo felt that his worldview had been impacted at this moment. An extremely small piece of meat also has such a complex structure. This is the research prop I gave to my predecessor. In the past, when studying medicinal materials, people could only use the method of personal trial to test its efficacy. But with it, we can see its structure and effect in a more essential way. This microscope was specially made before Chuan Yi came. Not only is the material excellent, but the performance is also the strongest at this stage. Douluo stared at Chuan Yi in a daze. Seeing Chuan Yi's unexpected behavior, he felt a shock in his heart. He never thought that Chuan Yi would have such means. After his test, he could observe that this microscope was not a soul guide. Moreover, the metal on the outer layer was the most common metal. Such a magical thing could be made with just these ordinary things. Douluo had a deep suspicion of Chuan Yi's origin. He didn't believe that an ordinary descendant of a soul Douluo family would have such a strange thing. "I know this thing is very strange, but how to use it specifically?" Douluo asked curiously. Chuan Yi said, "This microscope can see the structure of animals and plants. With it, you can put a drop of your own blood into the lens, and then use some medicinal materials to observe its specific effect on the human body. In this way, you can observe the specific effect of medicinal materials without harming your body. The microscope has a variety of uses. I only proposed the simplest method. For more uses, seniors can study it by themselves." Chapter 263 Ruyi Bibeo Nugget. Douluo's hand holding the microscope trembled slightly. He seemed to understand Chuan Yi's meaning. Indeed, if there is a tool that can see the changes in small things, then he can study the detoxification plan in a safer way. "This thing is of great help to me, so I'll take it. However, I won't take your things for nothing. In exchange, I'll take this thing and exchange it with you." As he said this, he took out a blue leather bag from his body and threw it to Chuan Yi. The leather bag was very small, although it was larger than the average sachet. It was only about the size of 2 adult palms. However, this leather bag looked unusually small in Chuan Yi's hand. Chuan Yi's keen perception detected the special fluctuations emitted by the leather bag. In recent days, Chuan Yi, who has been studying soul guides, saw at a glance that this was a soul guide. Douluo explained, "It's called Ruyi Bibeo Nang, and it's the same soul guide on your chest. It's a storage soul guide. However, unlike the Mei Mao Huang, this can hold living things." "Living things?" Chuan Yi showed a surprised expression on his face. Although his fiery sun heart has a huge storage space, it cannot hold living things. The existence of Ruyi Bibeo Nang once again refreshed Chuan Yi's understanding of soul guides. However, at the same time, Chuan Yi immediately thought of its specific use. Chuan Yi stretched out his hand and lightly touched his forehead, and a strange spiritual wave spread out from Chuan Yi to the surroundings. Although this spiritual wave was silent, a sound like a dragon's roar sounded in Douluo's heart. What was even more strange was that Douluo felt the feeling of blood suppression from Chuan Yi's spiritual power. This feeling Douluo thought of a word. Dragon power. However, why would a weapon spirit master have dragon power that could affect him? How many secrets does this guy have? Douluo felt that he could not see through Chuan Yi more and more. Just when Chuan Yi's spiritual fluctuations spread to the medicine garden, a emerald green fluorescence suddenly flashed. Chuan Yi reached out and took the 9-section jade into his palm. For more than a month, under Chuan Yi's feeding, the 9-section jade grew from its original 5-inch size to a 7-inch small snake. The crystal-clear body seemed to be carved out of emerald green jade. Not only that, compared to a month ago, the pupils of the 9-section jade gradually turned red. 2 red stars dotted in the emerald green made the 9-section jade an exquisite handicraft. Chuan Yi said to Douluo, "Can the Ruyi treasure bag hold this little thing? And, if I'm not mistaken, can it also hold herbs?" Douluo said proudly, "Yes, storage soul guides are common, but soul guides that can hold living things are very rare. This should be able to offset the microscope you gave me, right?" "Of course." Chuan Yi's face showed a pleasant expression, but soon Chuan Yi showed a confused expression. He asked, "But, senior, won't you use the Ruyi treasure bag in your next research? Will giving it to me now affect your research?" Douluo said nonchalantly, "Research work doesn't need to go out, just complete it here, so what if I give it to you?" In Douluo's heart, the value of the microscope is more precious than the Ruyi treasure bag. After all, this is about his own life. "Then, I'll take it." Seeing Douluo say so, Chuan Yi happily accepted Douluo's gift. He put the Ruyi treasure bag into the heart of the sun and thanked Douluo. After the two exchanged gifts, the relationship between them seemed to be closer. "By the way, what did you do just now when you sat in front of that poisonous grass?" After exchanging gifts, Douluo couldn't help but ask Chuan Yi out of curiosity. Chuan Yi did not hide Douluo's question and answered generously, "I was just observing the energy flow of the fiery apricot delicate shoe." "Fiery apricot delicate shoe? Do you know its name?" Douluo asked in surprise. Chuan Yi replied, "This is a very poisonous grass that only grows in hot places. This plant can even survive in magma. According to records, people have discovered its existence in volcanic craters, underground fire veins and other places, and recorded it." Chuan Yi told Douluo the information collected by his grandmother. Douluo showed a clear expression on his face, and then he asked, "What does it mean to observe the energy flow? Can you see the energy flow inside the poisonous grass?" Douluo was confused by Chuan Yi's use of the word observation. Generally, soul masters can only roughly observe the strength of the breath using their mental power. As for the internal soul power flow, they can only roughly sense it and cannot observe it in detail. Moreover, for poisonous grasses of the level of fiery apricot, even Douluo's mental power cannot penetrate it. However, Chuan Yi has a pair of true eyes that can see through all appearances. Under the gaze of the red dragon eyes, the energy flow of fiery apricot was clearly visible. Chuan Yi smiled faintly, and then raised his right hand. The flame pattern of the fiery sun gauntlet lit up, and countless crystal clear and tiny fire element soul powers emerged from Chuan Yi's palm. Gradually, the shape of the soul power changed into the shape of a cabbage under the control of Chuan Yi's mental power. "This is the fiery apricot tree." Douluo was stunned to see the fiery apricot tree growing from Chuan Yi's palm. Chuan Yi was concentrating on building the soul power shape of his palm. Finally, the soul power version of the fiery apricot tree was completed. Immediately, a hot fire poisonous breath emanated from Chuan Yi's palm, covering the two of them. Douluo felt uncomfortable and found that if he continued to stay with Chuan Yi, his body would probably be corroded by the fire poison. This feeling was exactly the same as the fiery apricot tree. Chuan Yi maintained the fiery apricot tree and stretched it towards Douluo, answering, "This is the result of my observation these days." A fierce flame breath rushed towards him, and Douluo took a step back in panic. Because he could feel an extremely strong energy fluctuation from it. He could even feel that the energy in it was moving very actively, which made Douluo feel threatened by his life. Once the internal energy is out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. "Quick, take it back quickly, do you want to burn the herb garden?" Douluo hurriedly advised. Chuan Yi saw Douluo's panic expression and smiled with satisfaction, then he said, "Don't worry, everything is under control." Then, Chuan Yi controlled the output of soul power, the strong energy fluctuation slowly restrained, and the strong fire poison was controlled around Chuan Yi. A red and transparent fiery apricot was quietly suspended in Chuan Yi's palm. Douluo realized that he had just taken a step back, which made his cheeks slightly hot, but this also proved how terrifying Chuan Yi's fiery apricot was. He carefully observed Chuan Yi's palm, and said, "This thing is just like a living fiery apricot. How did you do it?" Chapter 264 Self-Created Soul Skill, Fiery Apricot. It is clearly an energy body composed of soul power, but it gives Douluo the illusion of being alive. However, after calming down, Douluo found that the fiery apricot constructed by Chuan Yi still lacked the authenticity and vitality of the creature itself. However, the fire poison breath it exudes and the impact on the body are no less than the real fiery apricot. This can be called a magical method of creating something out of thin air, which simply shocked Douluo. Chuan Yi replied, I used my mental power to outline the shape, and used my own soul power to simulate the energy operation mode of fiery apricot, so that it flows in the structure constructed by mental power. Unexpectedly, in the end, I actually constructed an imitation with similar properties. After answering Douluo, Chuan Yi first withdrew the soul power in his hand, and the fiery apricot also turned into a light spot and was taken back into Chuan Yi's body. Although Chuan Yi remained relaxed throughout the whole process, the consumption was not small. Usually, Chuan Yi completed it with the red dragon eyes open. Like today, if you want to construct all this with your naked eyes, you need to consume 100 times more mental energy, and the mental and soul energy consumption to construct and maintain it is very huge. Apart from the soul crystal and the red dragon horn, Chuan Yi consumed 80% of his soul power. However, being around the spring, soul power consumption is not a problem. The real reason why Chuan Yi felt difficult was the consumption of mental and mental energy. You know, in order to completely imitate the fiery apricot, Chuan Yi must completely construct all its energy running trajectories. It's like Chuan Yi must construct all its meridians and let the soul power run in the constructed meridians according to the operation mode observed by Chuan Yi. If it weren't for the evolution of the soul bone, which increased Chuan Yi's mental power by 100 times, he really couldn't do this. After listening to Chuan Yi's explanation, Douluo was more confused. First, the most fundamental question is how to observe the running trajectory. Second, even if the running trajectory is observed, how to construct it is also a problem. Due to the constraints of the senses, people's control over their soul power is always limited. Just like, people can control their bodies to complete a series of actions, but they cannot perceive and control a single cell in the body. And, in order to build the soul power meridians of Lihuo Xingjiaishu, soul power control must reach the cell level. Finally, even if these can be done, can simple imitation really produce the same effect and power? Douluo knew that things were far from as simple as Chuan Yi said, but this involved the other party's secrets, so he was not convenient to continue asking. Boy, what is the name of your skill? Douluo asked. Chuan Yi was puzzled. Name? What name? Douluo held his forehead helplessly and said, your skill can be regarded as a self-created soul skill, and if I am not mistaken, the power after the explosion is at least 50,000 years. Oh, the senior is talking about this. Chuan Yi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Speaking of which, in the process of observing and imitating the fiery apricot beauty, he really didn't think too much. However, Chuan Yi felt that this seemed to be able to exercise his soul power control, multitasking, and true vision. Unexpectedly, the final effect was better than Chuan Yi expected. Well. Chuan Yi lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and answered, since it is a skill born after imitating the fiery apricot beauty, let's just call it the fiery apricot beauty. In this way, Chuan Yi hastily determined the name of his self-created soul skill. Chuan Yi's self-created soul skill, the fiery apricot beauty, has two effects. One is the fire poison it brings. Since Chuan Yi's martial soul and fiery apricot were both baptized by the energy of the spring water, the two can be said to be of the same origin to some extent. In addition, Chuan Yi can use the true vision eye of the red dragon eye to control the soul power at the atomic level, which also means that Chuan Yi can imitate at the atomic level. This led to Chuan Yi's successful reproduction of the best fire poison of fiery apricot. This fire poison is a fierce toxin that can harm titled Douluo. This effect alone is enough to achieve the soul skill effect attached to the 50,000-year soul ring. As for the second effect of fiery apricot, it is the ability that just made Douluo retreat. By speeding up the flow of soul power, Chuan Yi can detonate the terrifying energy concentrated in fiery apricot. What's more terrifying is that at the same time of the explosion, the hidden fire poison will explode together, causing large-scale damage. Being swept by the fire poison will cause more corrosive damage than burns. This is like the nuclear radiation after a nuclear bomb explodes. Although you can avoid the direct damage of the explosion, you can't avoid the hidden radiation damage. Although it is a soul skill created by Chuan Yi naturally, its power and damage make Chuan Yi a little afraid. If this soul skill is accidentally released to the center of a city, the power of the explosion alone can destroy most of the area. Secondly, the fire poison released by the explosion will sweep all creatures outside the explosion range. Even if you are lucky enough to avoid the explosion, you will die from the fierce fire poison. Chuan Yi thought of this and said in his heart, I hope there will be no day to use this soul skill. Since Douluo returned, he and Chuan Yi fell into a busy stage. After Douluo got the microscope, he started the research phase that afternoon. At first, he used a microscope to observe his toxins and physical condition. From his own venom, blood, to the flowers and plants in the herb garden, he observed them one by one. So far, Douluo began to study the detoxification. And Chuan Yi was completely immersed in practice and learning. Practice is still divided into physical practice, mental practice, and soul practice. Regarding physical training, because Lu Gao's forging progress was much slower than expected, Chuan Yi could only forge a full body armor weighing 100,000 kilograms with the failed 72 strike level metal. Wearing this armor, even with Chuan Yi's current strength, he can only walk slowly. However, the terrifying weight also brought Chuan Yi an extraordinary training effect. Under the torture of the extreme weight, Chuan Yi's body was heading towards an increasingly terrifying realm. Moreover, Chuan Yi also found that physical exercise around the spring water would not only speed up the body's recovery, but also speed up the body's absorption of the heaven and earth elemental force. Here, Chuan Yi's physical training efficiency is 5 times that of the outside world. Through Chuan Yi's red dragon eye, Chuan Yi can observe his physical condition. During this process, Chuan Yi can monitor the changes in his body during exercise. As long as he finds that any action will cause physical damage, he can adjust it immediately. Moreover, even if Chuan Yi's body is inevitably damaged, he can immediately carry out targeted repairs. It's like Chuan Yi always carries a full-range body detector to escort his physical training. Chapter 265 Copying Soul Guidance. After talking about physical training, the next step is mental training. Regarding mental power, Chuan Yi conducts control exercises through observation and imitation. The fiery apricot is a very perfect way to practice. In short, this soul skill can be said to be a skill that combines form change and property change. Chuan Yi's goal is to reach the realm of instant release without relying on the red dragon eye. By then, Chuan Yi's control will definitely be improved to a more terrifying level. As for the remaining soul power cultivation, Chuan Yi only needs to stay around the spring water, and the soul power in his body will circulate automatically without doing anything. It is no exaggeration to say that the speed of cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the heaven and earth energy here is extremely pure, and Chuan Yi has no worries about forcing things to grow. The only drawback is that it is too far away from the dormitory. These days, Chuan Yi has only a very short time to spend with Huo Wu. However, now that Chuan Yi has fulfilled his oath with Douluo, he has decided to leave here temporarily. Senior, I'm going to leave for a while. Chuan Yi has lived here for 2 months, and has been with Douluo for more than a month. The two eat and live together. When Chuan Yi is practicing, Douluo studies on the side. At night, Chuan Yi lies in the spring water to practice, while Douluo deals with the backlash at the foot of the mountain. In this process, both of them put down their disguises, and gradually they became friends who can talk about anything. Therefore, when Douluo saw that Chuan Yi was going to leave for a while, he felt lost. He asked in a low voice, "How long will you be gone?" Chuan Yi smiled and said, "Why can't you bear to leave me? Don't worry, it won't be long. I will come back after I finish my business." Douluo showed a disgusted expression after hearing this, then turned around and left. After walking a distance, he waved casually and said, "Go, I won't see you off." Douluo's mood fluctuated erratically. Chuan Yi cursed in his heart, he is just like an old boy, not a master at all. Apart from his cold appearance, the real Douluo does his own thing, but he also has his own principles and his nature is not bad. He is very generous to those he recognizes. During the days of living together, Douluo will also guide Chuan Yi's practice. The experience of being a titled Douluo is also precious to Chuan Yi. This also made Chuan Yi slowly recognize Douluo. "Then I'm leaving." Chuan Yi greeted loudly, and then turned into a flame and flew out of the poison formation. An hour and a half later, Chuan Yi returned to the dormitory. It is afternoon now. Usually at this time, Huo Wu would practice her soul skills. Chuan Yi did not find Huo Wu around the cabin and the lake. However, he knew that Huowu was practicing in seclusion in the simulated environment. The semester will end in less than a month. As the semester approaches the end, Huowu focuses on breaking through the bottleneck. In 2 years, Huowu has risen 4 levels in a row. Now, she is only 1 step away from a breakthrough. Chuan Yi chose to come back at this time, in large part for Huowu. Knowing that Huowu is still practicing, Chuan Yi did not disturb her. He turned around and came to the second blacksmith shop where Lu Gao was. Chuan Yi walked to Lu Gao's personal forging room with ease. Since taking on the task of forging armor, Lu Gao would stay in his forging room during the day to study and experiment with the various properties of soul guide metals. However, today there was no sound of iron forging that usually went around. Dong dong dong. Come in. Lu Gao's voice sounded. Chuan Yi pushed open the door and walked in. Young master, you are back. Lu Gao greeted Chuan Yi with a smile. Chuan Yi smiled and said, look at your expression, is it successful? Lu Gao nodded excitedly and stretched out his hand to lead Chuan Yi to his workbench. On Lu Gao's forging table, various soul-guided metals were placed, and there were various carving tools of different shapes on the side. These carving tools were actually forged with soul-guided metals. There was even a magnifying glass fixed on a bracket on the table. Lu Gao walked to the workbench, picked up a piece of dark soul-guided metal, and handed it to Chuan Yi. The surface of the metal was flat and smooth. What was strange was that a complex pattern could be vaguely seen on the flat surface. Obviously, this was artificially carved. Lu Gao handed it to Chuan Yi, and then excitedly explained, young master, this is what I carved by imitating the pattern you carved. Chuan Yi took the metal, and then he took out a shining gold soul coin from his fiery sun heart. Then, while inputting soul power into the metal, he brought the gold soul coin close to the metal. As Chuan Yi injected soul power into the metal, his soul power was smoothly injected into the soul guide metal, and then, the complex patterns on the metal surface lit up with a faint fluorescence under the injection of soul power. Then Chuan Yi could feel a strange soul power fluctuation emanating from the metal. The next moment, the gold soul coin in Chuan Yi's hand suddenly disappeared when it was only a few centimeters away from the metal. When Chuan Yi saw this, his expression remained calm, but his eyes were full of joy. He turned his head to Lu Gao and praised, Master Lu, you can successfully copy the storage soul guide in more than a month. You are worthy of being a master craftsman. Lu Gao hurriedly said, the young master is really amazing. I can complete it because of the samples and drawings provided by the young master. Without these, even if you give me more time, I can't do it. Lu Gao looked at Chuan Yi with admiration. Although Chuan Yi was 1 year younger, he could create miracles in forging. This convinced Lu Gao. Being able to refine special soul guide metals is not enough. A month ago, Chuan Yi suddenly appeared and successfully carved a complex pattern on the metal in front of him. Then, the metal with the pattern turned into a small storage soul guide that can hold a small amount of items. At that moment, Lu Gao was shocked. This is an ancient technique that has been lost. He has never heard of anyone who can replicate a soul guide. As a result, he didn't expect that his young master could actually replicate the soul guide. However, what is even more amazing is that the young master also taught him the method of making soul guides. Since that day, Lu Gao temporarily stopped forging armor and poured all his energy into studying soul guides. Fortunately, Lu Gao is good at forging fine objects. It took more than a month to successfully carve out the complex pattern without any difference. Moreover, during the carving process, he also needs to inject a certain amount of soul power into the carved lines through the carving knife throughout the process. However, as a soul master of the soul saint level, compared with the complex patterns, it is not difficult to input soul power. Chuan Yi re-injected soul power, and the next moment, the metal lit up with fluorescence and spit out the gold soul coin. Chuan Yi took the gold soul coin and laughed out loud. Sure enough, as long as the method of this soul guide is mastered, even if it is not me, I can make it. Chapter 266 Soul Ring and Soul Guide. With the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi saw that when the soul guide is running, it will form a complex but orderly pattern. Immediately, Chuan Yi realized that the essence of the soul guide lies in these group files. Chuan Yi, who realized this, used his terrifying eyesight and strong control to perfectly replicate the pattern of a small soul guide on the soul guide metal. The moment Chuan Yi finished carving, Chuan Yi immediately input soul power into it. Soul power flowed freely in the soul guide metal, but when the soul power flowed into the carving, it produced an unexpected effect. The next moment, the metal emitted energy fluctuations that Chuan Yi was very familiar with. That was the fluctuation of space. That day, Chuan Yi successfully copied the storage soul guide. Although it was only a small storage soul guide that could store 1 cubic meter, being able to copy it meant that Chuan Yi could also copy other soul guides. The secret hidden inside was exposed under the gaze of Chuan Yi's red dragon pupil. Knowing that the source of the special function of the soul guide was this special pattern, Chuan Yi began to buy a large number of soul guides. From low-level lighting soul guides to high-level large-capacity storage soul guides. No matter the level or function, as long as the price is right, Chuan Yi bought a lot with a big hand. In addition to practicing, Chuan Yi would observe the special patterns contained in it one by one. During the research process, Chuan Yi found that soul power would produce different effects under special operating conditions. This made Chuan Yi think of the soul ring, a special carrier. The so-called soul ring is not to input soul power into it and produce special effects. Therefore, the soul ring itself can be regarded as a special soul guide. After evolving the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi observed many things, but he found that he ignored his own soul ring. Having gotten used to the existence of soul rings, Chuan Yi lost his curiosity about them. However, fortunately, Chuan Yi realized this again. Immediately, he began to observe his soul ring. Under the true vision of the red dragon eye, the simple soul ring presented a completely different scene. The inside of the materialized soul power ring, the whole body of the soul ring is engraved with dense and complex patterns. Moreover, Chuan Yi also found that the patterns of each soul ring are different. The patterns of yellow soul rings are different from those of yellow soul rings, and the patterns of black soul rings are also different from those of black soul rings. As the age of soul rings increases, the complexity of the patterns is even more terrifying. His 90,000-year soul ring has various complex patterns crisscrossing on it. Chuan Yi felt dizzy at just one glance. When Chuan Yi inputs soul power into the soul ring, the soul power will operate according to certain rules, and then produce specific effects. At this moment, Chuan Yi felt the pleasure of knowing why and why. This feeling is like a driver who only knows how to drive on weekdays, and understands the structure and operating principle of the car. Here, Chuan Yi seems to have touched the true meaning of Douluo continent. This is also the fundamental reason why Chuan Yi can create his own soul skill, Fiery Apricot. In this world, soul power is the universal key to unlock everything. As long as you master the way to use soul power, everything is possible. And the red dragon eye makes all this possible. Now, Lu Gao has also successfully copied the soul guide under the guidance of Chuan Yi, which means that the Chuan family has completely mastered the production method of soul guide. Master Lu, since we can copy the soul guide, I hope my armor can stack more soul guide effects. We can add storage functions to the armor. At first, the armor forged by Chuan Yi existed only for weight training. However, as time went by, under the continuous pursuit of Lu Gao and Chuan Yi, it gradually deviated from its original appearance. Lu Gao did not feel troubled. In forging, his attitude was the same as Chuan Yi. I will take this into consideration during the forging process. Lu Gao readily agreed, but he said with a slightly awkward expression, "But young master, regarding the soul guide, only you have the ability to obtain the soul guide pattern. If you can't tell me in advance, I can't engrave it into it before forging." Lu Gao doesn't have the red dragon eye, so he can only rely on the soul guide pattern provided by Chuan Yi to replicate it. Of course, Chuan Yi also thought of this, so he said, "Of course I know this, and leave all the soul guide pattern matters to me. Master Lu, continue to study the metal properties and armor design first. This armor is too complicated, and we must work together." Lu Gao nodded in approval. He was responsible for forging the shell of the soul guide, and Chuan Yi was responsible for designing the core, so that the strengths of the two could be maximized. Okay, in this case, I will continue to study the properties of these metals. Chuan Yi took on this task not to ask for trouble. Studying these patterns is to understand the essence of soul power. Moreover, Chuan Yi's research on patterns is not limited to soul guides, but also soul rings. Chuan Yi has a conjecture in his mind. Can the patterns of soul rings be copied and play their role? Theoretically, soul rings are special products formed by the condensation of soul power. If someone can control soul power and build an identical soul power energy ring, can they create artificial soul rings? This idea has been lingering in Chuan Yi's mind since just now. If this is not possible, can Chuan Yi copy some of the patterns to produce some of the effects of soul skills? After making up his mind, Chuan Yi decided to put this matter on the same level as cultivation. Immediately, Chuan Yi took the metal that Lu Gao was going to practice in the forging room of Lu Gao. Lu Gao has a lot of smooth metal blocks like the ones just now, hundreds of them. These are mass-produced using steam forging hammers. Even soul guide metal cannot maintain its hardness under the forging of a heavy all-metal hammer. Taking the metal block, Chuan Yi returned to his forging room and began to study and replicate other types of soul guides. He first took out a blue leather bag from his arms, and then took out a green snake from the blue leather bag. These two things were none other than the Ruyi Bibao bag and the 9-section jade that Chuan Yi took from Douluo. What Chuan Yi has to do now is to replicate the patterns inside the Ruyi Bibao bag. This is a special storage soul guide that can store living things. If it can be replicated, it will be of great significance. Chuan Yi put the 9-section jade, which was still sleeping, aside. The next moment, a red bulge appeared on Chuan Yi's forehead. As soon as the bulge rose, a pair of domineering horns broke out of his body. As the horns extended upward, along the horns, Chuan Yi's upper face was covered with dragon scales. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes turned into cold golden dragon pupils. In the dazzling eyes, strong mental fluctuations were brewing. From the perspective of the red dragon pupil, the whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 267 Breakthrough and Gift. Chuan Yi held the Ruyi treasure bag and input his soul power into it. At this time, Chuan Yi's dragon pupils stared at the Ruyi treasure bag. At this moment, he saw the special patterns flashing inside the leather bag. Relying on his powerful mental power, Chuan Yi quickly memorized all the patterns in his mind. Through repeated memory and comparison, Chuan Yi spent an hour and finally memorized it in his mind. Tightly then, he picked up the carving tool and carved a pattern directly on a piece of soul guide metal. Chuan Yi's hands were extremely stable, and his soul power control was perfect. With Chuan Yi's terrifying eyesight, Chuan Yi could pay attention to all the details, and carving small and fine lines was not a problem at all. Squeak! The friction between metals produced a harsh sound. It was not easy to carve exquisite patterns on hard metal. However, Chuan Yi did it not only smoothly, but also like drawing on a drawing with a brush. Countless metal debris fell down under the carving. Although the pattern of the Ruyi Bibao bag was not simple, it was inexplicably overlapped with other storage soul guides that Chuan Yi had seen. Therefore, Chuan Yi was more familiar with carving. After a quarter of an hour, Chuan Yi's carving knife perfectly connected the lines together. He completed the whole process in one stroke. Chuan Yi gently blew away the debris on the surface. Then, the soul power was injected into the metal. The next moment, a blue glow rose from the whole piece of metal, and then the whole metal became crystal clear, like blue jade. Then, the space fluctuations that Chuan Yi was familiar with rippled with the pattern as the center. Chuan Yi's mouth curled up with joy, and whispered, "Success." This phenomenon is an important sign of success. If the carving fails, such an effect will not be produced when the soul power is injected. However, in order to truly determine its effect, it is still necessary to test it with real objects. Chuan Yi's eyes moved to the 9-section jadeite sleeping beside him. Looking at the cute figure, Chuan Yi really couldn't bear to use it for experiments. Alas, let's go outside and catch some small insects. Immediately, Chuan Yi walked into the yard and caught several crawling ants. Back in the studio, Chuan Yi divided the 6 ants into 3 equal parts. One was placed in the heart of the sun, one was placed in the Ruyi treasure bag, and the last was placed in the replica. Chuan Yi needed to observe the difference between the 3 groups through comparison. Every minute, Chuan Yi would take out 3/10 of the ants for observation. After repeating this process for more than 30 times, the ants placed in the heart of the sun were visibly withering, while the other 2 were in good condition. Every time they were taken out of the space, they would run around. An hour later, the ants in the heart of the sun had completely lost their vitality. Although there were individual differences, it was about an hour. On the other hand, there were no problems with the other 2 groups. At this stage of the experiment, it was meaningless to test in minutes. After Chuan Yi put all the remaining ants into the storage space of the replica, he ended the test. He decided to test in days. As far as Chuan Yi knew, ants could survive for a week without food and about 3 days without water. He wanted to test how long he could survive under the premise of providing water and food. After the preliminary experiment, the sky outside the window began to darken. After Chuan Yi tidied up the studio, he took the heart of the sun and picked up 2 soul guides for storing living things with both hands. Like the Ruyi treasure bag, it cannot be stored in other general storage soul guides, so it can only be worn outside. In this way, Chuan Yi flew back to the cabin in the forest. The sun set and night fell. Chuan Yi saw the light from the cabin from the sky. Chuan Yi immediately knew that Huo Wu had come out of retreat. Chuan Yi descended from the sky and pushed open the door and walked in. Xiao Wu, I'm back. Xiao Yi. This shout contained a feeling of surprise. The next moment, noisy footsteps came from the stairs, and soon, a fiery red figure threw himself into Chuan Yi's arms. Chuan Yi took advantage of the situation to hug Huo Wu's delicate body and turned around a few times on the spot. The joy of reunion made the two inseparable. After a long time, the two separated and began to talk about the changes during this period. First, Huo Wu announced something to Chuan Yi with a smug expression on her face. Xiao Ai, you came just in time. Today, I broke through to level 50. Really? Quan Yi's face was full of surprise. Hehe, of course it's true. How about it, are you surprised or not? Huo Wu seemed to feel double the joy when she saw Quan Yi's joy for him. In 2 years, she was promoted to 5 levels in a row. Moreover, this was the level improvement speed in the middle and late stages of the soul sect. Huo Wu's cultivation talent was undoubtedly top-notch. However, Huo Wu's current achievements cannot be ignored due to her own efforts. Huo Wu's training intensity was also inhuman at the same level. Since meeting Quan Yi, Huo Wu has been maintaining high-intensity training for almost 10 years. Quan Yi was very pleased to have the current achievements. Xiao Wu, to congratulate you on your successful breakthrough this time, I have a gift for you. What gift? Hearing that Quan Yi was going to give a gift, Huo Wu's eyes lit up instantly, with an expectant expression on her face. Chuan Yi doted on Huo Wu's forehead and said, what a little money grubber. Mei Chu Chu. Huo Wu has a straightforward personality and is not shy in her daily life. However, this is also what Chuan Yi admires about Huo Wu. Chuan Yi took out the Ruyi treasure bag from his trouser pocket under Huo Wu's expectant gaze. Then, he summoned the 9-section jadeite stored in the Ruyi treasure bag. Huo Wu saw the jadeite snake that looked like a fine work of art, and not only was she not afraid, but she leaned her face against it. He came closer and admired the 9-section jadeite carefully. Huo Wu said in fascination, what a beautiful jade, what a great carving technique, is this a gift for me? The 9-section jadeite was in a sleeping state, and it was taken out of the soul guide. So, Huo Wu mistook it for some kind of handicraft. Haha, Xiao Wu, look carefully, this is not a handicraft. Then, Chuan Yi pinched the tail of the 9-section jadeite with his hand and shook it gently. The next moment, the jade-like 9-section jadeite opened its red eyes and began to shake its soft body. Ah! This is a real little snake. Huo Wu was shocked by the scene and screamed a little, but her eyes were always fixed on the 9-section jadeite. Just because the 9-section jadeite with its eyes open was red and green, adding more agility to the original exquisiteness. Such an appearance instantly attracted Huo Wu's vision. Chuan Yi stretched out his hand to hold Huo Wu's jade hand, and then pulled it to his chest. Xiao Wu, this little snake is called 9-section jade, which is the best among the bamboo leaf green snakes. It not only has a tough body, but also has a fierce poison. After my training, if there is danger approaching, it will protect your safety by itself. Then, the 9-section jade in Chuan Yi's hand crawled along Chuan Yi's palm to the back of Huo Wu's hand. Huo Wu was a little nervous, but out of trust in Chuan Yi, she did not take her palm away. At this time, she only felt the touch of the 9-section jade, which was really like a smooth and cold jade. Under her gaze, the 9-section jade slowly coiled around her wrist, and after circling around her wrist for several circles, it stopped crawling. Huo Wu looked at the green snake ring wrapped around her wrist, and stars lit up in her eyes. Chapter 268 Rumors of the Golden Generation So Beautiful. Huo Wu raised her hand with joy to admire the jade snake ring on her arm. Under the light, Huo Wu's white wrist was wrapped with a green snake, which looked elegant and enchanting. Seeing Huo Wu like it so much, Chuan Yi was relieved. After all, some people don't like snakes, and this is a real living snake, so some taboos are justified, but it seems that Huo Wu doesn't hate it. It's not just for viewing. It can not only be used as a sleeve arrow to attack approaching enemies, but also to resist attacks at the Soul King level in an emergency. The 9-section jade has a variety of functions, which is a good helper for Huo Wu. Compared with Chuan Yi, it can play a better role when it is with Huo Wu. Therefore, Chuan Yi gave it to Huo Wu as a gift without hesitation. Chuan Yi then handed the Ruyi treasure bag to Huo Wu and said, "It's called the Ruyi treasure bag, and it's a soul guide that pairs with the 9-section jade. This is a special storage soul guide that can hold living things. With it, you can store the 9-section jade. Living things." It was the first time that Huo Wu had heard of a soul guide that could hold living things, and she felt strange. "Well, you can try it." Chuan Yi put the Ruyi treasure bag in Huo Wu's hand. After Huo Wu took it, she imitated Chuan Yi's movements and gently shook the 9-section jade's tail. The next moment, the 9-section jade, which had turned into jade, turned into a soft little snake and slid into Huo Wu's palm. Huo Wu gently scratched its little head with her fingers, and the 9-section jade also felt Huo Wu's kindness, and stretched out its snake tongue to lick Huo Wu's fingers. "Hee, it's so itchy." Huo Wu has no resistance to this cute little creature, especially its strange touch, which makes Huo Wu love it. However, Huo Wu did not forget the main business. She used her soul power to activate the Ruyi treasure bag. The blue leather bag lit up. When Huo Wu brought the 9-section jade closer, a blue light flashed and the little snake was taken into it. After waiting for a few minutes, Huo Wu took out the 9-section jade again. Seeing that it had no discomfort or strong reaction, she exclaimed, "What a magical soul guide! If you need to take off the 9-section jade, you can put it in here. It's a storage box. It can also be used as a sachet on weekdays and worn around the waist." Chuan Yi, who has mastered the core technology, no longer needs the Ruyi treasure bag. In addition, Huo Wu does not have a suitable storage soul guide, so it's just right to give it to Huo Wu. Huo Wu hung it around her waist and thanked her gratefully, "Thank you." After saying that, Huo Wu emotionally pulled Chuan Yi over and gave her a kiss. Chuan Yi also hugged Huo Wu and immersed himself in the sweet atmosphere. After a long time, their lips parted. Chuan Yi said, "You must be hungry. Let's eat. I'll cook tonight." "Yes." Huo Wu nodded happily. At night, Chuan Yi cooked dragon meat to celebrate for Huo Wu. The next day, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu rested for a night and went to Huo Wu's father's office together. Blazing Fire Senior College, Dean's office. Huo Wu Xia looked at the perfect couple standing in front of him and smiled with relief. "Xiao Wu, you haven't had your birthday yet. You are only 15 years old now. This cultivation talent is much higher than the golden generation of the Spirit Hall." The reputation of the Spirit Hall's golden generation had long been known to Huo Wuxi. Especially the three who broke through level 40 at the age of 15. Moreover, there are top talents who hope to break through level 50 at the age of 20. They are more than 2 years older than Huo Wu, but Huo Wu has surpassed them and became the first Soul King. This makes Huo Wuxi even more satisfied. "Haha, Dad, what golden generation, they are far worse than me." Huo Wu showed a disdainful expression, especially disgusted by Huo Wuxi comparing them with her. The proud Huo Wu has always taken Chuan Yi as her goal. Compared with Chuan Yi, they are even less impressive. Huo Wuxi smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay, Xiao Wu, Dad is wrong. Don't be angry, I will accompany you to get the right soul ring now." Chuan Yi saw Huo Wuxi's weak expression on the side, and her heart was no longer volatile. He is obviously a soul Douluo level strongman, but he still dotes on his daughter so much. This makes Chuan Yi feel funny and admired at the same time. "Uncle, you are very busy. You can let us handle the matter of obtaining soul rings." Chuan Yi rejected Huo Wuxia on behalf of Huo Wu. In fact, before coming, Huo Wu and Chuan Yi discussed this hunt and would not rely on Huo Wuxia's power. No, to be more precise, it was not to rely on any external power. Huo Wu wanted to hunt her own soul rings alone with her own strength this time. Huo Wu was the first to propose this matter. After hearing it, Chuan Yi agreed to Huo Wu without hesitation. After all, a powerful soul master needs to go through a real test of life and death to grow. In addition, Huo Wu's strength has greatly increased over the years, and with her increasingly sophisticated control ability, ordinary soul beasts will not be Huo Wu's opponent. Huo Wuxia stared at Chuan Yi and fell into a brief silence. Although Huo Wuxia could see Chuan Yi, he could not feel any overflowing breath. If he closed his eyes, he could not even detect Chuan Yi's existence. However, he also understood that this did not mean that Chuan Yi was weak. On the contrary, it actually meant that Chuan Yi's strength was far higher than his. Although it was a little unbelievable, Huo Wuxi also watched Chuan Yi grow up. As early as several years ago, when Chuan Yi was still a Soul King, he felt threatened by Chuan Yi. Now, Chuan Yi has broken through to become a Soul Emperor, and it is understandable that his strength has become stronger. I believe in your strength. I feel at ease with you. Huo Wuxi walked up to Chuan Yi and patted Chuan Yi's shoulder. Please rest assured, uncle. Chuan Yi felt Huo Wuxi's strength and felt a slight heaviness on his shoulders. The strength was not strong, but the sense of responsibility contained in it made Chuan Yi feel heavy. After saying goodbye to Huo Wuxi, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu set off directly to the Xingde Great Forest without making too much preparation. Chuan Yi's fiery sun heart had already prepared supplies for living for several months. The two first came to an uninhabited open space outside the city. After confirming that there was no one around, Chuan Yi activated the sixth soul skill, the Red Dragon Descends. In an instant, a ferocious dragon head rose under the feet of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Then, the dragon head lifted up the two people, revealing its huge body. Huo Wu stood at the top, looking at the red dragon with curiosity, and said excitedly, "Is this the complete red dragon? I didn't expect it to be so big." At this time, the red dragon was more than 10 meters high. Although it was not a complete body, it was much taller than ordinary soul beasts. No soul master would dislike such a domineering mount. Roar! The red dragon made a low dragon roar in Huo Wu's astonished eyes, and then a crystal energy shield enveloped the two people. Chapter 269 High Altitude Reconnaissance. After doing all this, the red dragon suddenly took off. With a wingspan of dozens of meters, the red dragon flapped its wings and took Huo Wu and Chuan to a height of 100 meters. And the height of the climb is still increasing. Wow, so high! Huo Wu approached the shield and looked down, and saw that the mountains and rivers were in full view here. The town that was clearly visible before was only a tiny black shadow from here. Chuan Yi did not stop climbing. Although he had reached 1,000 meters in the sky, he was still worried about being seen by outsiders. 2,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Chuan Yi stopped flying until he reached 10,000 meters in the sky. At this altitude, Chuan Yi had already flown into the high-level clouds. When Huo Wu looked down again, she could only see large areas of landforms. It was the first time that Huo Wu felt that the clouds were so close to her. Seeing Huo Wu being attracted by the surrounding scenery, Chuan Yi was not in a hurry to go on. He also stopped in the sky and followed Huo Wu to appreciate the scenery from a high altitude. If it was when he had just broken through, Chuan Yi would definitely not have such leisure. After all, the consumption of maintaining the red dragon was not something Chuan Yi could bear. However, now, Chuan Yi has confidence in his heart. With his current ability, if he wants, he can maintain it for a whole day. After appreciating it for a while, Huo Wu said, "Let's go." Chuan Yi controlled the red dragon to fly in the sea of clouds. The red dragon flew through the clouds and flew towards the star forest. The flying speed of the red dragon was not as fast as that of the fire spirit, but it was still several hundred kilometers per hour. In addition, the star forest was not far away. In less than an hour, they flew over the star forest. Looking from a high place, they saw that the bottom was covered by a dense sea of trees. The green ocean, rising and falling with the terrain, gave Chuan Yi an intuitive feeling of the area of the star forest. After Huo Wu had a feast for her eyes, she asked Chuan Yi, "Are we going to descend outside the forest?" Chuan Yi showed a mysterious smile at this time. He said, "No, let's find a suitable soul beast here." "Here? Do we need a telescope? This is 10,000 meters high." Huo Wu looked down and couldn't even tell the number of trees with the naked eye. Chuan Yi smiled and shook his head and said, "Come to think of it, I haven't shown you the changes in the soul bones yet." Then, Chuan Yi sent his soul power to his forehead. Red dragon horns and red dragon pupils appeared on the upper half of Chuan Yi's face. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi's cold dragon pupil and exclaimed, "What is this? So handsome." Huo Wu came over and touched Chuan Yi's soul bone, and then said, "It feels hard. Is this the evolution of the external soul bone?" Chuan Yi explained to Huo Wu, "Yes, this is the biggest gain of this trip. It is the change that comes with the evolution of the red dragon horn. I call it the red dragon pupil. It has a very strong far-sighted function. Combined with my ultra-long-range fire element perception, I can safely choose a suitable soul beast at an altitude of 10,000 meters." Huo Wu's face was delighted and said, "Okay, you help me choose a suitable soul beast, and then land directly above the soul beast." Chuan Yi nodded and released the fire element perception of the external soul bone. Instantly, Chuan Yi's mind showed a fire element vision of about 500 kilometers. After the evolution of the red dragon horn, the elemental sensing power was greatly improved. Even at high altitude, Chuan Yi's perception could cover the Douluo Great Forest. The fire element perception with greatly improved sensitivity can even penetrate the ground and perceive the flow of fire elements underground clearly. However, Chuan Yi's perception will be greatly hindered when it touches the ground. The deeper it goes, the lower the perception accuracy. Under Chuan Yi's huge mental power, the huge and complex element vision is screened by Chuan Yi at a very fast speed. Chuan Yi set his goal between 20,000 and 30,000 years. Therefore, the too weak and too strong fire element fluctuations were screened out by Chuan Yi. With the blessing of mental power, Chuan Yi immediately screened hundreds of suitable fire element sources. Then, the red dragon flew towards the place where the fire element source was emitted. After flying to the nearest place, Chuan Yi looked down. The golden dragon pupil overlooked below, and the distant ground was approaching very quickly. Chuan Yi could see the lines on the leaves. Through the dense leaves, Chuan Yi saw the first target with sharp eyes. I saw a black leopard with bright black fur crawling among the thick branches. The black flame leopard is a spirit beast with powerful flames. According to Chuan Yi's observation, the age is about 20,000 years. The black flame leopard with strong explosive power is undoubtedly a powerful top-grade spirit beast, but Chuan Yi shook his head dissatisfied after seeing this spirit beast. After seeing it, Huo Wu asked curiously, "What did you see?" Chuan Yi replied, "Black flame leopard, and it is about 20,000 years old, but no matter the age or attributes, it is not suitable for me." After hearing this, Huo Wu also showed a disappointed expression. She said, 20,000 years is still too low, and the black flame leopard's flame talent is not prominent, it is not suitable for me. You know, 20,000 years is the maximum age of the sixth soul ring. But, according to Huo Wu's tone, it seems that she doesn't care about the 20,000 year soul ring. However, this is not Huo Wu's arrogance. She has made sufficient preparations for today. A mere 20,000 years is not worth her attention. Her ultimate goal is the limit of the seventh soul ring, 50,000 years. Huo Wu has focused on physical fitness in the 2 years of practice. The 90,000-year-old red-scaled evil dragon soul meat that Chuan Yi provided to Huo Wu in recent days has greatly improved Huo Wu's physical fitness. In addition, with the hidden meridians in Huo Wu's body, Huo Wu has enough confidence to absorb soul rings below 50,000 years. Chuan Yi knows Huo Wu's intention, so he decisively abandons this good black flame leopard. Turn around and fly to other fire element sources. At noon, Chuan Yi had quickly explored dozens of them, but none of them were what Chuan Yi and Huo Wu expected. Some were not soul beasts, but small flame veins that rushed out of the surface, and some were special fire element ores. Although he was a little curious, Chuan Yi did not spend too much time here. He flew quickly in the sky and explored according to the shortest detection distance. Hundreds of targets were almost screened by Chuan Yi in just over an hour. When there were only about 5 left, Chuan Yi felt bad. Huo Wu felt the change in Chuan Yi's expression and asked, "Xiao Yi, how many are left?" He said to Huo Wu, "There are only 5 places left to search." Huo Wu replied, "If the remaining 5 are not suitable, why not look for the 45,000-year-old explosive dragon python that was just discovered? No matter the age, fire attribute talent, or strong physical attribute, it will bring me good soul skills." Huo Wu was very satisfied with the explosive flame dragon python, but Chuan Yi insisted on exploring all the points. Chuan Yi also thought that the explosive flame dragon python was very good, but it might not be the best choice for Huo Wu's Hokage spirit. Chapter 270 Flame Demon. The remaining 5 sources of fire elements not only have strong signals, but are also relatively close to the center of the Douluo Great Forest. This means that the difficulty and danger of hunting will increase sharply. Therefore, Chuan Yi wanted to find a suitable soul beast before this, but the soul beasts that meet Chuan Yi's requirements are too rare. After thinking for a moment, Huo Wu asked, "Do you want to find a special soul beast like the Fire Spirit Ghost King?" "Yes, you should have a deep understanding of how well the Fire Spirit Ghost King matches the Hokage martial spirit in the past 2 years." Huo Wu nodded sincerely. Her 4th soul ring not only enhanced her mental strength, but also comprehensively increased her physical fitness. This is also one of the reasons why Huo Wu was able to cross 2 levels and try to absorb the 50,000 year soul ring. But, Xiaoai, like the Fire Spirit Ghost King, it is a special soul beast of the undead type. The conditions for its birth are extremely harsh, and most of them are dark and spiritual. Individuals with fire attributes are even rarer. It is considered a great fortune to encounter one once. So, it doesn't matter if you don't find it. Although Huo Wu was a little disappointed, she still comforted Chuan Yi. In recent years, Huo Wu has also studied her martial soul and soul beasts in depth. Among them, she has specifically learned about the Fire Spirit Ghost King and special soul beasts similar to it. As a result, she discovered the undead, a special soul beast individual. This kind of soul beast is born in a dark place, absorbing the power of darkness and soul to strengthen itself. Therefore, death often accompanies the undead wherever it goes. However, fortunately, such evil soul beasts usually only exist individually, and once they are discovered by other soul beasts, they will be attacked by the group. Therefore, even if they appear, very few can grow to the 10,000-year level. This makes Huo Wu understand the importance of the Fire Spirit Ghost King even more. Therefore, Huo Wu did not have high expectations for this hunt. However, Chuan Yi's powerful search ability directly locked all the soul beasts that met the requirements in the Xingda Great Forest. This gave Huo Wu hope, but after searching hundreds of soul beasts, she still couldn't find them. This made Huo Wu gradually put away her expectations. Chuan Yi held Huo Wu's hand tightly and said firmly, "Don't worry about me. Even if there is nothing here, we can still go to the Sunset Forest. Each soul ring of a soul master is very important. We don't have to be so anxious." "Okay, I know. Then I'll leave it to Xiao Yi." Hope rekindled in Huo Wu's heart. Chuan Yi drove the red dragon and flew deep into the forest. Soon, he arrived above the first place. It was a 40,000-year-old flame lion king, a powerful soul beast with top-level fire attribute talent. Although it was only 40,000 years old, its extremely high talent gave it a fire element fluctuation that was no less than 50,000 years old. If, combined with its powerful body, its combat power is not inferior to that of a soul beast of 60,000 or 70,000 years. However, Chuan Yi's target is not it. Next one. Chuan Yi memorized the location of the Flame Lion King in his heart, and then flew to the next point. The second one is the Blazing Eagle, which is just over 50,000 years old. This soul beast flies very fast, and its flying altitude is more than 5,000 meters. Chuan Yi spent a lot of effort to catch up with it. However, since it was flying in the sky without any obstacles, Chuan Yi did not need to get close. He looked at it from a distance beyond the sight of the Blazing Eagle and gave up. The adaptability of this soul beast is not even as good as that of the Flame Lion King. The third one is a 40,000-year-old Earth Fire Dragon Lizard. Chuan Yi gave up decisively. "Xiao Wu, now, there are only the last 2 points left. However, they are a little special. Not only are they very close to each other, but they are also hidden deep underground. Not only that, I can also sense many thousand-year level fire element fluctuations in my elemental perception. We can't continue to scout this place in the sky. We can only confirm it after landing and going deep underground." The site was blocked by the ground. Chuan Yi couldn't determine their entities based on the perception of fire elements alone. Okay, these two should be fire-attributed soul beasts living underground, and they sound like they are a group. While Huo Wu was speaking, her expression was inevitably low, because the word group did not meet her requirements. However, Huo Wu did not notice the smile on Chuan Yi's mouth. The red dragon flew to the center of the forest and came to a lush low-lying area. Above the low-lying area, there was even a large lake. Chuan Yi looked down and found a few black canine soul beasts scattered around the lake. Lava dogs, and they were all 1,000-year-old soul beasts. This soul beast is a canine soul beast with good strength, and its innate ability is fire. They are originally social animals, with very good attack power and speed, and they are fearless. Not only can they emit high-temperature flames, but the high-aged lava dogs can also spray fireballs. It is a very difficult soul beast. Chuan Yi did not act rashly. He first scouted for a while, and finally, he found that the lava dogs would go to the cave entrance on the side after replenishing water. This cave entrance was covered by vertical vines, and if it were not for the lava dogs' movements, it would not be easy for him to find this hidden cave entrance in the air. When all the lava dogs were evacuated, Chuan Yi could initially determine that there was probably a group of lava dogs below. "Xiao Wu, it's up to you next." "Okay." The red dragon suspended in the air began to fall freely, the open wings instantly folded, turning into a red sword, diving down. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi grabbed the dragon horn to resist the weightlessness of falling. Not only that, the illusory fire shadow martial spirit appeared behind Huo Wu. Then, 4 soul rings appeared behind Huo Wu, among which the deepest black soul ring lit up. The orange-red fire shadow instantly turned into a bright pink flame, and a pink peach mark flashed on Huo Wu's white forehead. The 4th soul skill, Peach Shadow Ghost King Transformation. In an instant, countless peach petals emanated from Huo Wu. In just a moment, the petals in the sky exploded around the red dragon like fireworks. The figure of the red dragon was instantly hidden by the petals. When the petals dispersed, the red dragon disappeared from the field of vision. Not only the field of vision, but also the terrifying pressure and soul power fluctuations emitted by the red dragon were hidden. It was like it really disappeared from the world. However, this is not true concealment, but the simulation ability of the soul skill. The real red dragon has landed at the lakeside. Chuan Yi dispersed the huge red dragon and walked into the cave hand in hand with Huo Wu. The entrance of the cave was extremely deep, and the passage extended diagonally downward. Due to the angle, Chuan Yi's supervision could not see the bottom. However, with the dual senses of Chuan Yi's elemental vision and true vision, Chuan Yi could penetrate the thick rocks and see hundreds of canine creatures and a special individual spreading under his feet. Chuan Yi, who could see through the trajectory of energy running inside an object, could be sure that this was definitely not the trajectory of a normal soul beast. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, hidden by the peach fantasy fire, quickly went deep into the ground. After passing through the long and twisted passage and dozens of patrolling lava dogs, they came to a spacious underground space. The first thing that caught their eyes was a 10-meter-tall human figure sitting cross-legged on a giant throne in the center of the ground. Although it was a human figure, the whole body of this thing was burning with raging fire, and through the firelight, the dark and thick bones could be vaguely seen. Chapter 271 A strike comparable to a soul saint. This is a giant human-shaped skeleton with flames. Its body is made of scorching flames. And, crawling under the throne is a large dog 4 meters tall. This is a lava dog that is nearly 60,000 years old. If you only look at the size of the two, the lava dog looks like a pet of the human-shaped skeleton. However, in Chuan Yi's red dragon eyes, the lava dog's cultivation is stronger than that of the human-shaped skeleton. That large skeleton that looks powerful is far inferior to the lava dog in cultivation. However, the strength of the fire element of the two is as different as heaven and earth. The flame of the skeleton is far superior to that of the lava dog in not only temperature but also purity. Huo Wu gasped in amazement after seeing the skeleton. What kind of soul beast is this? With such a big body, can I really absorb its soul ring? Let's not talk about whether she can defeat it. Huo Wu first doubts whether she can absorb it. Although she can't see through the flame skeleton, she knows the lava dog that is almost 60,000 years old. The flame skeleton must be stronger than the lava dog to be able to surrender to it willingly. Even if she can defeat a soul beast stronger than 60,000 years old, can her body really absorb its soul ring? Huo Wu doesn't have eyes that can see through everything, so she is easily fooled by appearance. Chuan Yi immediately explained, "Don't be fooled by appearance. This exaggerated-looking flame undead has definitely not cultivated for more than 50,000 years. What? How is this possible? From the flame aura emitted by these two soul beasts, we can understand that the strength of the flame undead is definitely stronger than the lava dog." Huo Wu said in disbelief. Chuan Yi continued to explain, "If I'm not mistaken, this flame undead should have been a powerful flame lord before it died. Moreover, judging from the development of its bones, it is at least 100,000 years old. 100,000 years. This word, like a heavy hammer, hit Huo Wu's mind hard. However, she soon realized the information in Chuan Yi's words. She asked calmly, "Before it died? Xiao Yi, if I'm not mistaken, is this a 100,000-year-old flame lord, the undead transformed after death?" Chuan Yi nodded approvingly and said, "Yes, this is an undead creature born from the corpse of a 100,000-year-old flame lord. Its true cultivation is more than 40,000 years old, but its talent is not weaker than that of a real flame lord. Otherwise, it would not be possible for it to subdue the lava dog." When Chuan Yi explained, there was a look of surprise in his eyes that was difficult to hide. This undead flame lord not only has a very powerful fire talent, but also exudes a dark aura that is no weaker than the fire aura. Also, although it is impossible to judge the age by appearance, under Chuan Yi's true vision, the true cultivation of this undead is clearly visible. 40,000 years is just at the edge of Huowu's physical limit. In terms of adaptability and age, there is definitely no one more suitable than it. After hearing Chuanyi's explanation, Huowu was full of desire for this undead flame lord. At the same time, she was also ashamed of the retreat mentality that had just occurred. Being shocked by the appearance, it was impossible to judge the opponent's true strength is obviously not in line with the quality of an excellent soul master. She looked at the undead flame lord sitting on the throne, and a raging fire of war ignited in her heart. She said to Chuanyi, "Since it suits me, I will go and hunt it down now. Xiaoai, you just need to help me keep an eye on the lava dog." Of course, one must make up for one's own mistakes. The peach blossom mark on Huowu's forehead became more and more dazzling. In a quiet sound, the peach fantasy fire has filled the entire underground space. Of course, all soul beasts except Chuanyi and Huowu are completely unaware of this flame. This even includes the undead flame lord and the lava dog. 2 years ago, Huowu's mental power could deceive even the soul saint level Huowuxi. 2 years later, Huowu can even affect the senses of soul Douluo. These two soul beasts are completely inferior to Huowu in terms of mental power. They are controlled by Huowu without any surprise. Huowu let go of Chuanyi's hand and moved forward to the throne on the high platform. Chuanyi did not disturb Huowu's fight. He just stood behind and quietly observed Huowu's heroic figure hunting soul beasts. The long red wavy hair shone with a strange light under the reflection of the pink fire. The illusory fire shadow behind her swayed exaggeratedly, as if welcoming the arrival of the true king. Huowu looked at the tall steps that were as high as a person and jumped onto them lightly. However, the lava dog crawling under the high platform did not react to Huowu's arrival. The sensitive sense of smell and hearing were useless at this moment. There were not many steps, and Huowu came to the front of the undead flame lord after a few jumps. Looking at the huge figure and the blazing flames, Huowu once again intuitively felt its power. However, she also felt that compared with Chuanyi, this soul beast seemed to be just a show. Huowu did not stop for long, she immediately prepared her strongest attack. The pink fire shadow behind Huowu instantly expanded upwards. It instantly rose from a height of about 2 meters to 4 meters. The pink color on the fire shadow was also replaced by a fiery white color. At the same time, Huowu's momentum surged again. The main martial soul, silver level second awakening. The attack power instantly increased by 100%. And don't forget that the fourth soul skill, Peach Shadow Ghost King Transformation, is also an amplification skill. It brings Huowu a 200% increase. On the basis of the 200% increase in soul power, mental power, and flame power, the attack power increase is increased by 100%. At this moment, Huowu's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Huowu quickly raised her palm, with her palm facing the undead flame lord on the throne. The fire shadow behind Huowu made the same movement as Huowu's, but the height of its palm was flush with the flame lord's chest. The next moment, a huge amount of flame energy quickly gathered in front of the white palm. A huge energy ball gathered in front of the undead flame lord's chest. However, at this moment, it still opened its empty eyes and stared at the nothingness in front. 5 seconds later, Huowu's white light ball was successfully gathered. This is the strongest attack Huowu can release at this stage. Using powerful mental power, control, compress, and amplify the flame. The energy of this light ball reaches its peak. Huowu saw that the light ball was compressed. Without hesitation, she smiled contemptuously and said indifferently, "Undead, after all, are undead. No matter how similar you look, you are still a fake. You'd better get down from this throne quickly." Yang Flame Bomb. The white light ball compressed to the extreme instantly pierced the chest of the undead flame lord. The white flame instantly covered the flame of the flame lord. The strongest blow with power comparable to that of a soul saint exploded in the underground space. Chapter 272 Absorbing 40,000 Year Soul Ring. Huowu had no worries, and only the thought of killing the soul beast in front of her eyes. The soul power of the whole body turned into scorching flames, and under the powerful explosive force of the fusion ring, all gathered in this blow. The strong flame exploded and hit the chest of the undead flame lord. A cracking sound was heard, and then the sound of the fracture was covered by the explosion of the light ball. The white light dissipated, and the majestic throne was left with only ruins. The tall undead extinguished the flames on his body, revealing the originally pale bones. However, except for a few broken sternums, the bones of the whole body did not change much. This strength of hardness is even harder than the bones of the red-scaled evil dragon. It can be seen how powerful the Flame Lord was when he was alive. A dark soul ring gradually emerged above the bones. Undead Flame Lord, the hunt was successful. Success! Huo Wu clenched her fists and shouted excitedly. The strength of a soul beast over 40,000 years old is equivalent to that of a human soul saint. The strength of the undead Flame Lord is even stronger. However, Huo Wu defeated a soul saint alone with her level of 50. The excitement in her heart was beyond words. Congratulations, Xiao Wu. At some point, Chuan Yi came to Huo Wu's side and looked at her proudly. You should recover first, and leave the rest to me. Huo Wu knew that time was running out, so she immediately sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state, trying to recover her condition as much as possible. Although the battle was short, it was a short moment, but Huo Wu consumed a lot of energy. In order to kill with one blow, Huo Wu maintained the mimicry of the peach illusion fire while condensing the flame bomb. The soul power, mental power, and heart power consumed by it were extraordinary. Now, Huo Wu retracted her soul skills, and the orderly dogs noticed something was wrong. Especially the 60,000-year-old lava dog closest to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, who stood up immediately. Huo Wu's soul skills quickly failed, and the lava dog's hearing, vision, smell, and even mental perception were also recovering. It immediately turned its head to the platform, and this time, it met Chuan Yi's eyes. A low roar sounded through the sharp fangs. The lava dog was confused about the situation, but instinctively showed the most vigilant state. However, when he met Chuan Yi's cold golden dragon eyes, extreme fear flowed along his spine. In an instant, his hair trembled all over his body, and his body began to tremble slightly. At this moment, it only felt that it was facing a ferocious dragon. The powerful dragon might emanated from Chuan Yi's body, making the lava dog feel afraid. This was because its cultivation had reached 60,000 years, and the lava dogs with low cultivation next to it were even worse. They couldn't even stand in front of Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi stared at the lava dog coldly and said silently in his heart, "Get out!" The next moment, a strange mental fluctuation was transmitted to every corner through the red dragon horn. The 60,000-year-old lava dog was surprised when it heard it, and then it immediately howled. Then, it turned around and fled, followed by countless lava dogs. In an instant, the crowded underground space suddenly became empty. Chuan Yi's dragon might was raised to a terrifying level after the secondary evolution of the external soul bone. Especially for soul beasts with low bloodline, it has great suppression. Even the 60,000-year-old lava dog has no resistance. From this, we can see that Chuan Yi's strength has reached an extremely terrifying stage. Chuan Yi put away his dragon power, while paying attention to Huo Wu, he observed the underground space. Especially the corpse of the 100,000-year-old Flame Lord, Chuan Yi encountered it for the first time. A 100,000-year-old soul beast is at least a powerful existence at the titled Douluo level. Moreover, its lifespan is hundreds of times higher than that of humans. I really don't know how it died. The number of 100,000-year-old soul beasts is extremely rare, especially the soul beasts with extraordinary talents like the Flame Lord, whose strength is at the top level of the continent. Looking at the completeness of the corpse, it should not have died in battle. Died of old age? With the lifespan of soul beasts, Chuan Yi has never heard of such a statement. Therefore, Chuan Yi is more curious about its cause of death. However, under Chuan Yi's observation, he could not find any strange points. After observing the bones, Chuan Yi began to observe the soul ring. In Chuan Yi's eyes, the patterns contained in this soul ring are extremely complex. According to Chuan Yi's observation, the more complex and dense the lines are, the older it is. However, according to Chuan Yi's observation, the soul ring of this undead Flame Lord is slightly worse than his 50,000-year soul ring. Fortunately, it is still within the limit that Huo Wu can bear. The most difficult point of undead soul beasts is to determine the age. Most soul masters can only rely on the strength of soul power to barely judge the level when encountering such soul beasts. How can they make multiple determinations like Chuan Yi? After a long time, Huo Wu recovered to a certain state and opened her eyes. Xiao Yi, I'm ready. Huo Wu's eyes were full of energy, and her state had recovered by more than half. The soul power also recovered by about half in a short time. The strong recovery ability is also thanks to Chuan Yi's soul power training method that has been continuously improved in the past 10 years. The training speed and recovery speed are both top-notch in the continent. It is twice as efficient as the general exercises taught by the academy. Be careful and be alert to the spiritual impact of the soul ring. Chuan Yi reminded. Don't worry, I have defeated the main body, and I am confident that I can deal with the remaining soul body. Besides, under my control, it won't even know that it has died. Since Huo Wu chose to take action by herself, she naturally made a lot of preparations. Without Chuan Yi to help her weaken her mental power, she would have to deal with the mental shock when absorbing the soul ring by herself. After thinking hard, Huo Wu found a way. That is to let the soul beast die in a painless process. In this way, the resentment of the soul beast can be greatly reduced, or even directly eliminated. Without resentment, the power of the mental shock will be greatly reduced. Of course, this is just an insurance. Huo Wu has also been focusing on training her mental power in recent years to deal with the most dangerous situations. At this moment, Huo Wu's eyes were full of confidence, and she stretched out her hand to attract the soul ring. Under Chuan Yi's gaze, Huo Wu began to absorb the soul ring. When it comes to absorbing soul rings, Huo Wu and Chuan Yi have already accumulated rich experience. Huo Wu felt the meridians that were filled from the beginning and started to operate in an orderly manner. The energy of the soul ring was absorbed quickly during operation. However, Huo Wu was already familiar with this pain. She didn't even make a sound, and her breathing was extremely smooth. However, the real difficulty had just begun. Bai Yu Huaohu took the lead in starting the second awakening of her martial soul. At this moment, Huaohu was in the best condition. However, as time went by, Huaohu's condition would gradually decline. And the energy output of the soul ring would gradually reach its peak over time. Chapter 273 Talent Domain. Huaohu had a plan for such a situation. After withstanding the initial soul power impact of the soul ring, Huaohu gradually relaxed her soul power operation. Without control, the huge energy began to rush around in the meridians. Huaohu's whole body turned a strange red, and even the stoic Huaohu groaned. You know, the meridians are the most vulnerable part of the human body. If such a huge energy is allowed to run rampant in the meridians, it may cause inevitable damage if you are not careful. However, with the physical enhancement brought by the second awakening of the martial soul, Huaohu's body strength is far beyond normal. In addition, Huaohu used all her soul power to protect her own meridians. As a result, the huge amount of energy was compressed into a harder lump by the tough meridians. Moreover, the undead Flame Lord inherited the original owner's flame talent, and the energy of this soul ring was extremely burning. If Huo Wu's flame talent was not weak, her meridians would probably be burned through before being broken. After all, Huo Wu did not have Chuan Yi's fire immunity attribute, and absorbing the fire attribute soul ring would add a bit of danger. Fortunately, Huo Wu can still hold on now. A quarter of an hour passed. The soul ring energy continued to fill all the meridians. Although, the energy would be absorbed by the meridians when passing through the Du meridian. However, without the control of the main body, the absorption efficiency dropped significantly, and it could not compete with the input of the soul ring at all. Once the energy occupied the meridians of the whole body, then, Huo Wu's body would be like a balloon, with the risk of bursting. However, the current situation was Huo Wu's own fault. Huo Wu gritted her teeth and tried her best to persist in the impact of this energy. The condensed soul power was like inserting a hard block into the soft meridians, causing extreme pain. During this process, Huo Wu's skin had already turned blood red, and even fine blood mist emerged from the pores on the surface of the skin. Chuan Yi quickly observed the condition of Huo Wu's meridians through the red dragon eye. In Chuan Yi's vision, Huo Wu's meridians were filled with huge energy. Chuan Yi felt reluctant, but did not stop. Huo Wu was planning to use the huge energy of the 40,000-year soul ring to find the hidden meridians hidden inside her body. Just like Chuan Yi penetrated the Du meridian under extreme pressure. Chuan Yi once proposed to Huo Wu that there were other hidden meridians in the human body, but unexpectedly, Huo Wu never forgot it. Huo Wu's ambition, talent, and ability were no less than Chuan Yi's. As a genius, it was normal for Huo Wu to have her own ideas. Moreover, looking at Huo Wu's approach, it was obvious that she had been preparing for a long time. All Chuan Yi can do now is to trust Huo Wu and pay close attention to her condition, and warn her before she reaches her limit. An hour has passed. Huo Wu's meridians have doubled, and her clothes have long been stained red with blood and sweat. At this moment, Huo Wu has lost her previous beauty. Her whole body is soaked in a thin layer of blood, and her face is distorted by pain, which makes her look extremely hideous. However, Chuan Yi has no time to pay attention to these. He is nervously paying attention to Huo Wu's meridians. Now, Huo Wu's meridians are about to reach their limit. If they continue, Huo Wu will completely lose the ability to control energy. By then, even if Huo Wu starts to actively absorb energy, she will be output by the soul ring that has reached its peak, and her body will burst. Chuan Yi is about to warn her immediately. However, Chuan Yi holds back. Now is the most critical moment, and Huo Wu must be very clear about this. At this time, Chuan Yi suddenly disturbs Huo Wu, which is likely to cause unexpected results. Chuan Yi's nervousness was stronger than ever, but he still clenched his teeth and said to himself, "Hold on. Whether it will work or not depends on this moment." At this time, Huo Wu, with a strong will, endured the instinct of the body to operate on its own, and constantly searched for hidden meridians in the meridians of the whole body. The meridians are almost unable to hold on. Where are these hidden meridians? Huo Wu's physical condition continued to decline, and the previously superimposed amplification effect began to slowly disappear. However, the hidden meridians did not make any sound. Should I give up? No. Huo Wu's pride was aroused. The powerful mental power compressed the energy of the meridians for the last time, and the meridians had a lot of extra space. The soul ring energy instantly occupied the remaining space, and the meridians had reached their limit. The soul power covering the meridians of Huo Wu was constantly burned by the hot breath. However, just when the energy was about to burn the meridians, this hot energy seemed to burn through something else. Crack! A strange sound rang in Huo Wu's mind. This sound was a sound that only Huo Wu could hear. When she heard the click, she was delighted. Success! She knew it was the sound of the meridians being connected. The next moment, Huo Wu felt the swollen soul ring energy being sucked into her lower abdomen. Then, the energy rushed towards the hidden passage, along the meridians in Huo Wu's abdomen, passed through the throat, and then went up around the mouth-lips, passing through the face, and entering under the eye sockets. A hidden meridian as long as the Du channel was pierced by Huo Wu. At this moment, Huo Wu only felt a sense of relief in the meridians of her body. Even if Huo Wu did not use the soul power cultivation method, the expanded hidden meridians not only provided a wider space. Its own energy absorption effect is also strong enough. Outside, Chuan Yi also witnessed the scene of the meridians being pierced. Success! Chuan Yi finally put his mind at ease. As the meridians were pierced, Huo Wu's spirit was lifted. She took this opportunity to regain control of her body, fully circulated her soul power, and began to absorb the energy of the soul ring with all her strength. With the powerful effects of 2 hidden meridians, the subsequent soul ring absorption was completely unpredictable. Huo Wu's physical condition completely returned to normal. 4 hours later, Huo Wu completed the absorption of the 5th soul ring. When the soul ring was completely hidden in the Hokage martial spirit, the illusory Hokage lit up a bright orange light. The light dispelled the darkness underground and shone on Chuan Yi's body. The blurred fire shadow seemed to become more solid at this moment. Just when Chuan Yi wanted to go forward to check on Huo Wu, Chuan Yi found that his body suddenly couldn't move. What's going on? Chuan Yi's body seemed to be cast into a fixed body spell. This feeling is different from the resistance brought by the weight. This is a more peculiar ability. Chuan Yi's whole body was tense, trying to resist this force. Under the urging of Chuan Yi's terrifying power, his body could barely move. Encountering such a strange situation, Chuan Yi immediately activated the Eye of True Vision. The rich golden flames brewed in Chuan Yi's eyes. The next moment, Chuan Yi saw strange fluctuations from Huo Wu in front of him. This kind of fluctuation is neither a soul bone skill nor a soul skill. However, Chuan Yi happened to be familiar with this. He smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, take back your domain skills." Chapter 274 Shadow Domain. He. Huo Wu, who was sitting quietly, smiled slyly. She stood up and faced Chuan Yi. "I can't hide it from Xiao Yi after all." Huo Wu's face was filled with a relaxed smile. Obviously, this harvest was very much in line with Huo Wu's wishes. However, she did not take back the domain skills. Chuan Yi's physical limitations not only did not weaken, but became stronger. Huo Wu's eyes were full of confidence, and even had a hint of challenge. Seeing this, Chuan Yi knew that Huo Wu wanted to test the effect of her skills. In addition, he was also very curious about the limit of Huo Wu's domain, so he smiled and said, "Okay, let me test the limit of this ability." Step, step. Chuan Yi took 2 steps towards Huo Wu with difficulty. However, as he got closer to Huo Wu, the restraint of his body became stronger. If compared with the load of 100,000 kilograms, Huo Wu's restraint force is even stronger. This kind of force is different from gravity. It is a restraint coming from all directions. This seriously hindered Chuan Yi's power, which caused Chuan Yi to feel a greater restraint in his body. Moreover, the distance between Chuan Yi and Huo Wu was only about 6 steps, but when Chuan Yi took the 3rd step, the restraint on his body had increased by more than 2 times. Chuan Yi glanced at Huo Wu's expression and saw that her expression did not change much, and even her soul power was not consumed much. Should I say that the domain skills are unreasonable, or Huo Wu's talent is too strong? Chuan Yi now knows that this force is no longer something that physical strength can resist. Bang! Chuan Yi's soul power was running fast, and a powerful force rose out of thin air from his body, driving Chuan Yi to take a step forward. The fierce momentum was like a fierce dragon descending to the world. Huo Wu, who faced Chuan Yi's might, felt unprecedented power from Chuan Yi. She was slightly frightened in her heart, and her eyes looked at Chuan Yi with a slightly fanatical look. "You are worthy of being my man. With only your body and soul power, you can resist the domain. There are only 2 steps left to Huo Wu." Under the dual explosion of soul power and body, even if the binding force is stronger later, Chuan Yi has the confidence to walk in front of Huo Wu. However, Huo Wu's binding force is not only binding the body, Chuan Yi's soul power is extremely obscure. Thanks to the perfect fusion of Chuan Yi's mental power and soul power, he can barely resist. Only 2 steps left, Xiao Wu, if you have any hidden tricks, use them all. Chuan Yi's mouth curled up, revealing a provocative look. Even though Chuan Yi was so close, Huo Wu's expression did not fluctuate at all. In fact, Huo Wu looked relaxed, and Chuan Yi knew that she did not use her full strength. Huo Wu saw that Chuan Yi's strength was far stronger than she imagined, so she stopped holding back. Then, "Be careful." The fire shadow behind Huo Wu, the color of the flames quickly changed, from warm orange to dark blue, and then, the dark blue quickly changed to blazing white. Chuan Yi, who suddenly felt something was wrong, immediately summoned the fiery sun gauntlet. The next moment, fierce heat, accompanied by dazzling white light, burned Chuan Yi's body. At the same time, the restraining force of Chuan Yi's body doubled directly. In the last 2 steps, Chuan Yi found that his body could not move forward any further. Chuan Yi's power was undoubtedly the Douluo level, but now Chuan Yi can only stay where he is and can't do anything. What kind of field is this? Chuan Yi had a question in his mind. His eyes have been fixed on Huo Wu, and he can only see some strange fluctuations coming from the Naruto martial spirit. However, this fluctuation did not surround Chuan Yi's body like soul pressure, but spread to the back of Chuan Yi. At this time, Chuan Yi seemed to realize something, and forcibly twisted his neck and looked back. I saw that a strange black shadow appeared behind Chuan Yi. The black shadow's figure is the same as Chuan Yi, which is obviously Chuan Yi's shadow, but the strange thing is that this black shadow is not attached to the ground. This black shadow, like Huo Wu's Naruto martial spirit, is standing behind Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's hair stood up all of a sudden. This kind of weird situation is the first time he has encountered it. Could it be that Huo Wu's domain has the ability to control the enemy's shadow and restrict the enemy? Chuan Yi regained his sanity in just a moment, and his brain was working rapidly. The next moment, Chuan Yi straightened his head and showed a confident smile. He said, "Xiao Wu, if I'm not mistaken, your domain increases the binding force according to the brightness and distance." The blazing white light submerged Huo Wu's figure. If it weren't for the red dragon eyes, Chuan Yi couldn't even look at her directly with his eyes. The red dragon eyes saw Huo Wu's unexpected expression through the white light. Then, Huo Wu pretended to be relaxed and said, "Yes, my shadow domain is to illuminate the opponent's shadow through the light in the domain, and control the domain of the main body through the shadow. As the saying goes, the stronger the light, the darker the shadow. The stronger the light in the domain, the deeper the shadow, and the stronger my control over the target. So, Xiaoi, if you continue to move forward, you will only bear stronger constraints. Why not just give up?" Indeed, Chuan Yi can only barely stand in place and make some small movements. If he continues to move forward, Chuan Yi will only bear stronger constraints, and by then, Chuan Yi may not be able to stay still. Huo Wu said that this is the ability to control the main body through the shadow. If the binding force completely exceeds Chuan Yi's strength, then Chuan Yi's body will be completely controlled by Huo Wu. However, retreating like this is not in line with Chuan Yi's character. He smiled and said, Xiao Wu, your domain is indeed very powerful, but it also has a disadvantage. Huo Wu's face paused slightly, but her tone was steady. Yes, there is a disadvantage of the shadow domain, that is, the weaker the light, the lower the control power. So, as long as you retreat, the control power will decrease. On the contrary, if you move forward, the control power of the shadow will become stronger. Light will gradually decay with distance, so the distance of light illumination becomes another important factor affecting the effect of the domain. Chuan Yi can see the subtle changes in Huo Wu's expression. He smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. This domain has more weaknesses than this. Huo Wu fell into a brief silence, and then said, if you have an idea, you can try it as much as you want. Seeing Huo Wu's stubbornness, Chuan Yi smiled and said, Xiao Wu, it's not an easy thing to make me retreat. Then, Chuan Yi's soul power operated obscurely, and then the yellow soul ring behind Chuan Yi lit up. Immediately, a pitch-black flame appeared on Chuan Yi's body. The second soul skill, the power of dark flame. In an instant, the pitch-black flame completely covered Chuan Yi's body, and two black figures suddenly appeared in the blazing white light space. One was Chuan Yi's body, and the other was Chuan Yi's shadow. However, as the dark flame covered his whole body, the color of the shadow faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 275 Huo Wu's fifth soul skill, Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. Chapter 275 Huo Wu's fifth soul skill, Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. The pitch-black flame was like ink dripping on white paper, so eye-catching. The blazing white light could not be shaken at all. At the same time, the dark flame continued to devour the surrounding white light. Chuan Yi only felt that the restraint of his body was gradually reduced. At the same time, the power of dark flame also added a 30% power increase. As one increased and the other decreased, Chuan Yi took a still step under Huo Wu's surprised expression. 1 step, 2 steps. As he took the last step, Chuan Yi retracted the dark flame, and then touched Huo Wu's shoulder. I got you. Instantly, the white light behind Huo Wu dissipated. Huo Wu looked at the smiling Chuan Yi and said helplessly, you saw through my domain so quickly. This is a blow to my self-confidence. The fluctuation of the domain disappeared, and Chuan Yi's body returned to his control. Chuan Yi saw that Huo Wu was a little unhappy, and he explained, this is also thanks to my pair of red dragon pupils, otherwise, I would not have noticed that my shadow had rebelled. When Huo Wu's domain was activated, it was silent, and Chuan Yi also noticed the abnormality under the powerful effect of the Eye of Truth. If it weren't for the red dragon pupils, Chuan Yi wouldn't even be able to detect the existence of the shadow domain. If he didn't notice it, there would be no talk of dealing with it later. Even a titled Douluo would never see through all this. Huo Wu looked directly at Chuan Yi's golden dragon pupils and said with a curled lip, your eyes are too abnormal, they can even see through the domain. Chuan Yi scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The power of the red dragon pupils was beyond Chuan Yi's imagination. Although, there is no the attack power of the world is devastating, but in terms of seeing, it has surpassed the effect of the 100,000 year soul bone. Xiao Wu, don't be discouraged, this is an exception. I can guarantee that there are very few people in this world who can see through the shadow field. Moreover, even if you understand the effect of the field, there are even fewer opponents who have the means to deal with it. Therefore, the shadow field is definitely a terrifying ability. Xiao Wu, you don't have to belittle yourself. Although Chuan Yi's words are comforting, they are also true. According to the light and shadow, the silent field skills are displayed. Any enemy who approaches Huo Wu will be controlled by Huo Wu unknowingly. Chuan Yi, with the power of the titled Douluo level, is limited to this extent, which shows the domineering nature of the shadow field. And don't forget that just now, the two of them were just standing there and simply testing the effect. In actual combat, Huo Wu will not stand there obediently. This ability will have countless applications in actual combat. Huo Wu was not really discouraged, she just complained casually out of frustration. Adding to Chuan Yi's explanation, Huo Wu's face bloomed with a smile again. She hugged Chuan Yi lightly and said, "Sorry, I let you forgive me." Chuan Yi didn't expect Huo Wu to apologize suddenly, but he still hugged Huo Wu gently and said, "Next time before you make a dangerous attempt, you can tell me about it. I can help you with some advice." Huo Wu put her forehead against Chuan Yi's chest, feeling Chuan Yi's trust and tenderness. She whispered, "Well, I understand." At the same time, her guilt became greater. In order to find the hidden meridians, Huo Wu refused Huo Wuxi's company and even concealed Chuan Yi. She was worried that the people who loved her would dissuade her because of the danger. However, after Chuan Yi knew about it, he did not scold her. On the contrary, he chose to believe her and support her decision. She was deeply moved. Then, she looked up and looked into Chuan Yi's eyes and said, "Xiao Yi, you can also trust me unconditionally. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, I will stand firmly by your side." Huo Wu's eyes were flashing with tears, and at the same time, her eyes were looking at Chuan Yi with great determination. When Chuan Yi saw these eyes, his heart was hit hard. Chuan Yi immediately thought that before this, he went to the treasure land alone without telling Huo Wu in detail. This situation obviously affected Huo Wu. Although Chuan Yi had good intentions, Huo Wu, who was smart, obviously noticed something. Although Huo Wu was sensible and did not ask more questions, this inspired Huo Wu to develop the idea of hidden meridians even if it was risky. Chuan Yi said with guilt, "I'm sorry, Xiao Wu, I ignored your feelings." Huo Wu smiled and shook her head. She gently lifted her heels and kissed Chuan Yi tenderly. Even without words, the two of them were connected at this moment. Chuan Yi responded to Huo Wu's feelings enthusiastically. After a long time, the two separated and looked at each other tenderly. At this moment, their hearts became closer. Chuan Yi touched Huo Wu's hair and asked, "Speaking of which, I haven't asked you about your fifth soul skill. What is the effect? How is it? This is a soul ring of more than 40,000 years. I guess the soul skill effect is extraordinary, right?" Huo Wu returned to her original cheerful personality. She smiled proudly and said, "Of course. The soul skill brought by my fifth soul ring is called Purgatory Instant Shadow Kill. The soul skill effect is to gather multiple penetrating and powerful flame spikes through compression and rotation. And, during the activation of the soul skill, the shadows of creatures within the range illuminated by the light of the Hokage martial spirit will be connected to the Hokage martial spirit to form a shadow space that is interconnected. I can freely shuttle through the shadow space through the shadows of both the enemy and me. The gathered flame spikes can also be teleported behind the enemy through the shadows." Chuan Yi couldn't help looking surprised when he heard Huo Wu's soul skill. Shadow space. Teleport. This soul skill can be said to have greatly made up for Huo Wu's lack of mobility. Moreover, this soul skill, combined with Huo Wu's shadow domain, is a perfect match. The shadow domain can exert its strength through distance. Therefore, Huo Wu can freely shuttle through the enemy formation through the ability of teleportation and control the enemy she wants to control at will. Not only that, this soul skill comes from the 40,000-year-old Flame Lord, and its attack power is definitely not low. Chuan Yi asked, "Xiao Wu, what is the attack power of this flame spike?" After a little thought, Huo Wu replied, "The attack of this soul skill can be large or small. It determines the power according to the number of spikes condensed when it is launched. A maximum of 15 can be condensed, and at least 1 can be condensed. When condensed into 15, the penetration and attack power of each flame spike can be compared to the fifth soul skill of an ordinary soul master. When condensed into 1, its penetration and attack power can definitely threaten the soul Douluo level. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that this soul skill is an instant skill. Combined with the teleportation ability of the shadow space, this is definitely a terrifying means of attack." After hearing this, Chuan was frightened by the powerful function again. Attack power acceleration, plus Huo Wu's terrifying control ability, it is simply a sure kill method. Moreover, Chuan Yi knew very well that when Huo Wu introduced the soul skills, she had not yet included her second awakening of the martial soul and the ability to fuse rings. If all these elements are combined together, it will be a real purgatory scene. Chapter 276 The Birth of the Flame Demon. The soul rings of more than 40,000 years are abilities that can only be obtained by the 7th or 8th soul rings of ordinary soul masters. The attack power of the soul skills is still within the expected range. The Hokage martial soul is definitely not only worth exploring the fire element, the shadow itself is also one of the important characteristics of the martial soul. Xiao Wu, it seems that the soul beasts hunted in the future should also look in this direction. Chuan Yi said with joy. Huo Wu is also grateful for Chuan Yi's persistence. If it weren't for Chuan Yi's persistence, she would really miss this dead soul beast. Well, I'll listen to you. Huo Wu hugged Chuan Yi's arms obediently and stuck close to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi felt the gentle touch, and his heart was inevitably moved. Chuan Yi, who was familiar with Huo Wu, immediately noticed something unusual from the touch. Huo Wu's body was much more plump than before the breakthrough. Huo Wu's figure was already well proportioned, but now Huo Wu was more mature than before. Through skin contact, Chuan Yi could even feel the surging blood flow under the skin. The strong blood and qi aroused Chuan Yi's most primitive desire. At this moment, Huo Wu was extremely tempting to Chuan Yi. But Chuan Yi quickly suppressed this feeling and began to use other things to divert his attention. He said to Huo Wu, "Now that we know the effect of the soul skill, let's test the soul power level first." This time, after absorbing the 40,000 year soul ring and opening a hidden meridian, the soul power level after the breakthrough must be not low. Chuan Yi took out the level test crystal from the heart of the Sunday. Huo Wu smiled and a confident look flashed in her eyes. Although it has not been accurately measured, according to Huo Wu's own feelings, it can be determined that her soul power level is not low. She placed her palm on the crystal. When Huo Wu's soul power poured into it, after a while, the crystal began to emit a dazzling light. Chuan Yi looked at the data of the crystal and exclaimed, "Level 55, and it is almost level 56. Xiao Wu, you have directly upgraded 5 levels. With your cultivation speed, you can break through level 60 in a few years." Huo Wu saw that the level was fixed at level 55, and she had some guesses in her heart, but she was still very happy. Huo Wu smiled and said, "How is it, you didn't give me face? Back then, you broke through to level 55 with the soul ring of the 50,000-year-old fire spirit holy beast. Today, I also broke through to level 55 with the soul ring that penetrated the hidden meridians and 40,000 years. Unfortunately, it seems that there is no soul ring this time. It's really a waste of my painstaking planning to hunt the soul beast alone." After Huo Wu got up, she inspected the direction of the corpse, but did not find the existence of the soul bone, which inevitably made her feel a little disappointed. Chuan Yi comforted her, "Don't worry about the soul bone. Now we have the ability to obtain soul bones with a higher age. It doesn't matter if it's only 40,000 years. Also, don't forget that Xiao Wu's physical fitness will be stronger after absorbing this soul ring. If you continue to exercise, you can start from the 7th soul ring like me and get a 100,000 year soul ring. A 100,000 year soul beast will definitely produce soul bones. At that time, there will be 3 100,000 year soul bones. Isn't it good to leave a vacant position for the 100,000 year soul bone?" Huo Wu heard that Chuan Yi's words did not seem to lie. He really wanted to do so. A 100,000 year soul beast has strength beyond that of an ordinary titled Douluo. However, when these words came from Chuan Yi, Huo Wu trusted him 100%. "I believe you." The disappointment of not dropping soul bones was replaced by fighting spirit. Huo Wu was inevitably in high spirits when she thought of the passionate scene of the two of them fighting against the 100,000 year soul beast together in the near future. Chuan Yi is very ambitious, especially now that he has a strong strength. Whatever he wants in his heart can be realized. He has been planning for a long time for this day. And this day is not far away. He himself has only a few years left to break through level 70. Over the years, Chuan Yi has been trying to conceive and plan how to kill a 100,000 year soul beast. Now, a big framework is vaguely drawn in his mind. As long as he is given some more time, he will definitely have a greater grasp. Chuan Yi hides his determination in his heart. After completing the biggest purpose of this trip, Chuan Yi has the intention to return. He first recovered the bones of the Flame Lord. This is the bone of a 100,000 year soul beast, and the hardness is even stronger than that of the red scale dragon. Such a good material, Chuan Yi can't miss it. Chuan Yi tried to pick up the sternum fragments that fell on the ground. These were small fragments broken by Huo Wu's strong blow. However, although it is small, it is only smaller than the size of the Flame Lord. When Chuan Yi picked it up, he had to hold it with both hands. As soon as he picked it up, Chuan Yi felt the extraordinary density of the bones. Small in size, it weighs thousands of kilograms. If this weight is placed in front of Huowu before her breakthrough, she may not be able to hold it up at once. At the same time, the residual power and hot breath of the Flame Lord contained in the bones are enough to deceive experienced soul masters and make them mistake it for a 100,000-year soul beast. Chuanyi really couldn't figure out how this complete skeleton was preserved. In fact, it's no wonder that Chuanyi was puzzled. The birth of the undead Flame Lord is a special individual that was born by chance with many factors. Chuanyi and Huowu always believed that this undead occupied the body of the Flame Lord after his death. But in fact, it was the Flame Lord himself who, by chance, learned the way to transform into an undead, and transformed himself into an undead under the threat of death. In this process, the Flame Lord threw away his body, cultivation, and even his dignity, and transformed himself into a flame demon, becoming an undead that drifted on the continent forever. Self-degradation refers to this situation. However, compared to facing the thunder tribulation that was certain to die, it chose the extremely tempting way of the undead. However, an accident occurred during its transformation. The breath of the undead seemed to accelerate the triggering of the thunder tribulation, causing it to injure its soul, body, soul bones, flesh and blood, and cultivation on the way to the undead, and it was consumed by the thunder tribulation. In the end, although it successfully transformed into an undead, it became an undead with only 10,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, due to the loss of its original memory and consciousness, this reborn undead is no longer the original Flame Lord. However, this reborn undead creature unexpectedly inherited the innate abilities of the undead and the Flame Lord, which allowed it to cultivate to a 40,000-year soul beast in a very short time. Although the undead creature is not loved by the world, its eternal life and strange means make it a terrifying existence. However, the stronger this creature is, the greater the target it will be. Not to mention other things, the thunder tribulation it will encounter after breaking through 100,000 years is dozens of times more terrifying than other soul beasts of the same level. Therefore, the remaining undead on the continent are not strong. The powerful ones could not resist the cleansing of the world's will. Chapter 277 Red Demon Gold. Unfortunately, this flame demon was wiped out quietly by Huowu before he could enjoy the blessing for long. Of course, Huowu and Chuanyi certainly could not know about the flame demon. After collecting the corpse, Chuanyi held Huowu's hand, summoned the red dragon again, and rushed out of the cave. Without the lava dog, Chuanyi didn't need to hide, and flew out of the cave directly. Huowu stood aside, looking at the direction of Chuanyi's flight, a little strange. She asked, "Xiao Yi, this direction should not be the route to Sa City, right?" Chuanyi replied, "Well, before leaving, I have to confirm something." As he said, Chuanyi flew rapidly towards a place in the Xingda Great Forest. A quarter of an hour later, Chuanyi arrived at a high altitude somewhere in the forest. Huowu looked at the scenery below her feet, feeling familiar. She said, "Is this the place we have been to before?" Chuanyi looked at Huowu in surprise and said, "You can see it from such a high place." Huowu glanced at him unhappily and said, "A crater as big as this below, anyone who is not blind can see it, okay? However, is there anything here that is worth coming again?" Chuanyi looked down, and in his red dragon pupils, he could see the huge flame energy hidden under the giant crater. In terms of energy reserves, it is not the first among all the element sources perceived by Chuanyi, but the energy is the purest and the volume is the smallest. Moreover, unlike soul beasts, this energy is not active. Chuanyi used the true vision eye to see through and found that this was a mineral with a unique shape. Now, he is going back, and Chuanyi will certainly not forget it. Chuanyi retracted his gaze and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful fire element ore hidden below. I have never seen such a strange metal. Before I leave, I want to dig it out." After hearing this, Huowu was a little surprised, but she didn't say much. She knew that Chuanyi ran a blacksmith shop. Moreover, the ore that attracted Chuanyi's attention was definitely not ordinary, and she was also curious. The red dragon landed in the crater, and what appeared in front of her was a scene of birdsong and flowers. Huowu was surprised and said, "I really can't tell from the sky that the crater is so full of vitality. I don't know how long this crater has been formed. When the heat dissipates, the creatures will be revitalized here again." After Chuanyi's judgment, this should be a dead volcano that erupted in ancient times. Within Chuanyi's visible range, there is no magma activity. However, when the magma retreated, it left a special ore. Chuan Yi, I'm going to dig this thing out today. Xiao Wu, please step back first. This thing is deep underground and will take some time. Huo Wu stepped back and said, is it deep? Don't you need my help? Chuan Yi smiled and said, it is quite deep, but I am enough. As he spoke, the red dragon carrying the two of them turned into a light spot and poured into Chuan Yi's body. Then, the light spot condensed into two huge dragon claws, covering Chuan Yi's arms. Looking at Chuan Yi waving his huge dragon claws, Huo Wu couldn't help but say, can the soul skill be used like this? After Chuan Yi's dragon claws were opened, he could easily grab the independent small bungalow. The sharp claws and powerful force allowed him to dig the ground easily. The hard ground, like soft tofu, was grabbed by Chuan Yi with a lot of soil and rocks. 4 or 5 hours passed, and the sky turned from dark to bright. The work of cutting the mountain and cutting the stone lasted for a whole night. The reason why Chuan Yi could use the sixth soul skill for such a long time was because of the energy reserve and energy absorption effect of the red dragon horn. Otherwise, even if Chuan Yi reduced his size, he could not have continued for such a long time. However, due to Chuan Yi's sleepless digging, a huge amount of soil and stone accumulated near the cave entrance, and a cave entrance hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. Huo Wu sat cross-legged around the cave entrance, paying bored attention to the situation at the cave entrance. During the time when Chuan Yi was digging, Huo Wu wanted to help Chuan Yi dispel the invasion of soul beasts, but she found that no soul beast approached them for such a long time. After asking, she learned that Chuan Yi released a small amount of dragon power while digging, so that the nearby soul beasts did not dare to approach. This made Huo Wu have no chance to show her skills. Deep underground, Chuan Yi opened his two claws and dug tirelessly. His face didn't change much during such a long time, and there was even no trace of sweat. It was because Chuan Yi activated a soul skill, not physical strength. He only consumed some mental and soul power, and his claws would automatically help him dig. Taking advantage of this time, Chuan Yi used the split mind and the red dragon pupil to observe the changes of the sixth soul ring when the soul skill was activated. After several hours of observation, Chuan Yi found that as he controlled the claws, the soul ring pattern would light up selectively. Just like, when Chuan Yi used the action of gripping, the soul power would only pass through a part of the pattern. And when Chuan Yi let go, the soul power would flow to other patterns. It's like the control panel of an electrical appliance. People can easily master how to use the remote control according to the instructions, but they can't see the operation of the complex circuit board inside. However, now, Chuan Yi can understand the principle through observation. This is of great help to Chuan Yi in controlling the soul power pattern. Then, Chuan Yi moved the dragon claws to his back, freeing his hands and constantly recording the observed patterns. This action continued until Chuan Yi was about to reach the target. I finally found it. As he approached the target, Chuan Yi even felt the terrifying hot breath from the other side of the rock. As Chuan Yi continued to dig deeper, the hard soil and rocks became soft, and gradually, Chuan Yi even began to dig out a large piece of molten magma. However, the boiling magma was like soft mud to Chuan Yi, who had the fire-free attribute, and Chuan Yi quickly cleaned it up. It is hard to imagine that there is magma in a dead volcano, but the high temperature emitted by the ore can even melt the rock. Therefore, a shallow magma zone appeared around the ore. Just as Chuan Yi's claws were moving rapidly, Chuan Yi's red dragon pupils flashed with brilliance. Then, Chuan Yi's right claw stabbed down fiercely. Dang! The sharp dragon claw seemed to have touched extremely hard metal, making a huge clanging sound. So hard! Chuan Yi's mouth curled up with an unexpected smile. He quickly grabbed the hard metal and pulled it out with force. However, when Chuan Yi wanted to rely on the power of the red dragon claw to pull it out of the magma, Chuan Yi felt its terrifying weight through the dragon claw. Hey, it's so heavy with such a small volume. It must weigh at least 10,000 kilograms. Chuan Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. You know, this is only about 1 cubic meter of ore, but it has such a terrifying weight. However, this little weight is not enough in front of Chuan Yi. The red dragon claw firmly grasped the irregular ore and slowly pulled it up. When the ore was dragged up from the magma, a strong breath of fire element, accompanied by a terrifying fire poison, came to his face. Chapter 278 Huo Wu's Expectation. Chuan Yi carefully felt the strong fire poison and was surprised. He thought to himself, the intensity of the fire poison emitted by this metal is no less than that of the fiery apricot. Even a titled Douluo cannot stay next to it for a long time. Besides, this is too hard. Chuan Yi's red dragon claw grasped the metal with all his strength, but the red dragon claw, which could easily dig into the hard stone layer underground, could not do anything with this piece of metal. Seeing this, Chuan Yi was surprised, but at the same time, he also wanted to test the limits of the metal. Then, Chuan Yi's claws completely grasped the entire body of the metal, and a terrifying flame that could easily melt gold was ejected from his palm. Chuan Yi's extreme fire burned the metal between his relatively closed claws. However, after a few minutes, there was no sign of softening on this piece of metal. You know, ordinary metals will soften in a few seconds under Chuan Yi's flame. However, this piece of metal did not move at all. Even with Chuan Yi's power and flame, he could not do anything with this piece of metal, which shows how terrifying it is. After testing the toughness of the metal, Chuan Yi said happily, I really found a treasure this time. This piece of metal, which contains a huge amount of fire elemental power, can be a powerful soul guide with a little carving. Although it is extremely difficult to forge, it is not a big problem for Chuan Yi. If the flame cannot soften it, then use soul power and strength to shape it bit by bit. Even if it is made into a simple spear weapon, it is already an extremely terrifying weapon. If the appropriate soul guide pattern is carved on it, this piece of metal can play an even more terrifying effect. Chuan Yi put the metal into the heart of the scorching sun and returned to the ground. After walking out of the cave, the sky brightened. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu with some apology and said, Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long. The metal has been successfully recovered. Let's go back. Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi finally return, and immediately patted her butt and stood up to ask, What kind of ore is it? Can you show it to me? Huo Wu looked behind Chuan Yi curiously, thinking that he would carry it with him, but there was no trace of him. Chuan Yi replied, Yes, it can be, but this piece of metal is emitting a terrifying fire poison. It has no fire immune attribute, and even a fire attribute soul master cannot bear it easily. Xiao Wu, are you sure you want to see it? Huo Wu refused to admit defeat and said, Xiao Yi, you underestimate me too much. I am a level 55 soul king. I want to see what kind of metal is so powerful. Huo Wu didn't believe it, which was not surprising. After all, it was the first time that Chuan Yi saw such a special metal. Chuan Yi surveyed Huo Wu and found that Huo Wu's physical strength was much stronger than before the breakthrough. The surging blood in her body gave people a strange feeling. According to Chuan Yi's own intuitive feeling, Huo Wu's physical strength has surpassed the Soul Saint level and reached the Soul Douluo level. The Soul King level Extreme Power System Soul Master can indeed be equal to the Soul Saint in terms of strength. Huo Wu and Chuan Yi pursued the same direction as the above, but they were even more radical than them. They took it to the next level by absorbing soul rings that exceeded the limit. Although Huo Wu was a few steps slower than Chuan Yi, from the third soul ring, Huo Wu accumulated a huge advantage over ordinary soul masters. From the fourth soul ring, Huo Wu chose a soul ring category that was more suitable for the comprehensive development of the Hokage martial soul, which enabled Huo Wu's body to develop in all aspects. Although this led to Huo Wu's growth in strength not being as good as Chuan Yi, such development was comprehensive and more suitable for the development of control system soul masters. Now, after absorbing the fifth soul ring, Huo Wu not only penetrated a hidden meridian, but also obtained the attribute bonus of the 40,000 year soul ring. Huo Wu's physical fitness is no less than that of the Soul Douluo. Seeing this, Chuan Yi felt that if it was just a moment, Huo Wu should be able to withstand the attack of the fire poison. Well, Xiao Wu, let's get back to health. Huo Wu took a few steps back and looked at Chuan Yi expectantly. When Chuan Yi touched the necklace on his chest with his right hand, a huge piece of metal appeared between the two of them. Bang! The metal was placed on the ground, making a dull sound, and as it touched the ground, the fierce heat spread around. Huo Wu's body felt extreme discomfort at the first moment, and her skin felt a severe burning sensation at the first moment. This is a symbol of fire poison erosion. Huo Wu can withstand high temperatures, but she cannot withstand too much fire poison. Chuan Yi immediately reminded, Xiao Wu, use your soul power to resist the invasion of fire poison. Huo Wu instinctively circulated her soul power, and the orange-red soul power fluorescence covered her whole body. This made Huo Wu's physical discomfort disappear instantly. After truly seeing this fire poison, Huo Wu realized the extraordinary nature of this piece of metal. She asked, what kind of metal is this? What can be done with it? Chuan Yi replied, I don't know what it is, but with its own toughness and huge fire elemental power, no matter what it is used for, it won't be too bad. With that, Chuan Yi took the medal back. Okay, this trip has ended perfectly, let's go back. Chuan Yi walked to Huo Wu, held her arm, and summoned the red dragon. In 2 days, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu completed the 2 tasks of hunting soul beasts and mining rare metals. Such a terrifying efficiency, even 2-title Douluo cannot reach this level. Chuan Yi's reconnaissance ability, mobility, plus Huo Wu's stealth skills, let the two enter the Star Do Great Forest as if they were in an empty space. On the way back, Huo Wu suddenly sighed, if we go back now, the college has not yet had a holiday, and we can still catch up with the college's graduation ceremony. Starting from the next semester, we will officially enter the advanced college. 6 years passed in a flash. The two of them also had to end their daily lives in the intermediate college and officially start their schedule in the advanced college. Chuan Yi smiled indifferently and said, the advanced college is no different, and the venues of the 2 colleges are originally connected, so we don't even have to move the dormitory. Huo Wu said excitedly, why is it different? When we go to the advanced college, we can participate in the advanced elite competition of the whole continent. I want to spread the name of Shiwo College at the feast that attracts the attention of the whole continent. Shiwo College is of great significance to Huo Wu. It is the family's industry. She has been highly expected by her family because of her talent since she was a child. If she can lead the Shiwo team to the first place in the continent, the reputation of Shiwo College will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, Shiwo College can obtain more students and support. This is an important way to repay the family's cultivation, and it is also an important short-term goal for Huo Wu. As time approaches, Huo Wu's heart is filled with excitement and expectation. Chapter 279 The Tide of the Times. Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's excited expression, but his face was slightly gloomy. Huo Wu also caught a glimpse of Chuan Yi's silent expression while speaking, and her heart also paused for a moment. She asked, Xiao Yi, is there any problem? Chuan Yi looked at Huo Wu's eyes, and there was a hint of reluctance in his heart, but he still said with difficulty, Xiao Wu, the development of Shiwo Academy is not that simple. Even if we can really win the All-Continental Senior Academy competition, the development of Shiwo Academy will still be greatly restricted. The most important factor is that the management method of the academy itself is too one-sided. Huo Wu heard Chuan Yi's negative remarks about Shiwo Academy, which made her heart shake violently. She asked in disbelief, why? Although the academy has not achieved dazzling results in recent years. However, starting from our batch, the academy is also moving in a better direction, and there are 2 of us who will participate in this session. As long as we can leave a deep impression in front of the whole continent, we will definitely be able to return to glory. Huo Wu's idea is very simple, but in a sense, it is also very correct. However, just one victory cannot fundamentally change everything. He replied, Xiao Wu, what I want to say has nothing to do with the victory or defeat of the competition. The biggest constraint of Shiwo Academy is that it only recruits children of nobles, and completely abandons students from the civilian class. This means that even if the academy has a reputation, it cannot convert it into nutrients for the growth of the academy. As an academy specializing in fire attributes, it should unconditionally accept all qualified fire attribute soul masters. However, the academy only opens its doors to nobles and keeps all civilians out. In this way, even if we really gain a reputation, the academy cannot recruit more high-quality students. Therefore, when we graduate from the academy will return to the previous situation. When we graduate, Wuhandian Academy will once again occupy the first position. After so many years of observation, Chuan Yi also understood the operating model of Shiwo Academy. Only nobles and a very small number of gifted students are recruited here. The advantage of doing this is that the academy can obtain huge funds from the nobles to maintain the operation of the academy. At the same time, they can also maintain their reputation by cultivating a small number of elites. This method was indeed very effective in the past and made the academy develop greatly. However, in today's world, this behavior is tantamount to standing still. You must know that the Wuhan Hall Academy has recruited all the excellent students in the whole continent. In addition, they also have strong teaching resources and can teach students in accordance with their aptitude to a certain extent. If they want to survive in the competition with the Wuhan Hall, the Blazing Fire Academy must also make major reforms. However, on the other hand, even if the Blazing Fire Academy opens the restrictions on civilians, it may not be able to snatch the Wuhan Hall. The Wuhan Hall has an unparalleled influence in the hearts of civilians across the continent. In addition, they are also responsible for awakening the martial spirits for all civilians. Based on this alone, the Wuhan Hall has an unshakable position in the hearts of the people of the continent. The religious authority of the Wuhan Hall is more terrifying than that of the previous life. You must know that there is a great possibility that real gods exist in this world. The power of the Wuhan Hall has gradually reached its peak in recent years. Chuan Yi was worried that in the near future, there would be some kind of violent conflict on the continent. Chuan Yi did not dare to say that he could predict accurately, but he could still feel the irreversible tide of the times coming. How should Shuo Academy and the Chuan family make the best choice in such a tide of the times? Chuan Yi would often think about this question when he was not practicing. Today, Chuan Yi suddenly put forward his opinion to Huo Wu in order to try to lead Shuo Academy in a better direction. Huo Wu was also confused when she heard Chuan Yi's explanation. Martial Soul Hall. It was like a huge mountain, standing in front of her. 70% of the soul masters on the continent belonged to it. Faced with such a terrifying force, Shuo Academy could only survive in the cracks. Future. Huo Wu really hadn't thought about the distant future. However, when the bloody reality was torn apart by Chuan Yi and placed in front of her, Huo Wu realized the seriousness. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi with hope and asked, if we recruit civilian students like Tian Shui College, can we reverse this situation? Chuan Yi shook his head and replied, it's not that simple. But if we don't change, Shuo College will never be able to make further progress. Huo Wu had a deep understanding when she saw Chuan Yi say this. She fell into deep thought. Telling Huo Wu about these things is actually putting a heavy burden on her shoulders. However, in Shuo College, Chuan Yi is an outsider after all, and it is not his turn to make decisions. Even if the college really needs to be changed, Huo Wu is a more suitable candidate than Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's opinions are also out of his sincerity to Huo Wu. If it weren't for Huo Wu, Chuan Yi would not say these problems even if he saw them. The return time is shorter than expected. Chuan Yi can already see the outline of the town with his naked eyes. Huo Wu remained silent throughout the whole process, as if she was caught in complex thinking. Chuan Yi reminded, Xiao Wu, we are almost there. Yeah, I know. Huo Wu just answered unconsciously. Chuan Yi was a little angry when he saw that Huo Wu had lost her former spirit. He put his hands, he supported Huo Wu's shoulders, shook her awake, and said, Xiao Wu, are you going to give up? Chuan Yi's burning eyes caught Huo Wu's eyes. Lose? Am I afraid? Huo Wu immediately realized that she was trapped in negative emotions. She looked at Chuan Yi's determined eyes, and her heart suddenly beat. She replied loudly, no, I won't give up. Even if it's the Spirit Hall, I won't give up. At this moment, Huo Wu's heart was full of heroic spirit. Facing huge psychological pressure, she bravely roared unwillingly. Chuan Yi smiled and said, this is my Xiao Wu. At this moment, Huo Wu's state of mind crossed a gap. Huo Wu's eyes lost a bit of immaturity, and became more tenacious. Back at the academy, Huo Wu ran straight to the dean's office without stopping. Chuan Yi knew that Huo Wu was making suggestions to Huo Wuxi. However, seeing Huo Wu act so vigorously, Chuan Yi also realized that Huo Wu was also changing. But, this is too hasty. Chuan Yi shook his head helplessly, and then returned to the dormitory alone. However, when Chuan Yi returned to the dormitory, he found that there was a letter from home. Opening the letter, Chuan Yi quickly read the content, but before Chuan Yi finished reading the first page, Chuan Yi's pupils began to shake violently. Pa! The letter in his hand fell involuntarily. I'm going to be a brother. Chapter 280 Chuan Li breaks through level 90. The first page of the letter started with the news that Chuan Yi's mother, Solinger, was pregnant. The date of the discovery of the pregnancy was half a year ago, not long after Chuan Li obtained the 6th soul ring for Chuan Yi. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Solinger has been pregnant for 6 months, and she will give birth in less than 4 months. Seeing this news, Chuan Yi was shocked, but also had a flash of joy. Am I going to have another family member? Chuan Yi felt so eager to go home that he wanted to fly back home right now. However, Chuan Yi still suppressed his excitement, picked up the letter that fell on the table again, and began to read the thick letter carefully. The first page of the letter mainly talked about his family's longing for him and the news of his mother's pregnancy. However, the content of the second page brought Chuan Yi another surprise. That is, Chuan Li ended his retreat and successfully broke through the 90th level. Seeing this, Chuan Yi couldn't help but be surprised. So fast, it hasn't been a year yet. Chuan Li has successfully broken through the 90th level in less than a year since he announced his retreat. This breakthrough speed is not easy even in the entire Soul Master world. Although Chuan Li had reached the 89th level before the retreat, this last level, the bottleneck, is much more difficult than all the previous level upgrades. Many talented Soul Masters will even be stuck for a lifetime at the level between the 89th and 90th levels. From this, we can see how amazing Chuan Li's breakthrough speed is. What happened? Did Grandpa get a soul bone of good age? Just when Chuan Yi was eager to know the reason, the third picture explained the reason in detail. After reading it, Chuan Yi finally understood the specific situation. It turned out that Chuan Li had been studying and trying the relationship between Danzu and Soul Crystal proposed by Chuan Yi before he started his retreat. After several years of research, Chuan Li found that there was huge potential in it. When the huge soul power is compressed to the limit, it will show an extremely unstable state. As the saying goes, things will turn against each other when they reach the extreme. When the stable soul crystal is compressed to the extreme, the soul power will be in a state of riot. However, Chuan Li keenly discovered a kind of order in chaos. In order to explore the mystery, Chuan Li found that he needed a stronger mental power to control the compression and riot of the soul power. Therefore, over the years, Chuan Li has been practicing mental power and studying the state of soul power after compression. After he successfully broke through to the 89th level, both his mental power and soul power reached an unprecedented peak. The conditions were ripe, and Chuan Li had great confidence in this matter. Immediately, he closed his eyes and tried to condense a certain existence that surpassed the soul power crystal. Finally, after more than half a year of closed-door training, Chuan Li condensed a special solid soul power crystal similar to Douluo's Danzu. Compared with the previous soul power crystal, this special solid soul power crystal showed the characteristics of active movement. Not only did it improve the quality of Chuan Li's own soul power, but it also increased the speed of obtaining soul power from the outside world. Speaking of this, Chuan Yi's mind immediately flashed the energy absorption effect of the red dragon horn. Obviously, Chuan Li used his own soul power to form a similar effect. Moreover, unlike Douluo's Danzu, it cannot leave the body and can only remain in the danshan. It is precisely because of this special solid soul power crystal that Chuan Li not only broke through the titled Douluo realm in one leap, but also greatly improved his strength. A movable solid soul crystal. The word movable is completely different from the solid soul crystal. However, in Chuan Yi's mind I immediately thought of the sea of sand. The sea of sand flowing with the wind is nothing but countless solid sand and stones gathered together to form a flowing solid state. Perhaps, the condensation of Chuan Li is also in a similar form. However, it is easy to say, but the risks involved are definitely not low. Chuan Yi was inspired by Chuan Li's pioneering spirit. After reading the third sheet, Chuan Yi's excitement could not be calmed for a long time. In fact, after reading this, Chuan Yi had some guesses about the content after this. Sure enough, when Chuan Yi turned to the fourth sheet, the words 100,000-year soul ring appeared. The letter mentioned that they needed Chuan Yi to return to the Chuan family to help Chuan Li obtain the 100,000-year soul ring. This was the content that Chuan Yi and Chuan Li had agreed on before, and in order to continue to develop in the ocean in the future, obtaining the soul ring of the sea soul beast was the best choice. However, the Chuan family, which was not a sea soul master, did not have an advantage in the ocean, so they needed Chuan Yi's help. After reading the letter, Chuan Yi had a holistic understanding of the whole thing. It seems that I really have to go home this time. Chuan Yi set the next schedule in his mind. On the other side, a surprised roar came from the dean's office. What, you actually awakened the domain skills that only title Douluo can awaken? Huo Wuxi stared with his big copper bell eyes and roared in surprise. Huo Wu saw Huo Wuxi was so exaggerated, and hurriedly stopped him. Shh, keep your voice down. Huo Wuxi had completely ignored everything else. He hurriedly said, quick, let me see it. I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Huo Wu sighed helplessly and said, okay then. Then, the illusory Naruto martial spirit appeared behind Huo Wu. A faint orange-red light lit up in the room. Just when Huo Wuxi was looking forward to Huo Wu showing the legendary domain, he saw a sly smile on Huo Wu's face. Why? Just when Huo Wuxi wanted to ask Huo Wu, why hasn't it started yet? He found that he seemed unable to speak. No, Not only to speak, he couldn't even move now, and could only anxiously roll his eyes. Huo Wuxi realized that he had entered Huo Wu's domain skills. It's really a domain, damn, what kind of domain is this, why is it so difficult to operate soul power? Huo Wuxi was only one table away from Huo Wu. At such a close distance, Huo Wuxi could be said to have completely endured the restrictions of the shadow domain. Although Huo Wuxi was a soul Douluo, his physical fitness was far inferior to Chuan Yi without opening his martial soul. You know, Huo Wu's shadow domain was a difficult existence even Chuan Yi found difficult, so it was extremely normal for Huo Wuxi to be unable to move. Almost half a minute had passed, and Huo Wuxi was sighing at the power of Huo Wu's domain, but at the same time he felt a little embarrassed to be controlled by Huo Wu. No, I want to break free. Martial soul possession. Huo Wuxi used all his strength to drive his soul power and summoned his martial soul with great difficulty. The red unicorn dragon shadow appeared behind Huo Wuxi, and then Huo Wuxi's figure suddenly swelled. Exploding muscles and hard dragon scales were all over his body, and a fierce and wild aura burst out from Huo Wuxi's body. Chapter 281 Soul Hunting Invitation. Pa pa pa. As Huo Wuxi summoned his martial soul, his muscles quickly tightened, and his veins bulged to resist the restraint of his whole body. The huge force pulled, causing Huo Wuxi's muscles to make bursts of noise. It can be seen that Huo Wuxi was trying his best to break free from this force. However, the powerful increase of the unicorn fire dragon still could not completely break free from the restraint. However, Huo Wuxi found that he could speak, so he immediately said, "Take back the domain." As soon as the voice fell, Huo Wuxi saw the light of the fire shadow slowly fade, and the restraint of his body weakened accordingly. When the fire shadow completely disappeared, Huo Wuxi regained control of his body. Huo Wuxi also retracted his martial spirit and scratched his slightly blushing cheek. "Xiao Wu, what exactly is this domain? Can you introduce it?" Huo Wu glanced at him lightly, and endured the silence in her heart, and described in detail the experience of hunting soul rings and what happened after absorbing soul rings. After telling this story, Huo Wuxi fell into deep thought. After listening to Huo Wu's story, he discovered a detail. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked, "You said before that Chuan Yi noticed the existence of the domain at the first time." Huo Wu was also slightly stunned, and then replied, "Yes." Huo Wuxi's eyes flashed with an inexplicable meaning, and then asked, "Don't you feel strange? How could Chuan Yi be sure that this is a domain skill at the first time?" Huo Wu just realized this problem. If he hadn't seen the domain with his own eyes, even if Chuan Yi had the red dragon eyes, he would not have realized that this was a domain skill at the first time. Unless, Xiao Yi has seen the domain with his own eyes. Huo Wu murmured. Huo Wuxi nodded and said, "I have two speculations about this. One is that Chuan Yi has seen the domain skills displayed by the title Douluo, and the other is that he has mastered the domain skills himself. However, based on my understanding of him, I am more inclined to the latter. After all, Huo Wu can awaken the domain skills in advance, so it doesn't make sense that this little monster Chuan Yi has not opened the domain." Huo Wuxi suddenly felt that his common sense was about to be broken by Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. He lay down sitting on the recliner, he sighed, "How much strength does this kid have hidden?" Huo Wu said nonchalantly, "Xiao Yi just doesn't like to show off. By the way, there is one more thing I want to discuss with Dad." Then, Huo Wu told Huo Wuxia about the reform of the academy that Chuan Yi had told him. Huo Wuxia was also surprised to see Huo Wu and said, "When will my little baby be able to think so deeply? Can't I care about the development of the academy?" Huo Wu seemed to be angry and slapped the table in dissatisfaction. Okay, our Xiao Wu has really grown up, and I am really pleased as a father." Huo Wuxia hurriedly comforted Huo Wu. Having said that, who is Huo Wuxia? Can't he see that Chuan Yi's idea is behind this? Well, I will think seriously about the reform. Xiao Wu, go back and have a good rest today. Huo Wuxia did not answer immediately. Huo Wu knew that this matter was not simple. Seeing Huo Wuxi's rare serious expression, she also knew that her father had listened to her. "Then I will go back first." After saying goodbye, Huo Wu turned and left, leaving Huo Wuxi sitting silently in the office in deep thought. At night, in a cabin in the forest, Huo Wu and Chuan Yi held a celebration banquet to celebrate the successful completion of this trip. Chuan Yi continuously took out dragon meat to reward Huo Wu. Under Chuan Yi's surprised eyes, Huo Wu ate twice the weight of soul beast meat as usual. However, there was no sign of bulging in Huo Wu's lower abdomen. Hundreds of kilograms of 90,000-year soul beast meat were swept away by Huo Wu. While eating, Chuan Yi also found that Huo Wu's whole body qi and blood were cooperating with the 5 internal organs to digest food at full speed. At this time, Huo Wu's body qi and blood became more and more rich, and the energy was also absorbed and stored by the 5 internal organs and qi and blood. During this process, Huo Wu's skin showed a white jade color, giving people a perfect feeling. Chuan Yi knew that this was a powerful ability provided by another hidden meridian that Huo Wu had penetrated. Moreover, the existence of 2 meridians does not seem to be a simple calculation method of 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, Chuan Yi did not know that the hidden meridian that Huo Wu had penetrated this time was the Ren meridian, which is called the Sea of Yin meridians. That is, the Ren meridian of the Ren and Du meridians. If the Du meridian is responsible for the Yang meridian qi and blood, then the Ren meridian is responsible for the Yin meridian qi and blood. The two are interconnected and have close functional connections. By penetrating these 2 meridians, Huo Wu can control the qi and blood of the whole body, one on the back and one on the abdomen, one in front and one behind, and the 2 are connected, which has an important regulating effect on regulating the body's yin and yang. Therefore, although opening one meridian alone is powerful enough, when the 2 are connected together, the effect is greater than 1 + 1. However, both of them are related to the human reproductive organs, which led to Chuan Yi feeling a strong temptation when he looked at Huo Wu. After eating and drinking, the 2 chatted while digesting the food in their stomachs. Waiting for the right time, Chuan Yi invited Huo Wu. "Xiao Wu, are you interested in going to Hanhai City with me this summer vacation?" Huo Wu stood up excitedly and replied, "Of course, I have long wanted to see the scenery of the sea. Besides, I haven't seen my aunt for a long time. This time I can get close to Xiao Yi's family." "Xiao Wu, don't get excited, I haven't finished. I'm not just going home this time, there is an important thing I want to discuss with you." Chuan Yi's voice became louder than usual, which finally made the excited Huo Wu calm down. "What's the matter?" Huo Wu asked puzzledly. Chuan Yi's face became serious, and he said to Huo Wu seriously, "Xiao Wu, in fact, I went home this time to help Grandpa hunt for 100,000-year soul ring. However, my strength alone is still a little insufficient. So, I want to invite Huo Wu to come. I don't know if you are willing." While speaking, Chuan Yi felt a little uneasy. Emotionally, he didn't want Huo Wu to participate in such a dangerous event. However, the 2 had agreed to face it together before, so Chuan Yi mustered up the courage and invited Huo Wu. Just as Chuan Yi carefully observed Huo Wu's expression, he saw Huo Wu showing an extremely bright smile. This smile instantly dispelled all the uneasiness in Chuan Yi's heart. "Well, I promise you." Huo Wu replied with a smile. She answered without hesitation or fear. The reason for agreeing was also very simple, that is, Chuan Yi needed her help. This alone was enough for her to abandon everything she had. At this moment, Chuan Yi was deeply moved by Huo Wu, and the emotion flowed out from his heart like a spring. The beauty is so kind, Chuan Yi realized the true meaning of this sentence at this moment. Chapter 282 Douluo's research progress. Chuan Yi pulled Huo Wu over and hugged her tightly. Although he had thousands of words to say, he couldn't express them. Huo Wu stroked Chuan Yi's back and asked gently, "When are we leaving?" She looked a little impatient. Chuan Yi said, "This is not a trivial matter. We must make full preparations before we set off." Then, he said to Huo Wu told her about his plan. "We now have about 3 months to prepare. During these 3 months, we must improve our strength as much as possible. Also, we need to discuss how to deal with sea soul beasts. Fire attribute soul masters will naturally lose strength in the sea. On the contrary, the strength of sea soul beasts will increase significantly, especially the 100,000-year soul beasts. Their strength alone is equivalent to that of human soul masters above level 95. Especially sea soul masters in the sea need to increase their strength by 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, we must prepare for the worst and use this as our goal." After hearing this, Huo Wu did not get too upset. Her state of mind had undergone a transformation not long ago. Moreover, she firmly believed that Chuan Yi must be fully confident. "Xiao Yi, just tell me what I should do." Huo Wu's decisive attitude made Chuan Yi full of confidence in this plan. "Okay, then I won't say much. These 3 months will be very hard for both you and me. Are you ready? Huowu said confidently, of course. Immediately, Chuan Yi told Huowu all his plans and trump cards. The two discussed this for a long time. The next day, Chuan Yi left Huowu and went to the ice and fire spring where Douluo was. Passing through the poisonous fog, Chuan Yi sensed Douluo who was studying toxins at the foot of the mountain. After landing at the entrance of the cave, Chuan Yi saw the cave that Douluo had transformed into a laboratory. The original small entrance was filled with various glass vessels. Looking closely, these small vessels contained various leaves, petals, and even some strange powders. These were all herbal ingredients collected by Douluo from the herb garden. Douluo collected and studied the mysteries in this way. Of course, in addition to these, there was a special metal cage in a corner of the cave, which held various tiny rat-soul beasts. These were the little white mice that Douluo caught for experiments. It has been a long time since Douluo started his research, and during this period, his research has indeed achieved remarkable results. The most important discovery was that Douluo discovered through a microscope that the cells hidden in his blood would be suppressed when facing the two extreme auras of ice and fire. In particular, when Douluo compared the scene he observed when he was around the spring and the scene he observed when he was away from the spring, it was completely opposite. This discovery brought great inspiration to Douluo. At the same time, he also understood why he could still practice to the titled Douluo realm safely even though he was poisoned for so many years. This was all because of the spring of ice and fire. The inspired Douluo had great inspiration on how to detoxify. Seeing that he was one step closer to his goal, Douluo was even happier. When he saw Chuan Yi flying over, he looked at Chuan Yi strangely and teased, "Boy, it's only been a few days, why are you back again?" Chuan Yi was a little embarrassed after hearing this. After all, when they parted, they said they would leave for a long time, but in the end, they came back in less than a week. The things to be done will be finished sooner than expected, but I will not stay long this time. I will leave again in a few days. I am going to the spring. You can find me there if you have anything. After saying hello to Douluo, Chuan Yi turned around and left the cave. Douluo shook his head and scolded with a smile, "This kid, I don't know what he is busy with every day." After that, he continued his various experiments. Leaving the foot of the mountain, Chuan Yi flew to the vicinity of the spring. Looking at the misty water and the biting cold that made his hair stand on end, Chuan Yi seemed to have returned to his nest. A few months have made Chuan Yi feel familiar with this place. After calming down, Chuan Yi took out the special fire attribute metal dug out from the Stardo Great Forest from the heart of the fiery Sunday. However, the metal that should have emitted a fierce fire poison showed different characteristics in this special space. Under the impact of the extremely cold and hot breath, its fire poison was suppressed, and the fire element energy contained in it also showed signs of stability and contraction. Seeing this phenomenon, Chuan Yi immediately realized that the energy of this spring water was much higher than that of this piece of metal. Then, he threw the metal into the vermilion hot yang chuan. Plop! Gulp! The metal was immersed in the spring water, and the extremely hot spring water came into contact with the metal, producing bubbles, but after a while, the spring water returned to calm. Chuan Yi saw the metal floating below the water through the spring water, but under this extremely hot spring water, the metal did not change much. It can withstand the temperature of the spring water, but I can still see some subtle changes. At some point, Chuan Yi's eyes turned into golden dragon pupils, and under his gaze, he observed the effect of the spring water on the metal. The most obvious change was the sign that the metal surface began to soften. This was something that Chuan Yi did not notice when he roasted it with his own flame. Another change is that Chuan Yi found that the metal as a whole was slowly absorbing the extremely hot breath of the spring water. During this process, the impurities inside the metal were being automatically expelled, and the energy of the fire element was also moving closer to the extremely hot breath. Seeing this scene, Chuan Yi smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, bringing it here was the right choice. The metal that cannot be forged by human power can be manipulated more easily here. However, metals are not like humans, they cannot adjust automatically, they can only wait for time to change slowly. Let's put the metal thing aside for now, Chuan Yi has another more important thing that needs him to complete. Immediately, Chuan Yi took off his clothes and jumped into the spring water. The moment he entered, Chuan Yi felt countless extremely hot heaven and earth energy washing over his body. This energy is extremely pure, and it can be easily converted into Chuan Yi's soul power without too much refining. If it weren't for the fact that Chuan Yi's meridians have a limit to their digestion capacity, it would not be a problem to upgrade one level a day. According to Chuan Yi's calculations, practicing in the spring water for a year can upgrade 2 levels, and there is no need to worry about the improvement of the foundation. However, this speed is calculated based on Chuan Yi's own digestion capacity. Simply put, if the spring water is compared to a soul ring, then it is a top soul ring that can provide unlimited energy. Although energy is unlimited, people's appetite is limited. You can't get fat in one bite. Chuan Yi can only hold the huge cake, eat a bite, digest for a while, eat a bite, digest for a while. Chapter 283, Connecting the Ren Meridian. Moreover, this is the speed of practice achieved on the basis of Chuan Yi's practice speed being greatly slowed down. However, this situation will be solved soon. After diving, Chuan Yi immediately swam to the bottom of the spring. After going deep into the spring for dozens of meters, Chuan Yi felt that it was enough and stopped there. Then, a red dragon horn stretched out from his forehead. The moment the red dragon horn appeared, a terrifying suction force emanated from the red dragon horn, and absorbed the surrounding fire attribute energy. The red dragon horn, which originally had sufficient energy reserves, unconsciously input energy into Chuan Yi's body along the meridians after absorbing energy. At this time, Chuan Yi did not input mental power, it was the instinctive action of the red dragon horn itself. At that time, Chuan Yi was unable to control this phenomenon, and swam frantically from the bottom of the spring to the outside world. However, now, Chuan Yi's mental power has increased by at least 100 times compared to that time. With his current control, he can easily control the passive energy absorption of the red dragon horn. However, Chuan Yi did not do that. On the contrary, he also input mental power and actively enhanced the suction of the red dragon horn. Suddenly, huge and hot energy continued to flow into Chuan Yi's meridians. This energy filled all of Chuan Yi's meridians in just a few breaths. Then, under the operation of Chuan Yi's soul power, the majestic energy continued to flow to the abdomen. This position is exactly the entrance to another hidden meridian that Huo Wu penetrated. That's right, Chuan Yi returned to the spring today just to penetrate the hidden meridians in his body. As for why Chuan Yi wanted to try to penetrate the hidden meridians in the spring, this is because the hidden meridians are unusually strong. It is only possible to penetrate when huge energy is infused or under strong pressure. This is the experience summarized by Chuan Yi based on his own experience with Huo Wu. To penetrate the hidden meridians, one must do it in one go. If the journey stops midway due to lack of energy, then after the journey is over, Chuan Yi will not be able to find the direction of the broken hidden meridians. In addition, strong pressure can compress energy and give it a stronger impact. This is also an important factor in penetrating the meridians. However, since Chuan Yi's physical fitness has reached a certain level, it has become extremely difficult to find strong pressure from the outside world. This also led to Huo Wu finding the extra hidden meridians first. Sometimes, walking too fast can also make people miss many things along the way. Fortunately, Chuan Yi is not traveling alone. Huo Wu will help him remember what Chuan Yi missed. Chuan Yi circulates energy and pours it into the hidden meridians observed with his eyes. After clarifying the route, Chuan Yi can flush the meridian barriers without hesitation. Under Chuan Yi's precise flushing, the so-called barriers can't last long at all. Crack! A shattering sound rang out. Then, the vast energy that filled the meridians rushed into it like a flood. After that, without Chuan Yi's control, the energy began to climb up along the midline of the abdomen, and finally, it successfully reached his eyes. At this moment, Chuan Yi felt that his red dragon pupil had perfectly integrated with his own meridians. The countless energy sucked in rushed into Chuan Yi's eyes frantically, giving him a sense of spiritual pleasure. If Chuan Yi was not in the water, he would definitely moan comfortably. With the penetration of the hidden meridians, Chuan Yi realized that the external soul bone covering the eye bone was completely integrated with Chuan Yi's body. Chuan Yi was also deeply surprised by this. The red dragon pupil came from the red dragon horn, so Chuan Yi naturally thought that it was also integrated into his body. However, it seems that the red dragon pupil should be regarded as a different existence from the red dragon horn. With the red dragon pupil completely integrated into the body, Chuan Yi's mental power doubled on the original basis. The strong mental fluctuations turned into materialized energy fluctuations, rushing out of the spring water and spreading in all directions. Douluo at the foot of the mountain also felt this unrivaled spiritual fluctuation. The vast and majestic spiritual power turned into golden fluctuations, washing over his body. At this moment, Douluo could only struggle to hold on under this strong mental pressure. Aside, the weak soul beast that Douluo used for the experiment had already fainted. Fortunately, this energy fluctuation did not contain the intention of attack, otherwise, neither the experimental soul beast nor the medicinal herbs around the spring would be spared. This level of mental pressure is no longer the same realm. Just relying on mental power, this kid has reached the realm of level 95. Fortunately, the mental pressure was only for a moment, and Douluo quickly returned to normal. He immediately put down the tools in his hand and ran quickly towards the medicinal garden. When he arrived at the bottom of the COL, he first checked the situation of the medicinal garden. After seeing that the medicinal herbs were all safe, he quickly walked to the vicinity of the spring and looked down to observe Chuanyi. However, Chuanyi's figure was blocked by a huge metal block, and Douluo could not confirm Chuanyi's situation. However, although he could not see it, he could feel the strong mental fluctuations brewing under the spring. What is this kid doing? It hasn't been long, and his strength has improved so much again. Douluo had originally vaguely sensed that Chuanyi's true strength was not weaker than his, but after this, he was completely convinced that Chuanyi's strength was definitely stronger than his current strength. This made him extremely grateful in his heart that he did not become an enemy of Chuanyi. Under the spring, Chuanyi quickly gathered the burst of mental power, and then used mental power to observe the changes in his body. With the opening of the Ren meridian, Chuanyi's blood and qi were completely activated, and his body's vitality was stimulated. Chuanyi could feel very comfortable at this time, and his body was slowly improved in this process. The powerful blood and qi transported the energy stored in the body to every corner of the body, which made Chuanyi feel that his body became more coordinated and perfect. Not only that, Chuanyi also found that the speed at which his meridians absorbed external energy exceeded twice. The energy absorbed by the red dragon horn was absorbed by the two hidden meridians in an instant. At the same time, Chuanyi also realized that his cultivation, that is, the level of soul power, has improved a lot. Although it is impossible to judge accurately, Chuanyi feels that it has improved by at least 2 levels. Not long ago, he just broke through to level 64. Now he breaks through 2 more levels, that is, level 66. However, the changes in the body and the improvement of soul power cannot be compared with the improvement of mental power. In the water, Chuanyi opened his eyes, and the golden dragon pupils flashed with extreme brilliance, like a dazzling golden flame. The magnificent mental power is contained in it. The mental enhancement brought by the red dragon pupils to Chuanyi is not even inferior to the enhancement brought by the 100,000 year head soul bone. This makes Chuanyi's realm reach a more unfathomable realm. It's a pleasant surprise, but now, I have a greater confidence to hunt 100,000 year soul beasts. Chuanyi thought to himself in the water. Chapter 284 Reform of Blazing Academy. After roughly summarizing the gains brought by the penetration of hidden meridians, Chuanyi immediately swam out of the water. As for the piece of red magic gold, Chuanyi placed it in the spring water. According to Chuanyi's judgment, it will take some time to soften it completely. Although the extremely high temperature of the spring water can easily melt metal, the red magic gold has great resistance to flames. If there is no spring water, Chuanyi can only use his own strength and soul power to transform its shape bit by bit. The time consumed by this method is not something Chuanyi can bear now. He still has a lot of things to do and can't waste all his time on it. When Chuanyi poked his head out of the water, he was greeted by Douluo's thin face and green eyes. Looking at his straight eyes, Chuanyi couldn't help but tease, "It's not a good habit to peep at others." "How many times has this happened, senior?" Douluo said unhappily, "It's because you caused such a big commotion that I'm too lazy to come and see." When Douluo looked at Chuanyi, his eyes felt a faint stinging sensation, which was the effect of the difference in their mental power. Moreover, every time he looked into Chuanyi's strange vertical pupils, he would feel the discomfort of being seen through. At this time, Douluo truly realized that Chuanyi's mental power had entered another stage. "What did you do this time? Why did your mental power surge so much?" Douluo asked curiously. Chuanyi replied, "Nothing, it's just that the external soul bone is completely integrated into the body, which brings an increase in mental power." Douluo said in surprise, "What kind of external soul bone is this? I have lived for so many years and have never seen such a strange external soul bone. Usually, the evolution of external soul bones will only become more powerful on the original basis, but, mystery of the soul of the soul. This is beyond Douluo's common sense. Chuan Yi retorted, Senior, the changes in my external soul bone are all due to the spring water. The real strange thing is this. As he spoke, Chuan Yi scooped up the water ball with his hands. It was something else hidden in the spring water that was absorbed by his external soul bone, causing the mutation. Moreover, after this breakthrough, Chuan Yi also keenly noticed that the dragon scales on his face had spread downwards a little. This shows that this soul bone is still absorbing the energy of the spring water and is constantly evolving. The evolution of the external soul bone prevents it from stopping its steps. After listening, Douluo nodded in agreement. Douluo was deeply touched by the specialness of the spring water. These days of research have made he truly realized that the most useful thing for him in this treasure land was not the herb garden, but the spring water. With this extreme ice and fire spring, he could survive for a long time even if he did not solve the problem of toxins. However, this also meant that if he had not discovered this spring water as soon as possible, he might have died a long time ago. Chuan Yi climbed out of the spring water, put on his clothes, and invited Douluo to have lunch together. Douluo sat down at the table naturally and waited for Chuan Yi's cooking. With the red dragon eye, Chuan Yi's control of firepower can be said to have reached the pinnacle. Therefore, even Douluo was very nostalgic for the dishes he made. Chuan Yi took out the soul guide iron pot and piled thousands of kilograms of cut meat on one side. This was more than twice the usual amount. It was not easy to handle so many ingredients, but with Chuan Yi's powerful mental power, he could perfectly control the whole. Half an hour later, a large amount of ingredients were made into exquisite dishes by Chuan Yi. At lunchtime, Chuan Yi and Douluo enjoyed lunch while talking about their gains in the past few days. When Douluo heard that Chuan Yi was preparing to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, his cold expression collapsed again. He saw Chuan Yi's calm expression and thought to himself, although it sounds a bit horrifying, if it is him, it may be possible. This idea made Douluo regain his composure. He said seriously, Do you need my help? Chuan Yi swallowed the food and refused with a smile, Thank you, Senior, but I am sure. Well, remember to leave me some 100,000-year soul beast meat. I have never tasted 100,000-year soul beast meat. Douluo did not say much. Chuan Yi would not lie. If he said he was sure, he was really sure. Okay, when I come back, I will personally cook a sea soul beast soup for you. After lunch, Douluo returned to his research room again to study his toxicology knowledge. And Chuan Yi returned to the cabin in the forest. In the next 3 months, Chuan Yi and Huo entered secret special training. For this purpose, the two often flew to uninhabited wastelands for secret training. At the same time, a major incident occurred in Shuo Academy during this period. After discussion by the top leaders of the academy, they decided to completely lift the restrictions on civilian students in Shuo Academy. At the same time, they would also raise the admission requirements. As long as they do not meet the conditions, they will not accept even the children of nobles. Moreover, even the students who have already enrolled need to retest their strength at the beginning of the next semester. Once they do not meet the requirements, they will be expelled. Only strength matters. As long as they are fire attribute soul masters and have enough talent, they are all welcome in Shuo Academy. As soon as this news came out, it caused a lot of fluctuations in the soul master world. At the same time, it also attracted the rebuttal of the noble forces, but Huo Wuxi suppressed it with strength and expelled the noble academy that opposed it. Of course, in this process, Shuo Academy suffered a lot of losses. However, Huo Wuxi's determination to reform is unshakable. In Huo Wuxi's heart, the affairs of the academy are certainly important, but he cares more about Huo Wu's ideas. Since Huo Wu is determined to change, he, as a father, must firmly support her. The students who originally wanted to spend their summer vacation peacefully also had no intention of enjoying it because of this major change. Those students who enjoyed their youth in the academy just by virtue of their noble status suddenly panicked. However, they were powerless to change the will of the academy. Douluo continent is a world where strength is respected after all. With Seoul Douluo Huo Wuxi in charge, the progress of reform has been swift. Time also passed quickly in the busy preparations. Finally, one day 2 months later, Shuo Academy opened a week in advance and started the admission examination. Although the requirements were raised, the number of applicants was several times more than usual. This is because those civilians who usually lack opportunities have flocked into the queue. After layers of tests, those who meet the standards will be admitted to the academy, and those who do not meet the standards will be rejected. Although the preparation time was not sufficient, the college did recruit a good number of students. The 1-week assessment was over. This assessment, which was intertwined with surprises and disappointments, came to an end. Soon, the college held a grand opening ceremony, implying that the college would start again. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were destined not to participate in this grand ceremony. Chapter 285 Going to Hanhai City. The two had already asked Huo Wuxi for leave and went to Hanhai City. Flying to the sky above Hanhai City, a majestic red transparent dragon was flying rapidly. And Huo Wu and Chuan Yi were sitting in the circular energy shield in front of the dragon's head. Who would have thought that this flying dragon was carrying two 16-year-old boys and girls? Moreover, this dragon was the sole skill of one of them. Chuan Yi drove the red dragon all the way west and had been flying for a whole day. Today is the second day of the journey. After resting in a town last night, they set out again for Hanhai City. While Chuan Yi was controlling, Huo Wu sat aside and meditated. It has been more than 3 months since the breakthrough, and Huo Wu's soul power level has increased. With the help of Chuan Yi's Quan Li Red Dragon Horn, it is on the verge of breaking through the limit of level 56. More importantly, Huo Wu has completely mastered her own explosive strength. Under the huge pressure of a 100,000-year soul beast, Huo Wu showed extraordinary perseverance and courage. Even now, she is trying her best to increase her winning rate. Chuan Yi sat quietly aside, looking ahead, not hindering Huo Wu's practice. However, at this moment, Chuan Yi stood high in the sky and saw the blue sea in the distance. Immediately whispered to Huo Wu, "Xiao Wu, look, we are here." Huo Wu slowly opened her eyes, and the vast sea connected to the sky came into view. This is the first time Huo Wu has seen such a scene. Huo Wu, who felt refreshed, was surprised and said, "Is this the sea? It's bigger and bluer than I imagined." Huo Wu's mouth showed a surprised smile. Seeing Huo Wu's expression, Chuan Yi's mouth also curled up. "Xiao Wu, do you see that seaside town? That's our destination, Hanhai City." Chuan Yi pointed to the town standing on the seaside and introduced it. As the only port city of Tiandu Empire, its scale is not as large as Tiandu City, but it is no less than the capital of the kingdom, Sa City. Seeing Hanhai City, Chuan Yi's heart also rose with a strange emotion. Although he had never been there, he inexplicably felt a sense of intimacy. Chuan Yi understood that this was the feeling of home. Huo Wu hugged Chuan Yi's shoulders and said coquettishly, "Xiao Yi, let's go down quickly, I can't wait to see your family." "Okay." Chuan Yi immediately drove the red dragon to land. Chuan Yi opened the red dragon pupil, explored the unmanned corner, and landed carefully. After landing, the two ran straight towards Hanhai City. The Soul King and Soul Emperor had good leg strength, not to mention the two strong bodies. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the gate of Hanhai City. Is this the smell of the sea?" Huo Wu smelled the salty smell from the sea blowing in her face. Huo Wu, who was not used to it, immediately covered her mouth and nose. Chuan Yi had a strong adaptability. After taking a deep breath of air, he sighed, "This is the smell of decayed marine life. To some extent, it represents the vitality of this ocean." Although Chuan Yi had never been to the sea, he had seen pictures and learned relevant geographical knowledge. Huo Wu loosened her palm and followed Chuan Yi to take a deep breath. Although she was still not used to it, she no longer felt disgusted in her heart. Seeing Huo Wu imitating him, Chuan Yi smiled dotingly, held Huo Wu's palm directly, and walked into the city gate. "Let's go, I can't wait to introduce you to my family." When Chuan Yi said this, Huo Wu was immediately happy, but at the same time, she felt worried. Although she had met Solinger and Solinger liked her very much, she was worried that Chuan Yi's other family members would have opinions about her. Sensing Huo Wu's nervousness, Chuan Yi comforted her, "Don't worry, my family is very kind. They have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Relax. Every time you come here, you will be very happy." Huo Wu blushed immediately after hearing this. Family, this word made Huo Wu think about it. What does it mean to treat Xiao Yi's family as your own family? Is Xiao Yi proposing to me? Huo Wu's mood fluctuated in a very short time, and her expression kept changing. When Chuan Yi saw this, he thought his persuasion was ineffective. He had no idea that Huo Wu directly associated his words with marriage. Things. Looking at Huo Wu's red cheeks, Chuan Yi also became nervous for no reason. In their surprised minds, Chuan Yi still found the carriage for transporting passengers and told the driver an address. On the other side, in the Chuan family villa, a pregnant red-haired woman lazily lay on a recliner, enjoying the bright sunshine. This is Chuan Yi's mother, Solinger. Compared to before, Solinger's appearance has not changed at this moment, but Solinger, who is 9 months pregnant, has more maternal radiance than usual. Suddenly, Solinger opened her eyes and looked at Chuan Yu, who was sitting at the desk working. "Husband, when do you think Xiao Ai can come back? If not, this child can't see his brother in the first time." As she said, Solinger gently stroked her bulging belly. Chuan Yu put down the pen, picked up the blanket, walked to Solinger's side, and then covered Solinger with it, and gently replied, "Don't you know Xiao Ai yet? How could he miss it? I think he is on his way now, just wait a few more days." Solinger has asked the same question countless times during this period. As time goes by, Solinger's longing for Chuan Yi becomes stronger and stronger. Chuan Yu also feels the same way about Solinger's feelings, and he also misses Chuan Yi very much. Just when the two were missing Chuan Yi, there was a knock on the door in the office. "What's the matter?" Chuan Yu asked in confusion. The clan member opened the door, walked quickly to the two of them, and said hurriedly, "Master, the guard reported that the young master has arrived at the villa. The young master and his companions have been led into the villa by the guard and will enter the villa soon." "What? Already here? Take me there quickly." Chuan Yu, who was calm just now, jumped up excitedly. Solinger patted Chuan Yu directly and said, "Calm down. Didn't you hear Xiao Ai bring people?" Solinger turned her eyes to the reporting personnel and asked calmly, "Have you confirmed the identity of the person who came?" "We have confirmed the token with the clan seal, and have also compared it with the portrait and the hand armor martial spirit. It is indeed the young master Quinyi, but he is more burly and mature than the portrait. Few clan members here have seen Quinyi. Therefore, in order to confirm his identity, Chuan Yu handed Quinyi's portrait to the guard before sending the letter. "Okay, husband, help me over." Chuan Yu held Solinger's arm and walked out of the office. In the living room of the villa, Quinyi and Huo Wu were waiting anxiously. Finally, a voice that made Quinyi burst into tears came from the stairs leading to the second floor. Xiao Ai. Chapter 286 Family Affairs. Quinyi couldn't hold back any longer when he heard Solinger's voice, and he got up and ran towards the two people who were going down the stairs. "Mother, take care of yourself." Chuan Yi rushed out quickly and carefully supported Solinger's other side. Solinger looked to the side in surprise. Chuan Yi, who was still in front of her, came to her side in a blink of an eye. What's more terrifying is that all this seemed so natural and harmonious. She was not even surprised. Solinger took the opportunity to hug Chuan Yi and complained, "Why didn't you tell us before you came? Do you know how much we miss you?" Chuan Yi bowed slightly, hugged Solinger gently, and explained, "You also know how far Hanhai City is. It takes too long for letters to be delivered. I might as well fly back directly." Chuan Yu helped from the side, "Yes, Linger, I have said that Xiao Ai has his own ideas a long time ago, but you still don't believe it." Solinger glared at Chuan Yu and said, "Just now, I heard that Xiao Ai was back. I don't know who was excited like a child." Chuan Yu's old face suddenly turned red. Chuan Yi rarely saw Chuan Yu's embarrassed expression, and his heart was warm. Chuan Yi opened his broad arms and hugged Chuan Yu tightly. Chuan Yu felt Chuan Yi's tall and strong body, and couldn't help but said, "Grow up." After letting go, Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi proudly. Although there were not many words, everything was self-evident. Just as they were immersed in the joy of reunion, Huo Wu followed Chuan Yi and came to their side. "Uncle, Aunt." Huo Wu saluted Chuan Yi's parents with a little restraint. Solinger saw Huo Wu, who had become more graceful, and her eyes flashed with fluorescence. She smiled and greeted, "I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect Xiao Wu to have become more beautiful. Come here and let me take a good look." Solinger's attitude reminded Huo Wu of their time together a few years ago, which made Huo Wu feel at ease. Huo Wu walked forward, Solinger gently embraced Huo Wu, and said, "Let's go, it's rare for our family to be together, I have a lot of things to ask you, sister," quietly. After saying that, she left Chuan Yi and Chuan Yu behind and went upstairs with Huo Wu. Chuan Yi and Chuan Yu looked at each other from behind, smiled and shook their heads, and then followed. In the spacious office, Solinger pulled Huowu to ask this and that, and Huowu was also excited to tell Solinger about their daily life. Chuan Yu and Chuan Yi on the side talked about some more serious issues. Among them, Chuan Yi was most concerned about Chuan Li's affairs. He asked, "Grandpa, isn't Grandma here?" Chuan Yu replied, "Well, your grandma opened a large shop in the city and is still running the shop. Your grandpa has just been released from confinement recently and is now managing all the factories in the shipyard area for me and Linger." After answering Chuan Yi's question, Chuan Yu also asked, "Xiao Yi, you should have read the letter. What we are going to do this time is not simple. I want to ask your thoughts." Chuan Yu's words were vague, and his eyes occasionally glanced at Huowu not far away. Chuan Yi immediately understood Chuan Yu's meaning and immediately replied, "Father, Xiao Wu also knows about this matter. Moreover, Xiao Wu is not here for sightseeing this time. I specially invited her to help us." "Ha, are you kidding me? You actually want to drag Xiao Wu into such a dangerous matter?" Chuan Yu was shocked. Everyone's attention was drawn to them. Solinger also heard the conversation between the two. She glared and said, "Xiao Yi, explain." Solinger thought Chuan Yi brought Huowu to accompany her, but she didn't expect that he was here to help. Chuan Yi smiled and replied, "Don't look at Xiao Wu's youth. Her strength is no less than that of Soul Douluo. Moreover, without Huowu, the success rate of this hunt will drop by at least 50%. Huowu heard Chuan Yi's words and raised her head proudly, like a proud little peacock. Solinger and Chuan Yu looked at each other, but after a while, they seemed to think of something and their eyes began to light up. "Are you sure?" Chuan Yu asked carefully. Chuan Yi replied confidently, 90%. The remaining 10% is because I don't know the specific situation here." Chuan Yu knew that Chuan Yi was not the type to speak without thinking, so he said, "Okay, we will discuss the rest later. Take a good rest today, and wait for your grandpa and grandma to come back in the evening, and we will celebrate as a family." "I'm not tired yet, are you going to visit grandpa first?" Chuan Yi is not tired at all now. It only took him 2 days to get here. Moreover, he rested for 1 night last night. You know, he usually sleeps 1 day a week. Compared to resting, he wanted to visit Chuan Li more. Chuan Yu saw the strong curiosity in Chuan Yi's eyes and said unhappily, "Okay, you fly along the north of Hanhai City. Looking from above, you should be able to tell which one is our factory at a glance." Chuan Yi immediately looked at Huowu, but Solinger seemed to be protecting food. She stretched out her hand to protect Huowu and said, "No, Xiao Wu must accompany me." Huowu also seemed to want to stay with Solinger, so Chuan Yi did not ask her to come. "Well, Xiao Wu will accompany her mother to have a good talk, and we will meet again in the evening." After saying that, Chuan Yi opened the window of the office and flew out of the balcony. A very fine flame flew into the sky and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Chuan Yi flew north, and before long, he saw a large village located on the coast. Although it is called a village, it is larger than an ordinary small town. The only difference is that there is no city wall here. The town has spread upward along the river that flows into the sea. In the village, there are not only clean and neat residential areas, but also neatly planned giant factory buildings at the other end. Chuan Yi opened the red dragon eye and could see thousands of figures living in this town at a glance. Moreover, he also saw through the white glove martial spirit and immediately determined that this was the territory of their Chuan family. However, Chuan Yi looked around but did not find Chuan Li's figure, nor did he see the strong soul power fluctuations. Chuan Yi immediately expanded his vision outward, and finally, he saw the dazzling black soul power on the beach cliff several kilometers away. Chuan Yi did not fall, but flew directly in that direction. Chuan Li was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff at this moment, quietly watching the rise and fall of the tide. This is Chuan Li's retreat place. Although he has come out of retreat now, the scenery here is charming. After Chuan Li comes out of retreat, he will still come here to watch the sea view quietly. However, even if he did nothing, he exuded a heavy breath. At the same time, a large amount of energy gathered around Chuan Li. His body exuded a looming suction force, and these energies were absorbed by Chuan Li's body during breathing. Even the fierce sea breeze, when blowing through Chuan Li, was like being blocked by the mountains and paused. Just as Chuan Li was intoxicated by the sea view, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sky. "Grandpa." Chapter 287 Grandfather and Grandson Contest. The mountain-like body suddenly shook, Quan Li propped up the ground, stood up quickly, and looked up at the sky. I saw a red flame falling from the sky and landing in front of his eyes. The flame disappeared in a flash, and a huge figure appeared in front of Quan Li. After seeing it, Quan Li raised the corner of his mouth, took a step forward, and hugged him hard. Ha ha ha, my dear grandson, you are finally back. The excited Quan Li didn't care about the severity, and hugged him hard, almost making Quan Yi choke. Quan Yi coughed and said, "Ahem, Grandpa, you are too enthusiastic." After Quan Li let go, he directly patted Quan Yi's shoulder and praised, "Not bad, your body has become stronger again." Quan Yi smiled and said, "Grandpa, congratulations on your successful breakthrough to level 90. After obtaining the spirit ring, our Chuan family will also have a titled Douluo." Chuan Li replied, "Stop teasing me. Your strength is even stronger than mine now. If it weren't for the level limit, you would be stronger than me." Chuan Yi did not deny this, but just scratched the back of his head. Immediately, Chuan Li suddenly said, "I am worried that there is no one to fight with after the breakthrough. Xiao Yi, do you want to fight?" Chuan Yi's face paused, and the fighting spirit in his heart quietly rose. He answered readily, "Okay, then I won't be polite." The next moment, Chuan Yi's right fist was stained with a layer of transparent red, and he suddenly hit Chuan Yi's chest. Bang! A huge wave of wind and waves emanated from the impact. Although Chuan Yi did not use his martial soul in this attack, he used all his strength. However, when Chuan Li stood still, Chuan Yi's fist was like hitting a towering mountain. Chuan Li's chest had already condensed a solid soul defense to resist the terrifying power. He laughed loudly, "Haha, that's powerful." Before he finished speaking, Quan Li's right fist condensed black steel and hit Quan Yi's abdomen. Although this attack did not use martial spirit, it was Quan Li's full strength. Bang! Quan Yi ignored Quan Li's attack, and condensed steel in his left fist again, attacking Quan Li's body. Quan Yi abandoned his defensive posture and let his attack come from behind, and the attacks of both parties exploded on both sides at the same time. However, neither of their attacks had any effect on either side. Both of them were masters of soul power control, attacking and defending at the same time, which was easy. Haha, cool, I haven't felt such power for a long time. Quan Li felt the fierce power on Quan Yi's fist. If it weren't for his soul power level being higher than Quan Yi, he might not be able to beat Quan Yi. The long-lost hot blood flowed through his blood vessels again, and the warlike gene was completely stimulated. Quan Li directly shattered his upper body clothes and attacked Quan Yi with a grim smile. Chuan Yi was also affected by this momentum, and his shirt was also torn, and he and Chuan Li had a fist-to-flesh fight. Bang! 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 Fierce! Fists rained down on the two men. Black and red dots flashed on their skin. Every time, these dots could move to the attack point accurately. In a very short time, the two had already switched between attack and defense hundreds of times. What's more terrifying is that the soul power they used for defense was not consumed much. Because both of them had mastered the skill of turning rigidity into softness, they could perfectly control a soul power and block dozens or hundreds of attacks with only one soul power. Of course, although such an operation saves soul power, it will not only consume a lot of mental and spiritual energy, but also a slight mistake will catch the flaw and suffer a more fierce attack. After this simplest and most direct attack and defense, Chuan Li's expression became more and more solemn. Because, in the fight, he felt that his soul power consumption was even greater than Chuan Yi's. Every time his rigidity collided with Chuan Yi's rigidity, his rigidity would dissipate a lot out of thin air, and the solid soul power defense would also become a little transparent. What a domineering fire attribute soul power! A very short collision can actually burn my soul power. In terms of strength, Quan Li is not as good as Quan Yi, but with his strong soul power, he can fight on equal terms. Quan Yi himself is also aware of this. If his soul power is exhausted, he can't compete with him with his body alone. This is the attribute suppression brought by the extreme fire, and it is also Quan Yi's advantage. Quan Li seems to be aware of this and took the lead in moving his feet. With the steps, his attack suddenly increased countless changes. At the same time, the strength is constantly changing with the coordination of the steps. However, this sudden change did not escape Quan Yi's spiritual perception. Any change cannot escape his perception. At the moment Quan Li moved, he also quickly changed his fighting style. The right hand became sharp, the left hand became hard, and both hands were used to increase the offensive. A little cold light turned into a flash, interrupting Quan Li's offensive. Squeak! Quan Yi's right fist, like a long spear, hit Quan Li's chest. However, the sound this time was different from the previous one. The sharp spear did not stay on the surface, but slightly penetrated Quan Li's hardness. However, although this attack interrupted the offensive, it did not cause any real damage. Because Quan Li's defense this time increased the output of soul power and thickened the thickness of the hardness. I have been on guard against your trick for a long time. Quan Li has extremely rich combat experience. After seeing that Quan Yi's soul power has the effect of burning soul power, he has been on guard against Quan Yi's sharpness. Quan Yi saw his sudden attack was blocked, but his heart did not fluctuate at all. He turned his left fist into a sharp point again and attacked Quan Li. If one attack fails, then try a few more times. Anyway, in this fight, Quan Yi has an absolute advantage, and Quan Li's soul power consumption is much greater than Quan Yi's. As long as the soul power is exhausted, Quan Li will definitely lose. Boxing, reaction, soul power control, soul power consumption, in all aspects, Quan Li felt suppressed. Quan Li's fighting power was not weaker than that of a titled Douluo, but he was still suppressed by Quan Yi. However, Quan Li was not panicked at all. Although he fell into a defensive position, he did not make any other moves against Quan Yi's attack. Seeing this, Quan Yi was puzzled. Do we have to wait until our soul power is almost exhausted before summoning our martial soul? What's the point of fighting like this? Quan Yi saw that Quan Li's expression did not seem to be giving up, but Quan Li was too quiet in the face of disadvantage, which made Quan Yi feel uneasy. The two fierce beasts had been fighting at high speed for more than an hour. With the terrifying speed of dozens of punches per second, the two had already thrown more than 100,000 punches during this period. Under the full strength attack, the two consumed a lot of physical strength and soul power. This was like a long-term full-strength sprint, and the consumption would be even greater as time went on. Even Quan Yi felt the lack of soul power, and he had even opened a soul power crystal to replenish his soul power. However, Quan Li on the opposite side was like a solid rock under his feet, blocking Quan Yi's attack like a stormy wave. At this stage, Quan Yi could not fail to see the abnormality of Quan Li. Chapter 288 Beating Quan Li. In order to force Quan Li to summon his martial soul first, Quan Yi did not hold back from the beginning. Therefore, his own soul power consumption was definitely not small. In addition, Quan Yi misjudged the speed of Quan Li's soul power recovery, which made him gradually fall into a disadvantage. Quan Li stared at Quan Yi calmly, waiting for Quan Yi to use his martial soul first. Although the two did not discuss the rules in advance, they both thought the same thing. Although this was just a competition, it was also a test. Since it was a test, it was necessary to determine the winner. And the key to victory was who would use the martial soul first. The battle situation took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant, and Quan Li looked at Quan Yi with a hint of cunning. Quan Li has been through hundreds of battles, and his actual combat experience and combat strategies are better than Quan Yi. Quan Yi, who is unaware of Quan Li's true situation, is drawn into his calculations by Quan Li. However, Quan Yi feels the remaining soul crystal in his body and smiles confidently. Any skills and strategies are ineffective in the face of absolute strength. Quan Yi silently after thinking, he immediately changed his fighting style. The right fist changed from a spear to a hard one, and the attack method also changed from stabbing to punching. Quan Yi exerted force on both feet at the same time, the force rose from the feet and was transmitted to the arms along the waist. Finally, the arm was driven by this force and hit Quan Li's blocking arm heavily. Dang! The strong shock force triggered a metal-like collision sound, and the collision part of the two was also shaken away under the strong shock force. The force of Quan Yi's attack suddenly increased a few points, but in terms of the degree of threat, it was far less than the previous spikes. Moreover, this fighting style is not the Quan family boxing style. Quan Li's mind was working rapidly, thinking about Quan Yi's intention. However, just as Quan Li was thinking, Quan Yi's next attack followed. Quan Yi's arm that was shaken away twisted backwards, and then Quan Yi twisted his upper body to transfer the shock force to the left arm on the other side. The left fist with superimposed force attacked Quan Li's torso rapidly. Dang! Quan Li felt a sense of crisis from Quan Yi's posture, which made him dare not rely on strength alone to protect his torso. He decisively gave up the attack and retracted his arm to defend his torso. Quan Li's judgment was accurate. When his arm was hit by Quan Yi's fist, a stronger force than the previous punch was transmitted to his arm. If this blow hits the torso, although it will not cause damage, it will cause his offensive to stagnate for a moment. This is a fatal landing point in an ultra-high-speed fight. However, at the moment when Quan Li was deeply grateful, Quan Yi's next attack had arrived. The speed of the third blow was faster and the force was stronger than before. Quan Li hastily raised his other arm and passively blocked Quan Yi's third blow. Dang! The thick arm like black steel vibrated violently under this blow. Quan Li was shocked. Even though he used more soul power, he still couldn't completely resist Quan Yi's terrifying power. At the same time, he also understood that Quan Yi's boxing style would add strength and speed. However, even if he understood this, it was too late. His defense had already been shaken, and Quan Yi's attack would be even stronger. The fourth and fifth strikes came one after another, and Quan Li defended hastily. No, I'm bitten by the continuous attack. I must break this chain as soon as possible. Quan Li was very clear in his mind, but it was easier said than done. Quan Yi was like a dogskin plaster, sticking to his side. Quan Li kept changing his steps and retreating, but Quan Yi seemed to be able to predict and could accurately pursue every time. The 10th strike, the 11th strike. Quan Li's body began to vibrate violently, and the hard steel began to vibrate slightly. What's worse, Quan Yi's attack contained extremely aggressive fire power. This fire power will penetrate into Quan Li's soul power defense along with the fist power. The hot fire power will continue to burn his soul power and accelerate his soul power consumption. The fire power is extremely domineering. Quan Li knows what kind of harm it will cause once it invades the body. This forces him to increase the output of soul power. However, even if the output of soul power is increased, it will be a waste of effort. As long as the fire power is not completely extinguished, it will continue to penetrate and continue to burn soul power. Even without summoning martial souls, Quan Yi's soul power of extreme fire attribute is still extremely powerful. The 30th strike, the 31st strike. Quan Yi's strength has increased by more than 150%. Without the hardness and weight of the fiery sun gauntlet, Quan Yi's superimposed strength is much weaker than when forging iron, but the toughness of the two is no less than that of fine steel, which also gives Quan Yi the opportunity to use the shock force. Moreover, during the hammering process, Quan Yi fell into a strange perception. The Quan Li in front of him was no longer an opponent, but a human-shaped iron block. Through the vibration caused by his fist, Quan Yi could even detect the weakness of Quan Li. Just like the impurities in the iron block, Quan Yi's attack would accurately hit this place. This made Quan Li complain bitterly. The 32nd attack carried a 160% increase in power, and even caused the air around the fist to be distorted by the power fluctuations. Quan Li's arms had already lost their sense of pain due to the continuous attacks. If he continued, even if his soul power was not exhausted, Quan Li's arms would not be able to withstand the shock. Quan Li relied on his huge soul power and soul power recovery speed to fight back, but after all, he had not obtained the soul ring, nor had he become a real titled Douluo. It was difficult for him to resist Quan Yi's punch. Quan Li made a quick judgment and took the lead in summoning his martial soul. The pitch-black iron gauntlet quickly covered Quan Li's arms before Quan Yi's attack fell. The fire power and shock force carried by the 32nd attack were blocked by an extremely hard substance. Dang! The energy fluctuations caused by the collision turned into waves, causing the hard rock under his feet to shatter. Quan Li's own strength was greatly increased due to the appearance of the martial soul. At the same time, the yellow soul ring behind Quan Li quickly lit up, and his right hand was in a virtual grip. The first soul skill, the power of capture. A strange force surrounded Quan Yi's waving arm. Immediately, Quan Yi understood Quan Li's intention. He wanted to stop the transmission and superposition of power. However, this force has no effect on Quan Yi now. To knowing that Quan Yi's arm now carries a strong force, even if Quan Li tries his best to block it, he can't stop this force. What's more, this is Quan Li's century-old soul skill, and the power exerted is extremely small. However, Quan Yi still underestimated Quan Li's combat wisdom. He saw that the power of capture did not hinder it. On the contrary, he actually accelerated along with Quan Yi's force. The originally perfect power transmission had an error at this moment. Chapter 289 Soul Core. Quan Yi's arm had a slight error in the process of twisting, causing the harmonious force to leak out. This force is flowing in Chuan Yi's body. If it leaks out, his body will be the first to be affected. The crazy force is twisting Chuan Yi's shoulder. In this case, Chuan Yi still wants to combo, so he must forcibly twist his own power and get back on track. However, even if he gets back on track, the superimposed force will be weakened a lot. If he is not careful, he may cause damage to himself. When Chuan Yi saw Chuan Li summon his martial soul, he gave up the idea of twisting his body by force, and his body twisted backwards in the direction of the twist. In this way, Chuan Yi left Chuan Li, and naturally, Chuan Li was out of Chuan Yi's attack range. Chuan Yi completely released his strength through rotation, and at the same time completely stopped his attack. Chuan Li, who was not far away, also retracted his martial soul. Chuan Li was forced out of his martial soul by Chuan Yi. If he continued to fight, it would not be a competition. Xiao Yi, what kind of boxing is this? Chuan Li asked with lingering fear while calming his rapid breathing. High-intensity fighting is not an easy thing for him, an old man in his 80s. On the contrary, Chuan Yi answered calmly as if nothing had happened, this is my special force technique of using the recoil force, using the force to hit the force, and constantly adding force. It's not just boxing. This technique can also be used in iron forging. The blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop in Sa City can also learn this technique. This technique was only known to Chuan Yi and the blacksmiths in the Iron Research Institute. He did not tell his family about it. The main reason is that this technique cannot be taught by letter. It needs to be constantly adjusted in practice before it can be truly learned. So, he did not tell his family. Chuan Li looked at Chuan Yi with admiration in his eyes. He said, this can be regarded as a special self-created soul skill, and it is more perfect than the Gang and Jian that I created at that time. Xiao Yi, your talent is no less than your talent in cultivation. Chuan Li's undisguised admiration made Chuan Yi very happy, but at the same time, he was a little embarrassed. After all, the combo method was actually his self-created soul skill imitating Feng Xiaotian. Grandpa, I will teach this skill to the family in person when I have time. However, compared to these, I want to know more about Grandpa's secrets. Chuan Li was quite impressed by Chuan Yi's curious eyes. He did not keep him in suspense and directly told Chuan Yi about his experience in seclusion. You want to ask about the abnormal speed of soul power recovery and the short time of cultivation breakthrough, right? Chuan Yi nodded heavily. Chuan Li's expression was a little deep, and then he said solemnly, first of all, I want to tell you that after knowing my secret, I don't want you to learn from me. Chuan Li's expression was extremely serious, and Chuan Yi asked in confusion, why? Xiao Yi, this year, I am already 86 years old. Even for a soul master, this age is not a small number. In recent years, I often feel the impact of aging. The moment I successfully broke through to level 89, I clearly felt my own limit. At that time, I knew that I would probably stay at level 89 forever in this life. He never thought that Chuan Li, who stood tall and upright, would actually show a little lonely expression. This emotion must be what Chuan Li felt at the time. Chuan Yi's expression also became solemn. Quan Li saw the change in Quan Yi's expression and smiled again, saying, the barrier of level 89 is extremely high, and my old body can no longer support me to break through. However, Xiaoai, you found me a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. It is this hope that made me find the possibility of a breakthrough. This hope is the crystallization of soul power. The loneliness on Quan Li's face had long disappeared, and there was only high spirits on his face. The experience of overcoming despair greatly improved Quan Li's state of mind. Quan Yi looked at Quan Li with a look of respect. He had never thought about what it would feel like to encounter a bottleneck that could not be broken through. Since you talked to me about soul power crystals and elixir beads, I discovered the secret of soul power compression during my practice. After extreme compression, soul power will be out of control, but at the same time, I also found that the soul power after being out of control will become more solid and pure. It is this discovery that made me break through to level 90. After being compressed, soul power will form a constantly rotating solid state. In this process, it will generate extremely strong suction. Not only will the body be washed by external energy, but the mind must also control the compression of soul power throughout the process. However, when all these difficulties are gone, the soul power will be completely formed and become a stable soul core. Just like this. Quan Li's consciousness sank into Denshin, and a dark soul core shining with fluorescence began to rotate faster. Instantly, Quan Yi's powerful mental power felt the external heaven and earth energy, which rushed into Quan Li's body crazily. After a while, Quan Li's consumed soul power was quickly restored. Soul core. Yes, I call this thing a soul core. It is like the core of soul power. It can not only increase the speed of cultivation, but also absorb external energy and replenish soul power. With it, even without soul rings, I can compete with title Douluo. However, condensing soul cores is extremely risky and is only suitable for old people like me who have no way forward. With your potential, even without soul cores, you can easily cross the gap of level 90. So, I don't want you to take such a big risk. Quan Li said earnestly. Quan Yi then understood Quan Li's good intentions. He immediately assured Quan Li, "Grandpa, I understand. I promise you that I will not take risks to condense soul cores in the future." Quan Yi's decisive judgment made Quan Li feel relieved. Soul cores are indeed powerful and very tempting, but Quan Yi is very clear that Quan Li's situation is a single case, and the risks involved are definitely not low. Quan Yi himself has a broad road, so why does he have to take an unfamiliar path? Quan Yi has his own judgment on this point. However, Quan Yi's curiosity was not extinguished, and he asked, "Grandpa, can I see it with my own eyes?" "See? How can I see the things in the danshan?" "But you can put your hand over and feel it through the soul power. The soul master's danshan is an extremely private part, and it cannot be opened to others without great trust." This shows Quan Li's trust in Quan Yi. And, in fact, there is one thing that Quan Li did not tell Quan Yi, that is, he chose to take such a big risk, not just because of the desire for a breakthrough, but the bigger reason is actually for Quan Yi. In order to hunt for 100,000-year soul ring for Quan Yi, he had to become stronger. To this end, he chose to condense the soul core at great risk. Of course, he would not tell Quan Yi these words. Chapter 290 Hand-Rubbing Soul Core. "Grandpa, no need to bother." Quan Yi smiled mysteriously, and then showed a new form of external soul bone in front of Quan Li. The protruding dragon horns on both sides of the forehead, the crystal dragon scales extending to the face along with the dragon horns, and the majestic golden dragon pupils all made Quan Li couldn't help being astonished. What on earth is this? Why is it so much like the beast transformation of a beast soul master? The powerful dragon power brought by Quan Yi's external soul bone is no less than that of a real dragon martial soul owner. At the same time, with the terrifying mental power radiating from the red dragon pupil, Quan Li felt that he was covered by a dense liquid. The overwhelming mental power gap made him feel suffocated. However, this mental power and dragon power were quickly gathered by Quan Yi. Originally, Quan Yi could choose to quietly open the red dragon pupil, but in order to let Quan Li have a more intuitive understanding of the red dragon pupil, he did not control the power. This is the product of the evolution of the external soul bone. I call it the red dragon pupil. The red dragon pupil not only gives me extraordinary vision, but also gives me the ability to see through all appearances. With it, I can use my naked eyes to observe the soul core directly. Quan Yi wiped his eye sockets unconsciously and explained the ability of the red dragon pupil to Quan Li. Quan Yi's pupils flashed with golden fluorescence, and Quan Li's body gradually became transparent. Then, a three-dimensional meridian map appeared in front of Quan Yi. At the same time, the object emitting black fluorescence at the danshan of Quan Li's abdomen attracted Quan Yi's attention. Is this the soul core? The solid soul power formed a round crystal. Countless heaven and earth elemental forces from the outside world formed a vortex shape and were attracted by the crystal. This heaven and earth elemental force was converted into soul power and stored in the soul core. The perspective ability of the red dragon eye took in all the energy structures of the soul core, and then Quan Yi used his powerful mental power to remember all its changes. The structure of Quan Li's soul core is much simpler than that of soul rings and soul guides. With Quan Yi's current mental power and energy reserves, he is confident that he can immediately condense an identical soul core. How is it, can you see it? Quan Li asked Quan Yi, who was observing carefully. Under Quan Yi's gaze, Quan Li felt an embarrassment of being seen through, but this also meant that Quan Yi could really see it. Quan Yi nodded slightly, then raised his head and said, "The ability of this soul core is similar to my red dragon horn, and it has the effect of attracting the elemental power of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that compressing soul power to the limit would produce such a suction force." Immediately, Quan Yi operated his soul power and condensed a tiny soul power ball in his palm. The vermilion soul power condensed into a vermilion jade ball outside the body. Chuan Yi's soul power control looks simple, but it cannot be completed without strong mental support. Chuan Li was also attracted by Chuan Yi. Just when he was wondering what Chuan Yi was going to do, Chuan Yi input more soul power into the soul power crystal in his palm. To do this, Chuan Yi used the energy stored in the red dragon horn. At the same time, he used mental power to continuously compress the soul power to prevent it from becoming larger. When the soul power crystal was input with more than twice its own soul power, a terrifying suction force appeared around the crystal. This is the attraction of the soul core. Chuan Li exclaimed. He had never thought that Chuan Yi could simulate the soul core so easily. That's right, Chuan Yi relied on his powerful mental power to directly construct a soul core outside his body. After the soul core was condensed, it began to rotate like a star. Chuan Yi could feel the temperature around him suddenly rise a few degrees, and at the same time, the surrounding fire attribute heaven and earth elemental energy became richer. Since it was condensed outside the body, Chuan Yi did not need to endure physical pain. However, the gathering of heaven and earth elemental energy made Chuan Yi's own soul power recovery speed faster. Looking at the terrifying power contained in the soul core in his palm, Chuan Yi was secretly surprised and said, "Isn't this thing an advanced version of the soul power Raise Nan?" The rotation, compression, and condensation of soul power are very similar to the principles of Raise Nan. Thinking of Raise Nan, Chuan Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, under Chuan Yi's control, the crystal began to rotate violently, and a devastating energy wave emanated from the soul core. The surrounding space seemed to have a solidified effect due to the crazy rotation of the soul core. Chuan Li, who was standing in front of him, felt something was wrong and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, the soul core is going to explode. Quickly disperse the soul power in your hand." After the soul core began to rotate, it began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish its soul power. Even if Chuan Yi withdrew the soul power, it would not stop. However, Chuan Yi's face was normal, and his eyes were fixed on the soul core. The madly rotating soul core quickly accumulated terrifying energy, which made it produce a strength beyond Chuan Yi's soul power output. Seeing this scene, Chuan Yi's mouth corners were unconsciously raised. Just before the soul core was about to reach its limit, Chuan Yi moved his mind, and the red soul core in his palm flew towards the sea. The speed of the soul core was extremely fast. In a breath, it flew 1 kilometer and fell straight into the sea. Although it was shot into the sea obliquely, the soul core had a huge impact, and the red light spot quickly dived into the sea 200 meters deep. The next moment, the blue sea surface burst into a dazzling red light. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a giant wave 100 meters high burst out from the sea surface. Along with the waves, thick white fog quickly rose from the sea surface, completely covering the area of dozens of kilometers. The white fog spread very quickly, and soon covered the edge of the cliff where Chuan Yi and Chuan Li were. As the white fog blew, Chuan Li found that it was actually water vapor emitting terrifying temperatures. The blowing fog was so hot, so how terrifyingly high should the core of the explosion be? Chuan Li was horrified when he thought of this thing exploding next to him. Chuan Yi felt the warm fog, and had a deeper understanding of the limit of soul power in his heart. The scorching air, under the regulation of the sea, quickly cooled down, and the scorching water vapor also slowly dissipated. After watching this terrifying explosion, Chuan Li exclaimed, "I didn't expect that this soul core could be used in this way. However, such a domineering skill can only be used by soul masters like you who are not short of soul power. The soul core will accompany the soul master and grow slowly." Chuan Li's soul core has also been absorbing soul power for several months, becoming more condensed and more powerful. However, if he detonates his soul core, he will have to start from scratch next time. Not only does he need to experience the pain of the heaven and earth energy washing over his body again, but he also has to bear the risk of condensing the soul core. He doesn't have Chuan Yi's ability to completely imitate it at a glance. Chuan Yi replied, "Although this move consumes a lot of energy, its power is several times the consumption. In this sense, it saves soul power. As long as it exceeds a certain critical point, it can generate self-driving force. Using this self-driving force, it can use energy other than its own soul power. This move is called Fire Raise Nan." Chapter 291 Chuan Family Dinner. Fire Raise Nan, another self-created soul skill created by Chuan Yi. Compared to Chuan Yi's other self-created soul skill, Fiery Apricot, it is much more powerful in terms of explosion power and temperature. After all, it can absorb external energy by itself. However, the fiery apricot has a large-scale fire poison invasion, so it has a unique advantage in range damage. Based on the power just now, the power of the fire Raise Nan is definitely greater than the 9th soul skill of an ordinary titled Douluo. Raise Nan, simple and easy to understand, is an appropriate name. Quan Li recalled the image of the red jade ball spinning wildly before it was launched and agreed. At this time, noisy horse hooves came from a distance. The Chuan family cavalry carrying rifles kept rushing towards them. This is the Chuan family's guard team. The hundreds of meters high white fog attracted their attention. Quan Li said, "Let's stop here today." Really, it caused such a big commotion as soon as I came. Quan Li scratched his head embarrassedly, but he released it only after making sure that there was no one around. It was just that the power was stronger than expected, which attracted the attention of the Chuan family guard team not far away. After a while, the cavalry rushed to the top of the cliff. Quan Li replied first, "I'm fine. It was the soul skill I released that caused the noise. Let's go back." The cavalry team didn't ask any more questions. After saluting on horseback, they quickly ran back. Chuan Yi could see that this was a strictly trained team because they followed orders. Although they were not soul masters, they were a combat-ready team. Chuan Yi also knew that this guard team was the weakest team in the Chuan family. The strongest team controlled by the Chuan family is the team that goes out to hunt sea soul beasts. This team not only gathers the few soul masters of the Chuan family, but also is equipped with the most sophisticated equipment and the most advanced weapons. They can independently participate in the hunting of thousand-year soul beasts. With the help of Chuan Yu and Solinger, they also successfully captured a 10,000-year soul beast. Chuan Yi also learned about these achievements from letters. "I will slowly introduce these people to you, but now is not the best time for you to appear in the public eye. I hope you can understand." Chuan Li explained why he had concealed the truth just now. Chuan Yi certainly understood Chuan Li's good intentions, and smiled and replied, "I know the truth that a tree stands out in the forest. Before I get stronger power, I will not appear in the public eye." As he said, Chuan Yi's mind flashed Douluo, whom he met in the Xingda Great Forest. That overwhelming strength was a great shock to Chuan Yi. Even now, Chuan Yi boasted that his strength had reached the title Douluo, but there was still a big gap compared to Douluo. Chuan Li and Chuan Yi saw that it was getting dark, so they chose to return directly to Hanhai City. They directly crossed the city wall and ran back to the villa without attracting other people's attention. Back to the villa, the sun had not yet set. As soon as the two arrived at the villa, they saw a carriage entering the iron gate of the villa. Chuan Li knew whose carriage it was at a glance. He said, "Ha, we came just in time, now our family is completely reunited." Then he shouted loudly, "Old woman, Mei Si Piao is here." Chuan Yi had already realized this before Chuan Li shouted, and his figure appeared directly next to the carriage the next moment. "Grandma, I'm back." Yun Qiang saw Chuan Yi through the car window and immediately shouted to stop the carriage. Then, Yunxiang hurriedly got off the carriage and said in surprise, "Xiao, I miss you so much." The coachman and the servants nearby had never seen the dignified old lady show such a passionate attitude. Immediately, they realized that the person in front of them was the legendary young master. Kun Yi, who was elusive, was indeed a mysterious existence in the eyes of these people. "I miss you too, Grandma." Kun Yi gently hugged Yunxiang and took a deep breath of the book smell emanating from Yunxiang. "Why are you topless? And when did you come back?" At the same time as being surprised, Yunxiang also had countless questions in her mind. Kun Yi also patiently answered them one by one. "I just arrived in Hanhai City at noon today. As for the clothes, I dropped them when I was sparring with my grandfather." After hearing this, Yunxiang quickly stared at Quan Li, who was also dragging his upper body not far away. "Old man, Xiao just came back, and you tortured him like this, are you too energetic?" Quan Li, who was still smiling, was stared at by Yunxiang, and his back quickly bent. He smiled carefully and said, "Haha, I am also happy. Besides, with Xiao's strength, how could I have the ability to torture him?" Yunxiang glared at him fiercely and said, "Humph, I'll deal with you later. Xiao, let's go in and talk." Then Yunxiang took Kun Yi's hand and walked into the villa. Quan Li followed behind him dejectedly. When they entered the villa, they were greeted by beautiful maids. "Madam, young master, the head of the family has prepared the dinner." "Well, I know. Yun Qiang turned to look at Chuan Yi and said, Xiao Yi, put on your clothes first and get ready. Then, let's go to the restaurant to reunite. K'er, take the young master to his room first. Yun Qiang had just returned and needed to rest. After she gave the order, she parted with Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi followed the maid to a room on the second floor. After thanking the maid, Chuan Yi pushed open the door and walked in alone. The spacious and tidy room was fully equipped. Chuan Yi first went to the bathroom to clean up, then took out a large short-sleeved shirt from the heart of the sun and put it on. After that, he walked out of the room without stopping. Outside the door, the maid who did not leave continued to lead Chuan Yi to the restaurant. Walking into the restaurant, Chuan Yi found that he was the last to arrive. Quan Li, Yunxiang, Qin Yu, Solinger, Huo Wu, the 5 people she cared about the most, sat around the dining table and greeted Qin Yi enthusiastically. Come on, Xiao Ai, we've been waiting for you. This was Solinger's voice. Everyone came so quickly. Qin Yi walked to the empty seat left next to Huo Wu and sat down. As soon as he sat down, a burning gaze stared at Qin Yi, which was Huo Wu's slightly anxious eyes. Sitting together, she felt a little nervous. Qin Yi gently held Huo Wu's little hand and comforted Huo Wu's mood. All the people present were sharp-eyed strong men, and of course they saw Qin Yi's little movements. Immediately, they showed an imperceptible sly smile on their faces. They looked at the 2 people tacitly and closed their mouths. This made the scene silent, but in this atmosphere, Qin Yi stood up and pulled Huo Wu up. He introduced to the people present, Grandpa, this should be the first time I meet Grandma. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce her to everyone. This is Xiao Wu, my classmate and also the girl I am dating's object. I hope everyone can welcome her arrival. Chapter 292, First Hearing of Sea God Island. Yo! Chuan Yi's bold speech made everyone cheer. The silent table became relaxed and lively. Chuan Li stood up as a representative and responded enthusiastically, Welcome Xiao Wu to the Chuan family. From now on, you will regard this place as your home. Huo Wu's mood became ups and downs due to this sudden change. When she realized that the Chuan family accepted her existence, she showed a relieved smile. At this time, Yun Qiang said on the side, How long are you going to stand? Sit down quickly. This dinner is specially prepared for you. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu sat down one by one, and Huo Wu's uneasy heart was comforted by Chuan Yi. The family entered a harmonious dinner. Most of the food at the dinner was marine creatures, and the main course was a 10,000-year-old sea soul beast. The taste of seafood is unique, especially after being carefully cooked by the chef, it is delicious and fragrant. It made Chuan Yi and Huo Wu feast their mouths. Seeing Chuan Yi and Huo Wu eat the amount of food that their family would eat for several days, Yun Qiang specifically asked the chef to prepare more food. They had expected Chuan Yi's appetite, but Huo Wu's appetite, which was comparable to Chuan Yi's, really surprised them. Surprised? The relaxed Huo Wu revealed her true character. Her straightforward personality not only did not cause discomfort to everyone, but was more in line with their wishes. The dinner ended with laughter and joy. Of course, the joy of reunion is worth savoring, but Chuan Yi did not forget the main purpose of his visit. The next morning, all the core members except Solinger gathered in the office. As the family think tank, Yun Qiang naturally served as the host of the meeting. Chuan Yi is back too. Today, we will launch a battle plan to hunt for a 100,000-year soul ring. After the words fell, the expressions of the people present became solemn, but at the same time, everyone, including Chuan Yi, had eager eyes. Yun Qiang looked around and saw that there was no fear in everyone's eyes, and her heart couldn't help but boil. It seems that everyone is ready. Well, next, I will relay the intelligence I have collected over the years to everyone. These intelligence will be an important basis for us to make plans. This point is actually mainly for the preparation of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu who have just arrived in Hanhai City. Chuan Yi also concentrated his mind and listened to Yun Qiang's words attentively. Regarding the 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts, after these years of exploration, we can confirm the information of 3 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts. In order of strength, the strongest is the deep-sea magic whale located in the Magic Whale Sea. The deep-sea magic whale, known as the overlord of the sea, is definitely a 100,000-year-old existence. They are lazy by nature, usually just open their big mouths underwater, wait for food to come to them automatically, and live alone. The second 100,000-year-old sea soul beast is called the evil demon killer whale. This is an extremely bloodthirsty social soul beast with powerful strength. The number of evil demon killer whales is at least more than 100, and they will kill wantonly in the ocean. Whether it is humans or sea soul beasts, they can't escape their poisonous hands. It is a notorious soul beast. The second 100,000-year-old sea soul beast is the king of the whale group. The third one is the demon soul great white shark located in the sea area near the sea god island. As the guardian beast of the sea god island, the demon soul great white shark also has the number and strength that are not inferior to the evil demon killer whale. However, in general, whether it is individual strength or group strength, the demon soul great white shark is slightly inferior to the evil demon killer whale. This is the information we have about the three 100,000-year-old soul beasts. After hearing this, Chuan Yi's face became more solemn. The goal of hunting a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast is more difficult than he thought. Yun Qiang did not continue, but quietly waited for Chuan Yi and Huo Wu to digest the information. However, not long after, Chuan Yi directly asked, "I would like to ask Grandma which sea soul beast you plan to target this time?" Although there were many details in Yunxiang's intelligence that Kun Yi didn't know, he still asked the most fundamental question first. Their goal, in the final analysis, was just a 100,000-year soul ring, but now there were 3 for them to choose from. Therefore, before starting the meeting, they must first clarify which one to hunt. Yunxiang didn't expect Kun Yi to ask this question first, but she smiled with relief. And replied, "If it were me, I would choose the second-ranked evil killer whale." Yunxiang's answer was beyond Kun Yi's expectations. He asked, "Can I ask why you choose it?" From the explanation just now, the evil killer whale is stronger than the magic soul great white shark in terms of both quantity and strength. If you want to ensure the success rate, it is obviously more cost-effective to choose the magic soul great white shark. Could it be that the reason for this is related to the sea god island? There was a word in Yunxiang's explanation that attracted Kun Yi's attention. Sea god island. Besides, it was some kind of existence that had the protection of a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast. Chuan Yi couldn't help but touch the heart of the sun on his chest. "Xiaoai, you are very sharp." Yunxiang first praised Kun Yi, and then she said, "Yes, this demon soul great white shark is the guardian beast of the sea god island, and it has the power of the sea god island behind it. The sea god island and the demon soul great white shark are mutually beneficial. If we choose the demon soul great white shark, we will definitely be hindered by the sea god island." Huo Wu on the side was completely confused at this time. Power? 100,000-year soul beast? Sea god? She couldn't help but wonder, and asked first, "What on earth is this sea god island? It can actually use a 100,000-year soul beast as a guardian beast." Yun Qiang raised her eyes with her fingers and answered, "This sea god island can be said to be the world of sea soul masters. In the hearts of all sea soul masters, there is an absolute belief, that is the sea god. In the hearts of all sea soul masters, the sea god is the existence that controls the sea, and is also the ancestor of sea soul masters. And the sea god island is the holy land of sea soul masters, and it is also a place to worship the sea god. There are many powerful sea soul masters in the sea god island. According to the information we have, there are several powerful titled Douluo level masters on the island. What's more terrifying is that this force once repelled the spirit hall and even forced the spirit hall to never dare to go out to sea again." Chuan Yi and Huo Wu took a breath of cold air after hearing this. According to the description, this sea god island is the spirit hall on the sea, and it is also the only belief of all sea soul masters. In this sense, it is more terrifying than the spirit hall, and it even has a record of defeating the spirit hall. This shocked them greatly. There is such a powerful force in this world. Why have I never heard of the sea god island? Huo Wu was shocked and raised a question that Chuan Yi was also very concerned about. Chapter 293 Make a Plan. Indeed, the sea god island has the strength that is no less than the spirit hall. Why is it so low-key? Yun Qiang replied, "This is actually related to the particularity of sea god island itself. Any soul master who comes to sea god island needs to undergo the test given by sea god. Those who pass the test must stay on Sea God Island to serve Sea God, and those who fail will be expelled immediately. It is said that anyone who passes the test cannot leave Sea God Island for the rest of his life, otherwise he will bear the wrath of Sea God. Such a rule has prevented the soul masters of Sea God Island from appearing in the public eye. The fact that Wuhan Hall was repelled was also because Wuhan Hall came to the door on its own, not because Sea God Island took the initiative to attack. After listening to Yun Kaiyang's explanation, Huo Wu had more doubts in her heart. Does the sea god mentioned here really exist? Aren't those tests the rules set by the titled Douluo on the island? Yun Kaiyang shook her head and replied, I don't know whether the gods exist, but everything they show is extremely mysterious. We who can't observe with our own eyes can't make accurate judgments. However, there is one thing that is beyond doubt, that is, the sea god island is an object we cannot provoke. When Yun Kaiyang first learned of this news, although he had doubts, he unexpectedly did not doubt the information in it. Long before, they had come into contact with information about immortality from Chuan Yi's fiery sun heart. However, the authenticity of the gods was not the core of this meeting. Yun Kaiyang spoke up and drew everyone's attention back. In short, due to the sea god island, we gave up the demon soul great white shark. As for the strongest deep-sea demon whale, although it is a single existence, its strength is stronger than the entire group of evil demon killer whales. Although they are both 100,000-year soul beasts, this deep-sea demon whale is obviously an oversized existence. According to the level of human soul masters, we judge that its strength has definitely reached the level of level 99 Peerless Douluo. In summary, we found that the evil demon killer whale is the best target for this hunting. Indeed, according to Yun Kaiyang's explanation, Chuan Yi himself also agreed with Yun Kaiyang's decision. Grandma, I also agree with your decision. Let's set the target this time as the evil demon killer whale. Okay, then let's have a more in-depth discussion around the evil demon killer whale. As a result, everyone present reached a consensus. Yun Kaiyang continued, according to our intelligence, the evil killer whale group is located in the sea 500 miles away from the sea god island. The length of an adult evil killer whale is more than 20 meters, with a strong body, sharp teeth, and powerful skills. Of course, individual evil killer whales are not a threat to us, but there are more than 200 adults, and there is also an evil killer whale king who leads the group. Dealing with the evil killer whale king is not an easy task. If there are hundreds of groups, the difficulty of this soul hunting operation is tantamount to ascending to the sky. The office suddenly fell into silence, an invisible pressure fell on everyone's heart. At this time, Chuan Yi said, since the target is the evil killer whale, Grandma should also have a basis. If I am not mistaken, Grandma should have a corresponding plan in her mind. Chuan Yi did feel a pressure in his heart, but he was not affected by this. Yun Kaiyang is the think tank of the Chuan family. She certainly can't lead everyone into the vortex of death. If she is not absolutely sure, she will not choose the evil killer whale as the target. Sure enough, the silent Yun Kaiyang smiled slightly. She said, it's not a plan yet, but I have some ideas. And, judging from your expression, do you also want to what did you get? Huo Wu, who was standing by, immediately turned to look at Chuan Yi, and unexpectedly found that Chuan Yi also had a smile on his face. She grabbed Chuan Yi's shoulder and asked, Xiao Yi, what method did you think of? When I heard the description of the evil killer whale, an idea did flash through my mind. That is the decapitation operation. Decapitation operation. Huo Wu exclaimed. Yes, our goal from beginning to end is only that 100,000-year soul beast. As long as we can kill it first, the remaining tribes will be leaderless, right? At this time, Chuan Yi retorted, it's not that simple. Even if we complete the decapitation, we can't guarantee whether the remaining tribes will retreat. If they don't retreat, we can't guarantee the time for Grandpa to absorb the soul ring. The decapitation operation can't solve all problems in one fell swoop. Since the decapitation operation has such a big risk, why propose it? Huo Wu was confused by Chuan Yi. Looking at Huo Wu's cute expression, Chuan Yi tapped Huo Wu's forehead and smiled, haha, although there are hidden dangers in the decapitation operation, it does not mean that we cannot make up for its shortcomings through other methods. At this time, Yun Kaiyang on the side also smiled and replied, yes, Xiao Wu, the decapitation operation, although it cannot be sure of success, is indeed an indispensable step in our plan. Sure enough, with Grandma's strategy, she must have thought of the decapitation operation and its shortcomings long ago. I wonder what strategy Grandma is thinking of. Chuan Yi lacked intelligence after all, and at the same time, he lacked time to think. His strategy could only stay at the beginning stage, but Yun Kaiyang was different. She must have a more complete plan in her mind. Yun Kaiyang did not keep the secret and answered directly, as the saying goes, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. In this operation, there is a huge potential helper. As long as we can use their help, the success rate of our plan will be greatly improved. Helper? Chuan Yi hesitated for a moment, and then, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to him. His voice rose involuntarily, and he said, "Is the helper Grandma is talking about the Sea God Island?" "No, that's not right, the soul masters of the Sea God Island cannot leave the island. However, the demon soul Great White Shark, as the island guardian beast, can leave." "Are they enemies of the evil demon killer whale?" Yun Qiang nodded approvingly and affirmed, "That's right. To be more precise, the evil demon killer whale is not only the enemy of the demon soul Great White Shark, but also the enemy of all sea soul masters and sea soul beasts." Chuan Yi didn't expect that the evil demon killer whale was such a hated existence in the ocean. However, this is indeed a very beneficial information for them. However, he also had a doubt in his heart, and he asked, "How can we reach an agreement with the demon soul Great White Shark?" "You know, it is difficult for soul beasts and humans to gain trust in each other." Yun Qiang replied, "If it is other soul beasts, I am not sure, but this demon soul Great White Shark is different. As soul beasts, they can coexist peacefully with humans. The reason must be related to the sea god worshipped by the Sea God Island. It is said that the 100,000-year-old demon soul Great White Shark is the mount of the sea god. They are likely to believe in the sea god like the sea soul master. Otherwise, they would not live in the sea near the Sea God Island." Chapter 294 Ghost Island. To put it simply, Yun Qiang's plan is to add the demon soul Great White Shark as a helper on the basis of Chuan Yi's decapitation operation to control the battle situation after the decapitation. If it is really possible to form an alliance with the demon soul Great White Shark, there will be many benefits. However, soul beasts are arrogant, especially the 100,000-year-old soul beasts. They need to take a long-term view on this matter, but formulating a general direction will be of great help to their subsequent preparations. "I agree with Grandma's proposal." Chuan Yi raised his hand to show his agreement. At the same time, he also said, "Why not give this negotiation task to me?" Chuan Yi volunteered to take over this important negotiation task. Chuan Li couldn't help but said in surprise, "It's too dangerous." Chuan Yi retorted seriously, "It's because of the danger, so I need to go out. Moreover, among all the people present, only I have the mobility to come and go freely. Even if the negotiation fails, I can escape quickly. From this point of view alone, no one is more suitable than me. In addition, my strength is also the strongest. To negotiate with 100,000-year soul beast, we must inevitably show our strength." At this time, Yun Qiang opened his mouth to support, "Xiao Yi is right. Among those present, he is the most suitable. No, to be more precise, only he can complete it. A weak country has no diplomacy, and strength is the basis of negotiation. This principle also applies to families and individuals." Yun Qiang dared to conceive this fantastic plan only after understanding Chuan Yi's strength. Chuan Yu and Chuan Li clenched their palms involuntarily. They did not think that things would develop in this direction. At the same time, they also understood that this was the result of their own lack of strength. The emotions of unwillingness and self-blame climbed into their hearts, causing the two tough guys to fall into a low mood. Chuan Yi noticed this and comforted, "Everyone has his own suitable task. It's just that I just meet the requirements of this task." Yun Qiang saw Chuan Yu and Chuan Li showing a low expression, and said angrily, "You also have your own tasks, and they are not easy. You have time to worry about it. Xingkanyi, you might as well worry about yourselves." "Got it." The two answered at the same time. Facing Yunxiang's words, they were not angry, but became a little happy. The feeling of being needed made them forget the loss. Yunxiang looked at Quan Li and Quenya who were like children, and helplessly supported his forehead. "I really don't know who is the elder and who is the younger. Okay, let's discuss some details next, and then start preparing." The meeting lasted for a whole morning, and they ended the first meeting only when the servant reminded them to eat. At lunchtime, Solinger appeared in front of everyone with a guilty look on her face. Chuan Yi immediately noticed Solinger's apology, and he immediately began to comfort her. Solinger was about to give birth in about a month, and they excluded Solinger from the meeting for the sake of protection. However, Solinger understood everyone's good intentions, but this made her even more uncomfortable. However, Solinger was also a straightforward person, and after being comforted by Chuan Yi and his family, she figured it out. Time flies, and a week passes. Everyone started to prepare with all their strength. A week is not long, but not short either. During this time, everyone had sufficient meetings and running in, and they also got to know each other well. Know yourself, know your enemy. They have made preparations. Today is the long-awaited sailing day for the Chuan family. At the Chuan family dock, a medium-sized iron boat covered with soul guide metal forged by Chuan Yi was crowded with people. Dozens of crew members were nervously preparing for the sailing. At the bow, Chuan Yi, Chuan Li, and Huo Wu lined up. This trip was to negotiate with the demon soul Great White Shark. Since the Sea God Island was a distance away from the Hanhai city, they decided to take a boat to the deep sea area first, and then Chuan Yi would go to negotiate. However, although the task was arduous, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu were immersed in the strange experience of taking a boat for the first time. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Is this the feeling of seasickness? Huo Wu held Chuan Yi's shoulders tightly with her hands and looked like she was vomiting. Xiao Wu, we haven't set off yet. If you feel so uncomfortable now, you will suffer in the future. Huo Wu's face was a little pale. Chuan Yi felt distressed and a little funny. At this time, Chuan Li said, most people will encounter this situation when they take a boat for the first time. However, with Xiao Wu's strength, she will be able to adapt quickly in a few days. Chuan Li glanced at the preparations and said, okay, it's time for us to set sail. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu nodded solemnly and waved goodbye to their families at the dock. Set sail. With Chuan Li's order, the ship left the dock and headed for the deep sea area. The destination of this voyage is an island close to the god of the sea. According to the speed of the ship, they can reach the island in about 5 days. The island is called Ghost Island. It is the base of the pirate group discovered by the Chuan family when they were annihilating the pirates who provoked them. The name of the pirate group is the Ghost Pirates, which is a large pirate group with hundreds of members. The leader is also a Soul Saint level Sea Soul Master, but because his members accidentally provoked the shallow sea, the Chuan family who were fishing in the area was directly destroyed by Chuan Yu and Solinger. However, compared to the destruction of the pirate group, Chuan Yi was impressed by the understatement of their explanation of the matter. From this, we can see how strong the Chuan family's overall strength has reached. After a 5-day voyage, with the help of the sea chart and the skilled crew, they successfully arrived at the Ghost Island. The first person to land when they docked at the coast was Huo Wu. She jumped directly from the deck and stepped on the beach of the island. Huo Wu jumped happily. I am alive, but it is more suitable for me to step on the ground. In 5 days, Huo Wu finally adapted to the symptoms of seasickness, but she has been in torment for these 5 days. The symptoms of seasickness vary from person to person, but Huo Wu's symptoms are more intense than others. Chuan Yi followed closely and said with a smile, why not stay on the boat while your body is adapted to seasickness? Otherwise, it may relapse when you go back. Huo Wu glared at him and said unhappily, it's your first time on a boat, why don't you get seasick? Chuan Yi replied proudly, this is talent. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You look very energetic. Go and help carry the supplies. Chuan Li came to Chuan Yi and interrupted him. Huo Wu walked to Chuan Li and called him affectionately, thank you, Grandpa. Chuan Li smiled and said, haha, what's the point of thanking a family? Don't worry, if Xiao Yi bullies you again in the future, Grandpa will help you teach him a lesson. Chapter 295, The Island That Can't Be Seen Through. What are you looking at? Go quickly. Quan Li said to Kun Yi. Huao hid behind Quan Li and stuck out her tongue at Kun Yi. Kun Yi looked at Quan Li, who was completely conquered by Huao, speechlessly and sighed. During this period, Huao's relationship with her family-life relationship became closer. No, sometimes, he even felt that they seemed to like Huo Wu more. Of course, this was also a joke. Chuan Yi was very satisfied with the current situation. These phenomena showed that Huo Wu was more integrated into the Chuan family. He smiled and shook his head, walked towards the ship, and helped the crew to carry weapons and equipment. Although it was called carrying, there was actually nothing to carry, only some scattered gunpowder and ammunition boxes that needed to be carried with them. Other really important materials were all put into the storage soul guide by Chuan Yi. Speaking of storage soul guides, Chuan Yi, who had mastered the soul guide technology, really had no shortage of storage soul guides. If it weren't for the time spent preparing other things, he could even equip everyone in the Chuan family with a storage soul guide. Chuan Yi lifted the 2 largest boxes with both hands and walked into the island with the crew. The island was large and most of it was covered by forests. After passing through the long forest passage, they arrived at the core of the ghost island. After passing through the forest, what came into view was a large-scale town building. Dozens of large bungalows are neatly spread out on the flat open space. From the number of buildings, this place can accommodate at least hundreds of people living together. Moreover, this place is not dilapidated. Although there is some dust, there are still traces of life. This shows that until recently, there were still people here. However, there are no traces of destruction as Chuan Yi imagined. In the middle of the building, there is a completely different luxurious stone house. This is obviously the house of the leader of the ghost pirates. However, now, it is occupied by them and used as their place to stay. Okay, everyone find a vacant house first. Following Chuan Li's instructions, everyone dispersed. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu walked into the stone house under Chuan Li's leadership. Before they had time to appreciate it, the 3 found a cleaner place and sat down. Quan Li said solemnly, "Xiao Ai, this is our base for this trip, and Poseidon Island is only a day's voyage away from here. If it were you, I think it would take less than an hour to arrive. When do you plan to leave?" Quan Yi smiled faintly and replied, "It's sunny now, let's go now." Although Quan Li was worried, he did not stop. "Be careful." "Yes." Huo Wu held Quan Yi's hand beside her and said sternly, "If there is any movement, you must return. Do you understand?" Quan Yi patted Huo Wu's hand and replied, "Don't worry." Huo Wu reluctantly let go of her hand, and Quan Yi turned into flames and disappeared in the stone house under the gaze of the 2. Half an hour later, Quan Yi successfully arrived at the sea near Poseidon Island. Above the sea, a strange red fireball was burning quietly. The elemental Quan Yi stopped above the sea only tens of kilometers away from Poseidon Island. Looking at the towering island in the distance, as well as the classical buildings and people living on the island, Chuan Yi's heart was in turmoil. Never thought that such a strange human civilization existed on an island far away in the deep sea. Is this the Sea God Island? Through the supervision of the Red Dragon Eye, Chuan Yi can see all kinds of details of the island. However, when he wanted to use the perspective of the Eye of True Vision to check the distribution of soul masters on the island, a golden piercing light filled Chuan Yi's sight. "I can't see through it." Chuan Yi's heart was in turmoil. The entire island was covered with a dazzling golden light, blocking his sight from probing into it. In addition to the heart of the sun, Chuan Yi once again discovered something that could not be seen through by the Eye of True Vision. And this thing was actually the entire island. At this moment, Chuan Yi couldn't help but believe in the legend of the sea god circulating in the ocean. What else could be a powerful existence that could hide the entire island except God? After realizing this, Chuan Yi immediately retracted the Eye of True Vision. He was afraid that if he continued to look, he would alarm the powerful existence on the island. However, in fact, when he used the Eye of True Vision to look at the Sea God Island, he had already alarmed some existence. At the same time, he also alarmed the beautiful woman in the Sea God Worship Hall. Just when Chuan Yi retracted his gaze, 2 consciousnesses had already paid attention to Chuan Yi, who was dozens of kilometers away. "Hey! This breath is..." a male exclamation sounded in the void. Just when the male consciousness was surprised, the other, the female consciousness, noticed that Chuan Yi was peeping at the island. Although it was only a moment, this behavior was undoubtedly a provocation. As a worshipper of the sea god, she needed to punish him. In the sea god worship hall, a beautiful woman, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Just when she wanted to do something, a will came into her mind. Her calm face showed a pious look. Then, for some unknown reason, she retracted her gaze. However, at this moment, Chuan Yi was completely unaware of these things. Those who could not be perceived by Chuan Yi at this moment must be stronger than Chuan Yi. These beings, without Chuan Yi knowing it, paid attention to him. Especially Chuan Yi's stunning glance, which almost caused a bigger problem. Chuan Yi, who withdrew his sight, felt more awe for the Sea God Island. After he withdrew his sight, he began to circle the island and explore the nearby sea area. Unlike the island, the sea area did not have the golden light that blocked the sight. Therefore, he quickly found the hundreds of huge soul power lights. Seeing this, Chuan Yi showed a satisfied smile. Finally found it. In the sea near the entrance and exit of the island, hundreds of giant sharks swam slowly. Among them, the largest and brightest soul power light made Chuan Yi a little scared. The giant shark with a body length of more than 20 meters has more energy in its body than Douluo and Chuan Li. From this, we can see how powerful it is. Immediately, he knew that this was the 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark he was looking for. Although his true vision eye could not see through the island, it could see through the sea surface and the 100,000-year-old soul beast. This made Chuan Yi regain his confidence in the red dragon eye and the true vision eye. However, it was found, but how to negotiate with it? Seeing more than 200 powerful demon soul great white sharks surrounding the 100,000-year-old demon soul great white shark, Chuan Yi truly felt the power of the powerful sea soul beast tribe. Adult demon soul great white sharks have basically reached the level of more than 10,000 years. If the tribe is accidentally alarmed, even with Chuan Yi's ability, he cannot confront it head-on. However, Chuan Yi has been prepared for the current situation. Immediately, he focused his attention and slowly input his mental power into the red dragon horn. Then, a strange mental wave emanated from the red dragon horn and secretly transmitted to the center of the shark group. Chapter 296 Demon Soul Great White Shark King, Ziobai. In the center of the Demon Soul Great White Shark group, there is an extremely large Demon Soul Great White Shark. She is the king of the Demon Soul Great White Shark. At this moment, she is closing her eyes and leisurely enjoying the rare peaceful time. Their tribe has just finished going out hunting, and now is their most comfortable and relaxed moment. However, just as she was resting comfortably, a voice sounded in her mind. This voice was a spiritual communication method that was directly instilled into the mind by spiritual power. The voice said, "Respected Demon Soul Great White Shark King, hello. My name is Chuan Yi. I came here today to discuss important matters with you. I wonder if I can come up to meet you." While Chuan Yi was transmitting the content, his red dragon pupil was staring at the bottom of the sea. If there was any movement, he would leave immediately. With his insight and speed, he had absolute confidence when facing the entire Demon Soul Great White Shark clan. On the other side, after hearing the voice, the Demon Soul Great White Shark King immediately realized that the visitor's spiritual power cultivation was similar to hers. It takes a very high level of cultivation to be able to transmit spiritual thoughts at a fixed point without attracting the attention of people around. While causing her surprise, it also caused her vigilance. The powerful spiritual power instantly spread in the direction where the spiritual power came from. The spiritual power quickly rushed out of the sea and swept across the space where Chuan Yi was. A breath of extreme fire that frightened the Demon Soul Great White Shark was floating above the sea. Although she could not make accurate mental detection, she had a rough judgment of the strength of the visitor through judging the breath and the dragon power faintly mixed in her mental power. Why did the fire dragon come to the Sea God Island? Yes, she recognized Chuan Yi as a powerful fire-attributed dragon-type 100,000-year soul beast. Then, she was thinking about whether to meet him. However, she thought for a short time. The huge shark tail shook gently, and at the same time, she sent out special sound waves to the surroundings. The sharks around her moved towards her in an orderly manner, and then the entire shark group moved towards the sea surface. Simple, slow movements caused waves on the sea surface. The movements of hundreds of great white sharks attracted Chuan Yi's attention, but judging from the situation, it did not seem like an attack. So, Chuan Yi calmed down and waited quietly for them to surface. Soon, countless white shark fins cut through the water. Among them, the king of the largest demon soul great white shark jumped out of the sea first. When she surfaced, she did not see the expected fire dragon image, but saw a ball of fire floating in the void. She wondered, "I have been invited, please show your true form." The sweet female voice came from the huge and dangerous body, giving Chuan Yi a different feeling. Although he had known that the 100,000-year soul beast was human and understood human language, but after experiencing it personally, it gave people a strange feeling. However, he quickly suppressed these emotions in his heart. The suspended fireball in the air expanded rapidly from the size of a fist. Then, Chuan Yi's upper body condensed in the firelight, with ferocious dragon horns on his head, crystal dragon scales on his face, and golden vertical pupils. The image of a dragon man appeared in front of the world. Chuan Yi bowed politely and replied, "I am Chuan Yi. I have long heard of the name of Demon Soul Great White Shark. Today I see that you are indeed extraordinary. You are human." A female voice exclaimed in Chuan Yi's ears. "Yes, I am indeed human. Chuan Yi was confused at first, but soon reacted and pointed to the red dragon horn, explaining, "This is my external soul bone. I also communicated with it before." The king of demon soul Great White Shark noticed that Chuan Yi's red dragon horn did indeed exude the unique aura of soul bones. However, the breath of the soul bone was covered by the powerful dragon power and the breath of fire. This made her misjudge. However, facing Chuan Yi, the pure, ancient dragon breath came to her face. As a top species among sea soul beasts, she actually felt the pressure on her blood. Soul bone? What kind of soul beast's soul bone is this? And what are those dragon pupils? Can soul bones change people's pupils? At this moment, her mind became a little confused. Chuan Yi didn't know the psychological changes of the other party, but seeing the other party's tone, he was relieved that he didn't have much hostility towards him. Having a good beginning will help the subsequent negotiations. Chuan Yi continued, "Before talking about important matters, I would like to ask your name first." "Xiaobai, you can call me Xiaobai." Xiaobai did not relax her vigilance, but her inner curiosity drove her to say her name. "Chuan Yi, tell me your purpose." Xiaobai's voice became majestic and a little impatient. After confirming that Chuan Yi was a human, her attention to Chuan Yi plummeted. Chuan Yi also felt Xiaobai's emotional fluctuations, but he didn't care. Because, what he was going to say next would attract her attention again. He smiled faintly and said, "I have only one purpose for coming this time, that is, to form an alliance with you and jointly fight against the evil killer whale." As soon as these words came out, the air became very solemn, and the originally turbulent sea surface seemed to stagnate for a moment at this moment. However, the heavy atmosphere broke out in the next moment. "Haha, human, am I kidding? Just you still want to form an alliance with us, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Xiaobai laughed angrily. Chuan Yi's words provoked the most painful part of her heart. Her brother died in the battle with the evil killer whale, and there was an irreconcilable hatred between her and the evil killer whale. She dreamed of destroying the evil killer whales, but a human soul master who didn't know what he was talking about suddenly ran to her doorstep and proposed an alliance. This made her extremely angry. The fierce soul power burst out from her body, and the sea surface shook violently. This was the result of her forbearance. If she hadn't been worried about Chuan Yi, she would definitely take action. Chuan Yi saw the situation take a sharp turn for the worse, but there was no ripple in his heart. He had also expected such a situation. Originally, he expected the other party to be calm and rational. However, judging from the current situation, soul beasts are soul beasts after all, and the pride engraved in their bones cannot make her negotiate with him calmly. Chuan Yi used his mental power and soul power to madly pour into the red dragon horns and red dragon pupils. The extreme fire and dragon power restrained by Chuan Yi suddenly broke out. Roar! An invisible mental wave swept across the sea surface for several kilometers, covering all the demon soul Great White Sharks. As the spiritual fluctuations swept through, all the demon soul Great White Sharks, including Xiaobai, heard the roar of the ancient dragon. The fear from the blood suddenly erupted at this moment. Some low-level demon soul Great White Sharks even shook violently. The fear even made them unable to control their bodies. Chapter 297 Spiritual Power Collision. The full outbreak of Chuan Yi's spiritual power, as well as the increase in spiritual power by the red dragon horn and the red dragon eye, made his spiritual oppression reach the extreme. At the same time, the breath of Chuan Yi's extreme fire made the water-attributed soul beasts present feel the extreme attribute oppression. Although they were in the sea, the breath of the flames made them feel burning. The water-attributed soul power in the body also felt oppressed. Facing Chuan Yi's spiritual oppression, Xiaobai also showed her power as a king. The grey-blue light flashed on the surface of the hideous body, and a strong spiritual fluctuation resisted Chuan Yi's dragon power. However, Chuan Yi's mental outburst was not so easy for her to bear. In terms of total mental power, Chuan Yi's mental power was slightly inferior to Xiaobai's, but with the amplification of the external soul bone, he could form a special pressure that mixed mental oppression and dragon power. This kind of pressure would not only increase the power of oppression, but also impose greater restrictions on soul beasts with low bloodlines. This made it more difficult for Xiaobai to resist. However, Xiaobai was Xiaobai after all. Under the angry mental outburst, Chuan Yi's mental oppression was pushed away. At the same time, the grey-blue light of Xiaobai's body lit up, and the vigorous water attribute aura suddenly collided with the burning aura. This move would prevent the flame aura and dragon power from continuing to act on the sharks. However, Chuan Yi's influence on them was not just a moment. Even if it was interrupted, the fear of bloodline oppression would be rooted in their hearts. You are so presumptuous, are you provoking me? Xiao Bai and Chuan Yi's mental power kept colliding in the void. There was no skill, just the most direct and purest wrestling. In this battle of spiritual power, Xiao Bai was actually on the defensive. This made Xiao Bai feel terrified of Chuan Yi. At the same time, her soul power was surging wildly, and a terrifying energy wave was brewing in her body. Just before this energy burst out, Chuan Yi in the sky suddenly withdrew his spiritual oppression. The vast spiritual power was absorbed by the red dragon horn again with a swallowing force. Chuan Yi had a perfect timing, just before the soul power exploded. The sudden change caused Xiao Bai's soul power to fluctuate, which caused the smooth soul power to condense and go wrong. She hurriedly concentrated her mind to control the energy in her body. In this attack, she condensed a lot of soul power. If this energy exploded in her body, it would also cause her a lot of damage. Her spiritual power was also quickly withdrawn at this moment to control the energy. Energy control is not difficult for Xiao Bai. She can regain control of her soul power in just one breath. When the soul power was controlled, Xiao Bai glanced at Chuan Yi, who was indifferent. Finally, she calmed down the soul power in her body and the energy was also withdrawn by her. Just at that moment, Chuan Yi could have attacked her in the chaos, but he didn't do so. Based on this alone, she understood Chuan Yi's intention. How about it? Now I should be qualified to discuss the alliance with you, Xiao Bai. Chuan Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Bai's eyes looking at Chuan Yi changed greatly. From the initial contempt to the current respect, only a few seconds passed. Chuan Yi's means made Xiao Bai put Chuan Yi on an equal footing. Humph! Xiao Bai snorted coldly, as if he was not convinced. Then, she dispersed the sharks through the language between sharks. Then, she left the group and swam in one direction. Follow me if you have the guts. Chuan Yi smiled heartily and followed Xiao Bai. Near Poseidon Island, there is a protruding reef, the height of which is just 1 meter above the sea surface, and there is just a small plain. Xiao Bai is swimming in this direction. Are they going to talk on it? Just when Chuan Yi was puzzled, Xiao Bai flapped his tail vigorously, and his huge body instantly jumped out of the water and hit the reef fiercely. What are you doing? As soon as Chuan Yi asked, grey-blue light flashed, and the huge body quickly shrank in the light and shadow, and a delicate and exquisite body appeared in front of Chuan Yi. Pa! The beautiful girl in white leather clothes and grey-blue long hair jumped onto the reef. She looked back at Chuan Yi, who was stunned, and said, "Why are you standing there? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" Chuan Yi heard Xiao Bai's voice, but he couldn't answer quickly. Because, a lot of information and pictures flooded into his mind. In the moment just now, Chuan Yi's red dragon eyes completely observed Xiao Bai's transformation from a shark to a human. Matter, under the action of soul power, has undergone changes at the atomic level. The simple transformation, the changes contained in it, made Chuan Yi's mind flood with countless complex information. This complex change was too complex for Chuan Yi's mental power to digest, so he was in a daze. However, he changed quickly, and immediately threw all the information into a corner of his mind, waiting for subsequent research. Ah, first time seeing it. Chuan Yi's body was rebuilt on the reef. Xiao Bai saw that Chuan Yi's eyes were a little empty, and said dissatisfiedly, "Are you complimenting me?" "No, I mean, this is the first time I see a soul beast turn into a human. Also, sorry, I have a girlfriend." Chuan Yi cheered up and replied to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was angry when he was rejected inexplicably without doing anything. She shouted, "Don't get carried away, human boy, is that what I meant?" "Oh, sorry, it's my fault." Chuan Yi saw that Xiao Bai was angry and apologized hurriedly. "Next, we have to talk about the alliance, so it is not appropriate to conflict with him." However, while apologizing, he felt that Xiao Bai's temperament was like that of a human girl. This made Chuan Yi suspicious of the alliance. Xiao Bai looked at Chuan Yi, who was smiling, and felt like hitting cotton with force, which made her even more depressed. However, she still held back and asked, "What is the purpose of your alliance? Also, what kind of power is behind you that dares to come to Poseidon Island to find me?" What puzzled her most was that Poseidon Island was indifferent to Chuan Yi's arrival. Also, although the mental collision between the two just now did not affect Poseidon Island, it would definitely be noticed by the people on the island. At least, Poseidon Island's chief priest, Poseidon, could detect it. However, they still did not show up, which meant that Chuanyi in front of them was not a threat to them. With this information, she trusted Chuanyi a little more. When Chuanyi saw that the other party began to ask about the purpose and background, he did not hide too much. My name is Chuanyi, and I come from a soul master family in Hanhai City. Although the family is not weak, it is still far inferior to the Sea God Island. If it weren't for obtaining the soul ring of the evil killer whale king, I wouldn't have risked coming here. Chapter 298 Inviting Xiaobai. Xiaobai looked Chuanyi up and down and asked, Soul ring? Who are you helping to obtain the soul ring? An elder in my family has broken through to level 90, and needs a 100,000-year soul ring to serve as the 9th soul ring. It just so happens that Xiaobai, you have a grudge against the evil killer whale group, so you can just form an alliance with us. Xiaobai lowered his head and thought for a moment, then asked, then how can I trust you? We had a full-scale war with them decades ago, and that war caused heavy losses to our tribe. After decades of recuperation, we finally recovered to the current situation. If we fail, our entire tribe will face the crisis of destruction. Why should I risk the lives of my entire tribe for the 100,000-year soul ring of Meng Guan? Xiao Bai's face was extremely cautious, even though she knew that the joining of Chuanyi, a powerful helper, would increase the chance of winning. However, her fear of the evil killer whale king made it difficult for her to make a decision easily. What's more, she and Chuanyi had just met for the first time and there was no trust at all. I understand your feelings, but in response to your concerns, I have developed a plan that both of us can accept. My plan is very simple, that is the decapitation operation. As long as we can bypass the outer defense, sneak into the core directly, and kill the evil killer whale king in one fell swoop, then we don't need to have a head-on collision with it. Chuanyi's words caused Xiaobai to refute, and she shouted, A fantasy, you must know that the evil killer whale has a special ripple detection method, and all energy creatures approaching will be detected by it. Your plan is full of loopholes, and you underestimate the evil killer whale king too much. Although I don't want to admit it, his strength is stronger than mine. Even if I can sneak into the tribe, I don't have the ability to kill him quickly. Chuanyi smiled indifferently and replied, that's because you haven't seen our methods. Since you don't believe it, I invite you to our base to see our methods. Xiaobai saw Chuanyi's confident expression and became curious. Where? Xiaobai asked. Seeing Xiaobai taking the bait, Kunyi replied, not far away, just 100 miles away on Ghost Island. Ghost Island, oh, I remember it. Xiaobai searched her mind for information, and after a while, she remembered the name. But, isn't this island occupied by a group of pirates? When did it become your base? We destroyed it. Kunyi replied indifferently. Oh, that's it, let's go. Xiaobai said as she jumped into the sea. Her tone was extremely calm, and she didn't waver at all about the destruction of the pirate group. For her, these were all insignificant matters. She was more concerned about the means Kunyi relied on. Splash! Xiaobai jumped down, and she flashed a grey-blue glow in the air again. Her body of more than 20 meters long caused waves. Lead the way in front. Xiaobai's rushing look really looked like a girl. Seeing this, Kunyi felt strange again. What's the difference between this and a human? Xiaobai gave him the feeling of a human wearing the skin of a soul beast. On the soul level, there didn't seem to be much difference between the two. However, these thoughts only flashed through Kunyi's mind quickly, and his body turned into flames again and flew in front of Xiaobai. Then, Kunyi turned into a line of fire and headed towards the ghost island. The little white shark flapped its tail, and its huge body cut through the sea like an arrow, catching up with Kunyi. The speed of the magic soul great white shark in the sea was extremely fast, but there was still a big gap compared to Kunyi's flying speed. After all, she still had to resist the resistance of water and her own weight, but Kunyi didn't have this problem. Out of a tentative mentality, Kunyi gradually increased his flying speed. Xiaobai was also unwilling to admit defeat, and followed Kunyi closely. Xiaobai's speed was faster than the speed of the speedboat that Kunyi knew. However, her speed also had a limit. After reaching a speed of about 300 km per hour, Kunyi felt that she had reached her limit. So, she slowed down appropriately. Xiaobai, who was following behind, did not expect Kun Yi's speed to be so amazing, even faster than the Sky Spirit Master. The Fire Spirit body, with the intensity of Kun Yi's flame, continuously increases its upper limit. In terms of speed, there are few creatures in the world that can compete with him. Seeing this, Xiao Bai became more and more looking forward to Kun Yi. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash. The outline of Ghost Island appeared in front of the two. Quan Li and Huawu, who had packed up their belongings, came to the coast, waiting anxiously for Kun Yi's return. Just as Kun Yi and Xiao Bai approached the island, Quan Li, with his huge mental power, was the first to detect Kun Yi's approaching breath. At the same time, he also felt Xiao Bai's terrifying momentum. Gudong. He swallowed nervously and told Huawu, Xiao Ai seems to have succeeded. Huawu was surprised and said, Really, Grandpa? But Xiao Ai hasn't come back yet, how did Grandpa know? At this time, Huawu saw the fire and huge splashes of water, attacking the coast where they were. Xiao Ai actually brought the demon soul Great White Shark here. Huawu then understood why Quan Li was so sure. The speed of the fire was very fast, and Kun Yi landed in front of the two people first. Following closely, Xiao Bai jumped in the sea, a grey-blue light flashed, and she turned into a girl again, appearing in front of everyone. She glanced at the Quan Li and Huawu were stunned and asked in confusion, Are they the support you mentioned? Why are they so weak? Kun Yi ignored Xiao Bai's rude remarks and introduced to Quan Li and Huawu, Ahem, this is the king of the demon soul Great White Shark, Xiao Bai, don't look at her appearance, she is still a soul beast inside. This time I specially invited her to come here to enhance mutual trust. Quan Li reacted first and welcomed her, Welcome to Ghost Island, my name is Quan Li, and I am very honored to cooperate with you this time. Xiao Bai paid a little attention to Quan Li, and when she focused her attention on Quan Li, she actually felt a strange energy fluctuation on Quan Li's body. Hey! This feeling is like the inner elixir. But why would a mere human have such energy fluctuations? Xiao Bai said in her heart. This made her put away her contempt. Interesting, Kun Yi, I am more and more interested in you. Xiao Bai looked at Kun Yi and smiled beautifully. This scene deeply stimulated Huawu who was beside Quan Yi. She quietly approached Quan Yi's ear and whispered, What's the situation with this woman? Xiao Bai's appearance was not bad, and her strength was extremely strong, which made Huawu feel a sense of crisis. Quan Yi put his arm around Huawu's waist and gently replied, Nothing, she just wanted to confirm whether we are capable of cooperating with her. Huawu looked at Xiao Bai with a look full of fighting spirit, which was more of a kind of hostility between women. Suddenly, she smiled and said, In this case, let's let her see our abilities. Chapter 299 Xiao Bai trapped in the illusion. Xiao Bai glanced at Huawu with a playful look, and a disdainful light flashed in his eyes. The aura emanating from Huawu was indeed not weak, but that was also compared with the same age group, and compared with the impact brought to her by Quan Yi, it was somewhat inconspicuous. From the situation, she seemed to be Quan Yi's girlfriend, but her strength was weaker than Quan Yi. She saw the fighting spirit in Huawu's eyes and didn't take it seriously. Without further delay, let me see what the source of your confidence is. The grey-blue soul power radiance flickered on her body, and the powerful momentum of the 100,000-year soul beast completely erupted. Her patience was about to run out, and she just wanted to see Quan Yi's trump card quickly by forcing him. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to vibrate. Under Xiao Bai's pressure, Huawu and Quan Li consciously opened their martial souls. The illusory fire shadow, the solid black iron gauntlet, and 13 colorful soul rings appeared behind them. Quan Li's yellow, purple, black, black. Huawu's yellow, purple, black. Huawu's 10,000-year fourth soul ring made Xiao Bai look up to Huawu, but it was just a glance. What she wanted to see more was Quan Yi's martial soul and soul ring configuration. However, with her sudden outburst, she couldn't force Quan Yi's martial soul out. However, this time, Quan Yi no longer hides his strength. His body soul power surged, and exquisite black and red hand armor appeared on his hands. Behind him, 6 soul rings appeared in yellow, purple, black and black. His face also regenerated vermilion horns and dragon pupils. A heavy but hot breath burst out from Quan Yi. Xiao Bai couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the soul rings behind Quan Yi, 6 soul rings, you are still just a soul emperor. Chuan Yi stretched out his hand and held Huo Wu's palm, and said to Xiao Bai, "Watch out, she is my support." After speaking, the two smiled at each other. The soul power between each other was completely integrated at this moment, and a gorgeous pink flame bloomed from the two. Feeling uneasy, Xiao Bai immediately wanted to interfere with the two, but she found that her body was suddenly interfered. She could have crossed the distance of about 10 meters in an instant, but this inexplicable interference made her stagnate. In just a short moment, she completely lost the opportunity. The fire dissipated, and what appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes was a white beach. However, this quiet scenery made Xiao Bai's pupils shrink sharply and her hair stand on end. She quickly observed the surroundings, but found that she was the only one on the beach. Damn, where did they go? In a short moment, she was the only one left on the beach, no, the entire island. The majestic mental power instantly burst out from her body and swept to everything around her. At the same time, she used her sensitive sense of smell to survey the surroundings. The sense of smell of sharks is already sharp, and the magic soul great white shark is even stronger. Xiao Bai's sense of smell can smell the smell within a radius of 25 kilometers. This range can be said to cover the entire island. However, the smell of other members of the Chuan family that could be smelled originally disappeared after the fire flashed. This made Xiao Bai realize that he seemed to be trapped in an illusion. That's right, the experienced Xiao Bai immediately realized that this was not a skill like teleportation, but an illusion that disrupted perception. Oh no! She immediately mobilized her mental power to resist the erosion of the illusion. However, this method could not destroy the illusion that controlled her. Illusion control is a kind of mental control. The only way to break free is to rely on one's own mental power. Under the influence of the illusion, her proud power and soul power could not play a role. Moreover, the body outside the spirit must be in an unprepared state. If it is attacked at this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiao Bai felt something was wrong. The fear of being controlled by the other party made her lose her composure. Instinctively, a circle of strange energy fluctuations spread from her head. Circles of grey-blue auras covered the entire area. This was Xiao Bai's special mental attack, the Despair Light Wave. The ability of the Despair Light Wave is to restrict the enemy's actions and temporarily seal the enemy's soul skills. In this case, this skill is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. However, the light wave scattered, and the quiet coast was still a picture of peace and tranquility. Xiao Bai then truly realized the seriousness of the matter. How is this possible? Why is there no fluctuation? Isn't the mental power he showed before his limit? Moreover, if it is a soul skill, it should be sealed at the moment of being exposed to the despair light wave. Are they not within the range of the light wave? Xiao Bai's mind flashed the scene of Chuan Yi suppressing the entire tribe in the ocean before. Originally, she thought that was Chuan Yi's limit, but she didn't expect that he actually hid his true strength. You know, even if it is a fantasy skill, in order to make her helpless, you have to completely surpass her in mental strength to achieve such an effect. A feeling of despair spread in her heart. She even regretted following Chuan Yi to the Ghost Island. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. As long as I can get out of this fantasy, I still have a chance. Xiao Bai has experienced life and death, and her mind is not weak. She forced herself to cheer up and wanted to mobilize the energy of her body to destroy this island. She raised her hands, and a vortex of grey-blue energy brewed between her hands. As the energy rotated with the vortex, it generated a terrifying cutting force. She threw the energy vortex towards the center of the island. The vortex was like a cutting machine, completely crushing everything it passed. No matter it was trees or rocks. After flying a certain distance, the rotating energy vortex suddenly exploded, and a terrifying vortex-shaped dent appeared in the dense forest. The scattered debris, the huge wind generated by the explosion, everything seemed extremely real. All her senses were conveying a message to her, that is, all this was real. This feeling made her heart sink directly to the bottom, because it meant that she fell into a deeper illusion. Suddenly, Xiao Bai raised his hands and said loudly, I admit defeat. I admit that you have the ability to go and defeat the evil killer whale. If you can completely deceive my illusion, you can definitely deceive the evil killer whale king. Since you are willing to do so, I agree to form an alliance with you to fight against the evil killer whale king together. Haha, great, with your help, we will definitely be able to kill the evil killer whale king without any effort. Chuan Yi's voice came into Xiao Bai's ears from all directions. Xiao Bai put down his hands and exclaimed sincerely, what an amazing skill. No wonder you are so confident. Haha, it's not worth mentioning. It's just a trifle. Chuan Yi's modest voice came from Xiao Bai's side, but this time, the sound was no longer three-dimensional, but came from one direction. When she turned her head to look in this direction, the figure she was eager to find reappeared in front of her. At the same time, the disappeared smell also came to her nose again. The illusion disappeared. Xiao Bai realized this, and a subtle cunning flashed in his eyes, and the soul power in his body quietly operated. Puff! She stepped hard with her feet, and the sound of shaking the ground sounded. Her body flew towards Chuan Yi and the other two. At the same time, her head emitted a wave of despair again. This time, she would definitely not give the other party time to use skills. Chapter 300 Reappearance of the Martial Soul Fusion Technique. This time, Xiao Bai completely retracted all her contempt. She had been at a disadvantage since she met Chuan Yi. She did not take advantage of Chuan Yi at all. Judging from the soul power, physical fitness and even mental power, he was obviously stronger than the three people in front of him. Thinking carefully, it was because she underestimated Chuan Yi too much and was too arrogant. As a result, she fell into a disadvantage before she could exert her true strength. Now, she has completely regarded Chuan Yi as an equal or even superior opponent. Otherwise, she would not have made such a despicable sneak attack. A wave of despair flashed, and the three people, including Chuan Yi, fell into a brief panic. There was a flash of panic on their faces and eyes. The first one to react was Chuan Yi. After a brief panic, his mental power and soul power burst out at the same time. The extreme fire breath mixed with Long Wei's spiritual power and soul power has a great suppression on the despair light wave. Originally, it was very difficult to break free after being completely hit by the control skill. However, Chuan Yi broke free from the restraints with his tyrannical strength. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Huo Wu's hand. Seeing this scene, Xiao Bai once again intuitively felt the horror of Chuan Yi. Unfortunately, even if you have powerful abilities, you will only become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by me if you are hit by my light wave. This is the despair light, the horror of the wave. When she saw Chuan Yi's action, her pupils shrank, and she thought to herself, "Hey, I've been prepared for this move." A grey-blue light burst out from Xiao Bai's body again, dyeing the entire coast into a grey-blue world. At this moment, the body began to sway slightly, and at the same time, a feeling of suffocation came over, as if being dragged into the seabed. This is Xiao Bai's domain skill, the Demon Shark domain. This is a control domain that can control the sea water and restrict the enemy. Although she was on the shore at this time, the restriction of the domain still restricted Chuan Yi's actions. The three people whose soul skills and actions were restricted made them completely fall into despair. Xiao Bai would not miss this opportunity. He gathered dozens of grey-blue energies outside his body and formed the shape of shark teeth, shooting towards Chuan Yi. The demon shark's tooth is one of the strongest skills of the demon soul great white shark. Chuan Yi condensed a sharp point in his hand, and used his strong body to resist the sluggishness on his body, and used both hands to resist the demon shark's tooth. Ding ding! Several teeth were knocked away by Chuan Yi's power, but the demon shark's fang was controlled by Xiao Bai, and it was advancing one by one. Every time Chuan Yi used all his strength to knock away the attack in front of him, the next attack would appear in front of him, leaving him no time to take care of other things. The sharpness of Chuan Yi's soul power is condensed, which has a burning property, especially when facing water attribute energy, the suppression is stronger. However, Chuan Yi's soul power is weak after all. Every time he collides, his soul power will be consumed in large quantities. Before resisting the next attack, he must recondense more soul power. Seeing this scene, Xiao Bai smiled happily. Ha 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 ha, it's really embarrassing. Just feel the taste of despair. Xiao Bai laughed a little too proudly after letting out a breath. At this time, Chuan Li's voice reached the ears of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. Chuan Li pointed at Xiao Bai, who was releasing the demon shark's fang towards the sea in front of him, and asked puzzledly, "What is she laughing at? Why is she laughing so happily?" Beside Chuan Li stood a 10-meter tall giant. Although she is a giant, it can be seen from the large area of white skin exposed, the plump figure, and the long hair that she is a beautiful giant. The giant is tall, and only the private parts are covered with red and black armor. Her figure is well proportioned and her muscles are tight, giving people a healthy and sexy beauty. Looking up, the upper part of the female giant's face is covered with dragon scales, and her forehead is topped with a slightly selected dragon horn, and her eyes are in the shape of golden vertical pupils. Such a large area of coverage not only does not cover the beautiful face of the female giant, but on the contrary, it adds to her wild and noble beauty. From her noble eyes, a dazzling golden light shines, and her eyes are looking at Xiaobai on the coast in front of her. Xiaobai is excitedly releasing her magic shark teeth towards the sea, and laughing arrogantly. Here, Xiaobai is entangled with hair shining with pink and golden light. Following the silk threads, it can be found that these silk threads are actually emitted from the giantess's hair. The giantess's long hair is half gold and half pink at this moment. At the same time, two colors of light are emitted from the hair, forming a light shield, blocking the grey-blue light emitted by Xiaobai. Two strands of hair turned into long ropes and wrapped around Xiaobai's waist. With the amplitude of Xiaobai's movements, the long rope will automatically extend and shorten. They just wrap around Xiaobai, not restricting him. Yes, this is the scene in the real world. Until just now, the scene shown was the scene in Xiaobai's mind. The illusion has not disappeared. And this tall giantess is the martial soul fusion skill of Chuanyi and Huo Wu, the fiery sun battle shadow. And the silk thread wrapped around Xiaobai is the 1,000 miles of marriage composed of Huo Wu's peach fantasy fire and Chuanyi's holy flame. Peach fantasy line can manipulate the enemy's senses and present a completely different scene to them. And the holy flame line has the effect of weakening mental power, fighting spirit, and resistance. Both of them are derived from the soul skills of the two. When the martial souls merge, these skills are naturally integrated into Liang War Shadow, and the effect is strengthened on the original basis. The effect of these two skills is determined by the mental strength of both the enemy and us. With Liang War Shadow's current mental power, it has far exceeded Xiaobai and reached the realm of vastness. The mental power seems to be inexhaustible. The range of mental detection alone has expanded dozens of times, and the accuracy of mental detection can even feel the smallest nerves in the body. In terms of mental power, Liang War Shadow has the confidence that he is not inferior to anyone. In this state, a single line is enough to deal with Xiaobai, and the combination of the two can even play Xiaobai in the palm of his hand. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that after Chuanyi's red dragon eye was also absorbed by the martial soul fusion technique, with the assistance of supervision and true vision, the simulation ability of Peach Illusion Fire has truly reached the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. At this level, Liang War Shadow can simulate a huge and real fantasy world. From disappearing to reappearing, and then to the current falling into disadvantage, these are all scenes carefully designed by Liang War Shadow. Of course, this scene can only be seen by Chuanyi, Huo Wu, and Xiaobai. In Chuan Li's sight, Xiaobai is like performing a one-man show, showing his various kind of emotion, attack. Liang Janaiying answered Quan Li's doubts, her voice was melodious, like a beautiful melody that intoxicated people. After listening to the explanation, Quan Li realized from the tone that it was Quan Yi who was speaking. Xiaoai, isn't it a bit bad for you to play with her like this? That's what he said, but the meaning expressed by Quan Li's eyes was completely opposite to his words. Looking at Xiaobai's crazy laughter, he couldn't help but feel a little funny, and also a sense of joy.